8:35 this morning, and we just lost one. Okay. Good morning. Good morning to all. This is the beginning of our meeting, and I do call it to order. And I'm going to ask all to rise, please, for invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to our Texas flag. This morning, we're blessed to have Pastor John Fletcher, invited by Commissioner Mares. Welcome, Pastor, and we ask you to lead us in prayer.
Good morning. Thank you. Let us pray. O great God of mercy and love, we are grateful this morning for the life you give us to live and share together. We are grateful for our families and our homes here in the Coastal Bend, and continue to pray, Lord, for all that we need to care for one another so that our communities may continue to grow and flourish. We pray, Lord, this morning, I pray for these leaders before us, God, and the work that they have to do today. Pray that you would fill their minds and their hearts with your wisdom, your compassion, so that the work they do, they may do it with your peace in mind and with the full assurance that as they serve this community, they do so with your blessing. And may it be that all of us would be assured, God, of the great love that you use to draw us all closer together. And all these things I pray in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. For the clerk, it is November the 16th, hard to believe, in the middle of November. Thanksgiving is next week, 2022, and the time is 8:39 a.m. We started just a little before that, Kara, if you want to. And also, we are located in the Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom on the third floor of Nueces County Courthouse, located at 901 Leopard. I do certify, looking both ways, that all commissioners are present, and as the presiding officer, I do certify that a quorum is present. I'll ask you at this time to draw your attention to item D, Commissioners, announcement on disclosure of conflicts of interest. If any conflicts of interest or appearance of a conflict of interest with items on this agenda are indeed happening, we need to declare those at this time. Members with conflicts will refrain from voting and are asked to refrain from discussion on such items. Conflicts discovered later in the meeting shall be disclosed at this time. Are there any conflicts that you need to disclose? Okay. I'll ask you to direct your attention to Rebecca, please, for a safety briefing.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, and attendees. Our safety briefing for today, November 14th, is being held in the Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom. The restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the third floor atrium past the Human Resources Office. There is a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom and also 5 additional fire extinguishers located throughout the atrium area. Bleed control stations are on every floor. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an AED is located on the right wall next to the Human Resources office. Participant for today who will be responsible for dialing 911 will be Connie. In the event of evacuation, our egress route will be slowly down the atrium stairs, proceeding out the doors located on the LaPan Street side of the courthouse, and assemble in the parking lot across the street. It is important to stay together. Should there be a need to shelter in place, depending upon the severity of the shelter in place, the courtroom double doors will be secured and remain secure until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. Thank you. And you will stay at the elevator in case something happens.
Yes, I will. I will. Thank you. All right, and so I will move towards the public comment, and I'll call them in order, but we are joined by people online, so if you all have a public comment, all you have to do is raise your hand with the virtual icon of the hand, and Connie will let us know, and we will call on you shortly. But first, I will call Mr. J.J. de la Cerda and ask him to come forward.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I wanted to come in this morning to brief you and give you some updates on a few veteran-related events that we have coming up. The first is the second annual Coastal Bend Field of Honor, which we postponed from Veterans Day. We will be having it this Friday, the 18th, at 4:30 p.m. over at the Richard Borchard Fairgrounds. For those that are unfamiliar, we will have 1,000 flags flown in honor of 1,000 veterans and active service duty members. We are, though, closely monitoring the weather, as we have 40% chance of rain again. If we make any changes, we will advise the court and the public immediately. The second ceremony that we have scheduled is the Wreaths Across America ceremony over at the Coastal Bend State Veteran Cemetery. That is scheduled for December the 17th at 1 p.m. We currently have over 5,208 decedents buried at the cemetery, and we will need over 4,000 wreaths to adorn every single gravesite. So again, that's in plan, December 17th at 11 a.m. We do recommend that you get there early because we normally see about 2,000 people show up for that event. Okay, thank you, Judge and Commissioners.
Thank you. Next, I'll call on Miss Margaret Baldwin.
Can I talk at the item if it's still going to be on the agenda?
Yes, ma'am. Just approach the microphone and I know I announced your name, but would you also announce your address? I know the clerk appreciates that.
Margaret Baldwin, Three Rivers, Texas. I asked that I could speak at the item number.
Oh, I'm sorry. You want to speak at the item number?
If it's
Sure.
still going to be on there.
Absolutely.
All right,
And
thank
which
you.
item, the item number you
Number
have?
13.
13. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mike Culbertson?
Good morning, Judge.
morning.
Commissioners, Mike Culbertson. I'm the CEO of the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation. I'd like to talk quickly about item W on your consent. You have on there the representative for Nueces County on our board. Just so, if you remember, the county judge has been on our board ever since we started back in 1986. On our board is the San Patricio County Judge, the mayor of Corpus Christi, the mayor of Portland. We have the port commissioners there. We have the port CEO there. We have, now he's a ex officio, and things get moving rather quickly, and we keep going through, and the need, in my opinion, as CEO, of having your representative, the county judge, there is vitally important, not only to us, is vitally important to us, and I think it would be a great service to you. Now, our bylaws said whoever you want to pick, we will certainly seat, and we will do that. We'll do that gladly. But I just want you to consider that if you would. You do not want somebody who has to run back every time there is a policy discussion in our meetings, and they do get busy and they do get moving rather quickly. And I just ask that you consider that, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Culbertson. Miss Gabby Garcia?
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Gabby Garcia, the Assistant City Secretary for the City of Robstown. I'm in attendance on behalf of Mayor Gilbert Gomez, who unfortunately could not be here to attend due to a previous commitment. We would like to express our thanks and support for agenda items 3A7 and 3A19. These items include drainage and park improvements for the citizens of Robstown. As many of you know, the citizens of Robstown have dealt with severe drainage issues, and any relief we can receive to obviate these issues is beneficial. The city submitted park projects to the county several months ago in hopes of obtaining funding for the county's ARPA's allocation to improve the lives of the citizens. Working together for the common good of the community is our job as public servants. We appreciate your consideration and support in these projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody online, Connie, that has indicated? No, ma'am. Okay, super. And what about anybody else in the hallway, Deputy? Okay, and of course, I always give a last call. Anybody in the courtroom?
Judge, since Ms. Baldwin was here, I was going to, when it was the proper attempt to make a motion to table 13, so if, I don't want her not to be able to say something if she was here for public comment, and if the court does authorize the table of 13.
Ms. Baldwin, I'm going to encourage you to, given what I've just been told, although I have not called the item, and so no one can make a motion yet until I call it, it seems that maybe it would be good to express your views right now. Yes, ma'am.
I don't know what the problem is.
Okay, yeah, that's not a loose cable.
It's probably fixing to go out.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Margaret Baldwin, and I come on behalf of a variety of charities here in Nueces County. As I understand that you're trying to table the number 13, the ARPA allocation of the funds. We ask that you do this in a timely manner, and that even though you table it, that you pick it up very quickly, as these funds would be used by charities for items that are needed, and as this is the time of giving and the season of giving where it's needed, these funds would help the charities very much in being able to provide for Thanksgiving and Christmas items. So. And other items that are needed for this season. So if that is something that you can move very quickly on, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, going back into regular order, I'm going to ask that we move to item G. And is the Public Health Director here this morning?
No, we have to table that, Judge. She's not available today.
She's not available, so I'll...
Motion to table till January 4th.
Okay. Motion and a second, and the January 4th date is the new date for the new year.
That's correct.
Okay.
What approves the calendar? That's correct.
For the calendar. Okay. Is there all those in favor signify by saying aye?
Discussion on that, Judge.
He wanted to table it. Would you yield to Commissioner Mares?
Is it,
Will you hold on your table just so that he can express?
we really got to get a good grip of what our policies are and what we follow as far as any motion. I'm really concerned that if there's a majority in the court that hasn't enough votes to make a motion, that's fine, but that we should at least have discussion, because there's going to be actions that take place that we will not, the public won't understand, let alone maybe even us, some of us up here in court understand why there is a table without at least having discussion, some explanation. So that's all I'm asking for. County Attorney, if you could help provide us that, or if we have in the policy somewhere so we can clarify. But all I was going to ask was, if this is just an introduction, I'd like to meet Dr. Khan sooner than later, right? If it's a presentation of information, I can understand that obviously the Commissioner Chesney is wanting to hold till Judge-elect Scott comes on. But if it's just an intro, I'd like to meet her, because I don't know her, and she works for us because we pay part of her salary, and the sooner we can get her in, the better. That would be my thing. So.
And just in response, Commissioner Manes, the reason that we make a motion to table is to not have to and I know you're on this one, it's a little different, but so you don't have to have a discussion on an item. And so the reason, so let me just state in advance to answer your question. Well, this one was one that she wasn't available, so this one wasn't something that I had put on something for tabling. So she wasn't available is what I was told. So the motions that I am making today to table are all actions that I believe will affect this court next year, and that are things that we should be waiting until the new county judge is here to weigh in on. And because this is how we did it when Judge Neal went out and Judge Canales was coming in, we tabled a lot of items to wait for Judge Canales to get here. So this is simply what the methods of my tabling is today on all of the items that I will be making motions to table. So I appreciate you actually bringing that up so that I can explain that. But I don't believe it's appropriate to have discussion on all the items to table, or we might as well
That's
discuss
not the
it.
item for discussion. I was just asking for clarification.
No, I am.
On
That's
my
fine.
part. And all I was trying to figure out was this an introduction or was this presentation of information?
This is just introduction, yeah. And
So-
and the director, she was the one who,
She's
she's
more
not
than welcome
available.
to come back and reach out to Judge-elect Scott in the interim, in this session between now and January 1. I understand she wasn't available today, but I'm saying at our next meeting, why not have her here and come and be presented to the court? It's just a matter of having her formally introduced to us. It's not a policy thing. It's not a discussion. It's not going to be a
presented, John,
presentation
if
of
that's
any
what she
information other than, hello, this is who I am, and that's kind of it. So I get what you're saying on actual policy items, and I see where today's court is going, and that, okay. But I just, one, I'm asking our partner or county attorney to advise, and also court administration to provide us some policy direction on tabling or anything, right? Because I feel that the spirit of any motion should be open for at least discussion. And so at least if we can at least clarify, because like I said, I think those in the public, those who are watching, may not understand why. I mean, if it's just a matter of just the first person to make a motion and you got the votes, well then, to me, that just eliminates any kind of input that we can provide. And I think it's not best precedent to follow. I think that there should be at least some clarification, even if it's just staff to provide an update and not necessarily have to come from court. That would just be my concern on that. So,
Okay.
And John,
All
I
right,
was told
hearing-
that she wasn't available till after the first of the year, just so you know. If she wants to come for an introduction, great. But that was what I was told, and so that's why I made it that way. The rest of those, I would respectfully, and that's why you can vote against tables, but I respectfully disagree with you on the fact that it's very clear that if an item is not to be discussed, then you make a motion to table, that kills all discussion, and on down the road you go. Parliamentary procedures we followed on. You can vote no to any motion to any table. I'm going to make them separately as they come up. But I was just told that this lady couldn't come until the first of the year. That's on this one, John, just so you know. So that was the information I got. If that's bad information, then put her back on for next week or when we're meeting in
then
December. I'm sorry.
we'll have a quick meeting today then. So just once we get past these pleasantries of recognitions, and I guess we could be doing other things with our time. So I'm fine with that. I respect the majority rules, but like I said, I think just for clarification and it's good that it was expressed to you that. I would hope it would come from our court administrator instead of one of our commissioners that courts needs this. That's all I'm saying. Let's get a point here. Let's get a lead here. That's the court administrator, the county manager who we selected, and I think that's where this should be coming from. So.
Okay, so having heard discussion, there's a table on the floor till January 4th, unless there's some movement in your office to bring it earlier. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. I think that, I think it's silly that somebody can't come for an entire month. I'll just say,
We have a discussion,
It's
or are we
fine.
going to move forward?
the other thing we're going to do is a little bit of housekeeping. So next, and I'll just make this on public comment for everybody. So next court, I think, is December the 7th. And it's my understanding they've been working on wiring now for several months. So there's going to be some, they're small little buttons that will be placed up front here for you. So if anybody wants to create a discussion or an action, you'll just press that button, and it'll let the presiding officer know that she needs to stop and ask you for recognition. So I would ask that we practice, even though we don't have the buttons here. If you'll just stop and ask to be recognized, I'll recognize you. It'll make everything go very fluid, and we won't have conversations. We'll have people being called upon, and I think that will work very nicely. So in that vein, we'll move on to H1, and this is a special one as well because the pastor that brought forth our beautiful prayer for us will also be here in recognition of the 150th anniversary of Kelsey Memorial United Methodist Church, and I will yield to Belinda, who will read the recognition, and then next to Commissioner Mattis.
Whereas during the week of October 30th, 2022 through November 6th, 2022, Kelsey Memorial United Methodist Church celebrated its 150th anniversary. Whereas in 1872, Reverend Alejo Hernandez was appointed to serve the Spanish-speaking Methodist in Corpus Christi, later being credited as the father of Methodism in Spanish to Spanish speakers in Texas. Whereas in 1948, the church took on the name Kelsey Memorial United Methodist Church in honor of the adoptive parents of Anna M. Kelsey, John Peter Kelsey, and Amanda Catherine Kelsey, prominent figures in Corpus Christi, Ms. Kelsey having been Corpus Christi's first teacher. Whereas Kelsey Memorial United Methodist Church has served this community for 150 years, and honoring that tradition as part of their celebration, serves students in our local schools, members of Corpus Christi police and fire departments, and numerous local officials. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the court hereby congratulates the Kelsey Memorial United Methodist Church on its 150th anniversary.
Thank you. Pastor, we welcome you back to the podium again for a few words, and then I'll ask Commissioner if he would like to make the motion.
Thank you. It was an exciting time at our congregation. Looking back on 150 years, we were grateful for all the families and friends who had passed through, some families who have very deep roots in that congregation. As part of our celebration, we also wanted to thank our community, and so we served students as a part of our week-long celebration. We served officials here in our city as well. We also served our community in a fun way. It was a way that we wanted to thank Corpus Christi and our surrounding communities for letting us be in ministry for all these years, and we look forward to the next 150 years to come. Thank you all.
Thank you. Commissioner Mattis, is there, just for housekeeping, would you like to make the motion?
Yes, Judge. So moved.
And I'll second, and then I'll flip right back to you.
Thanks, Judge. This is my home church, my family's home church. We have several generations that have grown and celebrated and mourned at Kelsey Memorial. But proud of Kelsey because it is a church of giving. It's a church that's just really a couple of blocks away, maybe a 10-minute walk from here, the courthouse, probably less. And so a lot of people recognize it as the red brick church right there in the corner of Comanche and right on the frontage road of the new extension of the Harbor Bridge, or the new Harbor Bridge. And so we wanted just to do this just to recognize them, and knowing that we had to keep a short agenda on the second prior to the actual week of celebration, but still wanted to be able just to recognize the efforts of the church, and just a celebration of a community of faith, of believing, of giving. That's an important part of really the history of Nueces County. And we had a wonderful celebration in a cemetery, and some people would think that is unusual, but it was to celebrate Reverend Hernandez in his early days of ministry here in Corpus Christi, and to recognize where our heritage came from, where it's based of, and really just a guidance for directing us to the future of service and ministry to those in need, to be the hands and feet of Christ. So just wanted just to recognize this and kind of take a point of personal privilege to do this, but also to ask any of our partner faith organizations in the community. We'd love to celebrate. We've done this with other congregations as well, to celebrate milestones, and so definitely 150 years is something to be celebrated. I was celebrating a baptism at First Baptist just a couple of weeks ago and found out they haven't even hit 150, and that's a huge, big old church on Ocean Drive. So there's something to be said that a congregation can continue their service and giving to the community, and so this is just my chance to make that happen. So thank you, Judge.
Thank you. And I just want to also express appreciation for the dual language. Being able to spread the word in English is beautiful, but it's also beautiful to spread it in Spanish. And Kelsey has that heritage and that history. And there are many, many people in our community, 25%, that are Spanish speaking. And I didn't know that until very recently. That's a very large number. So to be able to offer that, continue in that tradition that was first founded is very beautiful. Are there any other discussion? If not, I'll look to recognize anybody. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. You all are invited to either go down below. You'll forgive my, I'll be seated most of the day due to a, as they say, technical difficulty with my right foot. I'm on crutches today. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. Pastor, I want you to know when we don't have a pastor here to pray with us, Commissioner Amatis does a beautiful job. So just want to thank you for the tutelage because he always gives us a beautiful way to start our morning. While everybody is taking their seat, I did hear from the district attorney this morning, and so he's in between getting to his courtroom. And so I'm going to open up public comment so that he can get back to the courtroom. Please welcome Mark Gonzalez for public comment on item, it says E2.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. That's right, we're picking well, we're in punishment phase of a jury trial with 214th, and I need to get back up there. But I saw number 2 on the agenda, discussing the funding and the start date for the deputy medical examiner. I just want to here to place a public comment. First off, thanking the commissioners and the judge for the direction that the medical examiner's office has been going, and I hope it continues to go in such a way that ultimately allows us to do our job better. But the one main concern that we need to do is get that accreditation as soon as possible. The longer that goes without that status, it can only impact our cases adversely. Unfortunately, in the holiday season, a lot of people are happy and celebrating, but there are many that are not. And sometimes crime increases, domestic violence increases, and ultimately murders. And I hope that that's not the case this year. But if that is the case, I hope that the citizens would know that we have an accredited medical examiner's office that can handle that and aid us in prosecuting these cases and getting justice for these victims of this case. So if you guys have an opportunity to make that happen sooner than later, I would hope that you would do so, because that would only help us to do our jobs better. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you so much.
Happy Thanksgiving.
So moving right back into item H2, it's a recognition of Veterans Day. November 11th was the official day. We were not in court that week, but here to read the resolution is Belinda, and then, of course, we'd like to present it to JJ de la Cerda, Veteran Service Officer.
Whereas Armistice Day was proclaimed by President Woodrow Wilson on November 11, 1919, the one-year anniversary of the signing at the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month of 1918 of the armistice that brought an end to what was then hoped would be the war to end all wars. And whereas the congressional resolution signed by President Wilson stated that Armistice Day should be commemorated with thanksgiving, prayer, and exercises designed to perpetuate peace through goodwill and mutual understanding between nations. And whereas, notwithstanding President Wilson's efforts to ensure a lasting peace, many brave souls perished in the Second World War and in the Korean War, thereby causing Armistice Day to be renamed as Veterans Day in 1954, in honor of all of those who have fallen in the defense of our nation and her people. And whereas we as Americans enjoy freedoms and liberty today because of the brave service of all of our veterans who fought valiantly on the seas, in the air, and on foreign shores to ensure that freedom. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby recognize November 11th, 2022 as Veterans Day in Nueces County, and hereby recognizes those that defended this great land of ours and protected our freedom, and further urges all citizens of Nueces County to join the court in honoring all veterans.
So moved.
Thank you. I've got a motion and a second. And JJ, we've got so many good things. I just thought maybe you would make a comment about all of the capital improvements that are being, anything you want to say, but particularly at the Veteran Cemetery. We've been getting great news all week.
Yes, ma'am. First and foremost, on behalf of all the veterans in Nueces County, we want to thank the court for always supporting and acknowledging veterans. It's appreciated, and we recognize it and respect it, so we thank you very much. As far as the Veterans Cemetery, we do have big news. We did get as I mentioned before in court, we did get a $5 million grant to expand the cemetery. We had a meeting this past Monday with the Veterans Land Board and the VA, and so we have a plan now to move forward. We will be erecting 3,094 new grave sites, presets they're called, where we place, it's an in-ground casket burial, and 1,394 in-ground cremation plots, and another 1,500 columbarium spaces. So we have a plan in place. We're moving forward. We're currently expanding the in-ground cremation area that's right next to the columbarium area, and that should be done in a few months. In a couple of weeks here, you will see the new gate and fence line completely redone over at the Veterans Cemetery. That was over $200,000 in improvement there. But we have a lot moving forward, a lot planned for the cemetery, so we thank our partners with the Veterans Land Board. Just great progress throughout the cemetery. We are in preparation of a VA inspection that's upcoming in May of next year, so we're pushing forward to get everything done that we need to. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners.
Thank you. All those, any discussion for JJ? Okay, seeing no one to recognize, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Thank you. And now, you might have noticed a beautiful sea of purple. In recognition of the month of November as Alzheimer's Awareness Month, we have Bettina Garza here with us from the Alzheimer's Association, but first, I direct your attention to Belinda, who will be reading a recognition.
Whereas Alzheimer's disease, a progressive neurodegenerative brain disorder, tragically robs individuals of their memories and leads to progressive mental and physical impairments, and there are no known treatments to prevent, cure, or even delay the onset or slow the progression of Alzheimer's disease. And an estimated 6.5 million Americans are living with Alzheimer's, including 400,000 in Texas. Whereas Alzheimer's disease is the 6th leading cause of death in the United States and the 5th leading cause among the elderly. And according to the Alzheimer's Association's Facts and Figures report, the direct costs of caring for those with Alzheimer's to American society is valued at $305 billion, and more than 16 million caregivers provide 18.6 billion hours of unpaid care to those Alzheimer's or other dementia. And in Texas, over 1.4 million family members and friends cared for people with Alzheimer's and other dementia, providing 1.65 billion hours of unpaid care, with the annual value of this caregiving totaling $21.6 billion. And whereas, in recognition of the individuals, families, friends, and caregivers dealing with Alzheimer's disease and the researchers who are seeking a cause or cure, and whereas the county recognizes the efforts of the Alzheimer's Association to raise funds and promote awareness to fight Alzheimer's and other dementia, thereby improving the quality of human life for those living with Alzheimer's disease and their caregivers. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County hereby recognizes November 2022 as National Alzheimer's Disease Awareness Month in Nueces County. And I believe Ms. Pat Eldridge is here on behalf of the
Yes.
Alzheimer's Association.
Okay.
Motion for passage.
Second.
There's a motion for passage of the recognition and a second by Commissioner Gonzalez. And Pat, welcome.
Thank you very much for having me, and appreciate Mr. Chesney wearing purple today. He must have gotten the memo. So anyway, I am co-chair for this year's fundraiser for the Alzheimer's Association, and we appreciate you giving your time to hear some facts and figures about this deadly disease. Each of you have a flower in their place. The colors are represented by purple, and that is you have lost someone to the disease. Orange, in that you support the cause. Yellow, in that you are a caregiver of someone with this disease. And blue, if you are suffering or have had a diagnosis of this disease. Our fundraising goes on through the month of December. And so I would like to introduce Kathleen Clark. She is with Edward Jones, the largest fundraiser for this cause in the United States, I believe.
Thank you, Pat. It's been a pleasure partnering with you and the rest of the committee over the last several years. My name is Kathleen Clark. I'm a CFP financial advisor with Edward Jones. And at Edward Jones, our purpose is to partner for positive impact, to improve the lives of our clients and our colleagues, and together better our communities and society. We have, over the last 6 years, we have pledged to support. We've raised $30 million so far. We have a 10-year support pledge to raise $50 million. That makes us the largest national presenting sponsor, a historic fundraiser for this terrible disease. 1 in 3 seniors dies with Alzheimer's or some other dementia. Between 2000 and 2019, deaths from heart disease decreased by 7.3%, while deaths from Alzheimer's increased 145%. In 2020, COVID-19 contributed to a 17% increase in Alzheimer's and dementia deaths. According to a recent Edward Jones survey, Alzheimer's disease is the most feared health condition of later life by U.S. retirees, more than cancer, more than heart attack, more than COVID, and more than stroke. Supporting the Alzheimer's Association aligns with our purpose. Since we first signed on in 2016, more than 85,000 of my colleagues, clients, friends, and families have participated in the Walk to End Alzheimer's through the Alzheimer's Association. Together, we have raised more than $30 million. Our pledge is for $50 million. By rallying our branch teams, our clients, and our communities to join in the local Walk to End Alzheimer's, we're able to channel our combined resources towards providing full mission support for the Alzheimer's Association, enhancing local care and support programs, providing educational materials, advancing critical care research. Through the Alzheimer's Association, your donations, 78% goes to support local programs and research projects, including $4 million here in South Texas. We have a local chapter here in Corpus Christi. You don't have to go through this alone. Reach out. Reach out. Go to alz.org, and the resources are available. Thank you to the court for this day today, this recognition. We truly appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you so much, Pat. And of course, to all of your folks that are here, I don't know, you all have different roles that you play within the organization, but we certainly appreciate you wearing Together We Can End Alzheimer's t-shirts. And for anybody that has, a loved one in this scenario, you know just how painful it can be for the caregivers. So I'm glad that you emphasized that these programs are not only for the individual that is facing the disease, but for the people that are caregiving. And I like your shirt the best because it says "Walk from Memory." Can you imagine your memories not being there for you? I can, because I've witnessed that, and it steals a part of your soul. And so to be able to find a way through is what you all do every day. So we're so grateful to be here in force, and anything we could do here in the courthouse throughout the month would be, fantastic. So I think there is a motion and a second. Are there any other comments? Anyone want to be recognized? No? Okay. Well, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you. The recognition, the resolution passes. Would you all like to come forward with a photo and be able to create some good public awareness on social media? As they say, the right kind of social awareness. And I think I can anchor myself so I can stand. Yeah. I'll just hold on. Hi, Aaron. Thanks for being here. Should have recognized you. Commissioner Modis has a version of purple on too.
You got your camera over there?
Okay, and now smile for the cameras.
Everyone say cheese. Your eyes open, honey.
One more phone.
Okay, one more.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Grateful. Oh, this is, John, this is the recognition. I believe it's been signed and attested. If you would give that to Pat.
Your frog is doing good.
Okay. All right. And so now we will turn to item I, very special certificate of recognition. This is in recognition of someone who has given over 3 decades of service to Nueces County. He is none other than David Falcon Silvas, and he works for the Public Works Department, and he has given 32 years of service. And Mr. Silvas, I know you're here today to be recognized. Allow me, sir, to recognize you in several ways. The first is to read the certificate. We hereby express our sincere appreciation to David Falcon Silvas, grateful recognition of your 32 years of service with Nueces County, signed September 16th, 2022, and it's signed by all of us here at the Nueces County Commissioners Court. And of course, it is but a piece of paper, but we also, with gratitude, have the honor of presenting you with a beautiful, and I'm going to open it up, Nueces County gold watch that we would like to give you here today. And as I said, it is a piece of paper, but contained inside those words is truly the gratitude of so many people, so many different administrations that you've worked for, so many different bosses, as they say, along the way. But through it all, you have been a good and faithful employee. And for that, sir, we owe you a great debt of gratitude. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Well, it's an honor to have had you. And if you would come forward, we have the ability here to pass on this beautiful watch and the certificate. Would you also like to recognize, is it your wife that's with you? Mrs. Silvas, we would like to honor you as well. No, nobody does this kind of work for as long as they do without the loving support of those that care for them at home. And I really do believe that there's so many times, I'm certain, that you had to give more than you realized. And thanks to her, you were able to do so gladly with a joyful heart. So thank you. Please let us acknowledge you with a round of applause. Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
The watch is beautiful. Thank you. Again, congratulations. Hard earned. And we're wishing you the best. You're too young. You got lots more of a second life. I bet your wife has a lot of ideas for you. Thank you. Enjoy. So as everyone takes their seat, we'll pivot to Louis Ray, who will come in under J1 and give us a little bit of an overview of our general information report, which really just handles all things emergency management.
So good morning, Corey. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
So I'm going to start off with the weather update for this week. So the highs will be around 59 degrees. Our lows will be around 40 degrees. As you can tell from everyone wearing sweaters and coats, that we're coming into the fall season. So good and bad thing. Our heat index, we don't have a current heat index right now, so we don't know what the wind chill is going to be like for this week as well. So I'm still doing some research on that. The KBDI that's for fire management is the minimum is 86, max is 356, and our average is 239. We are still under stage 1 water restrictions, and there's no tropical storm in our area. Some things that we have going on through emergency management. So the emergency management, Nueces County Emergency Management Team, along with the COG, along with Annabelle Fire, will be hosting a H301, that's the hazmat technician training, starting on 28 November through 3 December at the Annabelle Fire Station number 2. There will be ICS 300 and ICS 400 training that's going to be hosted by the Port of Corpus Christi. And then there's going to be a wide area search, which is going to be hosted by the COG as well as TDM. And that will happen on 18 through 20 January. We're also going to be having a evacuee tracing network training. That's the ETN training that we use when we do an evacuation, how we track families. That training is going to happen on the 12th of December. We're going to morph that into a tabletop as well as a functional exercise for us in Robstown. The location still be determined. And that's going to happen again on the 12th and 13th of December. Some things to highlight, so the flu cases for this season, we are at 1,199 flu cases for this season. And last year, this time, it was around 239, so keep that in mind. Judge Court, that ends the briefing that I have for the emergency management at this time.
Okay. And Louis, only because we just got an update yesterday, would you just advise the court, just for awareness, that the ERAP program is, as they say, alive and well?
It is.
We have individuals who are assisting people in our community, and just give a little bit of a very brief situational report in case they get calls.
Okay, Judge. So we have people who are working the ERAP system right now. The better components of that is with our social services team. Rebecca Rock is the point of contact for those people. If you have already put information into an ERAP system, we'll be working through that to make sure that they get service as best as possible. I don't have the hard numbers of how many households that we still have remaining. I can get those numbers and bring them back down.
Yeah, I think that would be great. I appreciate that. Are there any questions for Louis at this time on any of the programs? I am going to ask you to do kind of an end-of-year report just on what I call disaster recovery. That way everyone knows like where we are on winter storm, where we are in COVID-19. I think I could give you a little heads up, and the court, in December, that would be fantastic.
I will do that, Judge.
Yeah.
And we had started thinking about trying to do a end-of-year report for emergency management in September because it's something that we wanted to highlight as well.
Right. Excellent. Okay. Thank you so much. The work is ongoing. Thank you. All right. We're going to move to, if there are no questions, okay. Seeing that there's no comments or questions regarding that item, we'll move to accept the following minutes. It's K1. There are 4, October 12th, October 19th, October 31st, and November 2nd. And I wouldn't mind taking them individually, or I wouldn't mind a motion that was cumulative. Is there a
So moved.
Second.
a motion for which one?
All of them.
For the cumulative
Yes,
is his motion for October 12th, 19th, 31st, and 2nd. And I heard a second from Hernandez. Are there any questions at all regarding these minutes? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. Okay, then I-1, Nueces County Emergency Service District Number 1. That is, I'm sorry, I said I because it looks like it, but it's an L. It's an L. So L1 in your notebook. And if you'll turn to that.
Judge, I would make a motion to table that based on the policy of the Commissioners Court to not make board appointments at this point.
Second.
And there's a motion and a second. And the only thing I would say is just an announcement so that that person knows. There's an awareness that there will be a hold. Is it a vacancy or a holdover in this case, I
believe it's a vacancy.
It's a vacancy.
Okay, so is there somebody
And
that's willing, in other words, is it vacancy because they've left completely, or can they stay on as a holdover until, in other words, are they just moving on?
there's no one in the spot.
Yes.
Nobody at all in the spot?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's what the background said.
Has
So
been.
it would be a motion for January 4th, too.
Okay, so we'll just, yes. Someone's online?
Tara had her hand up, but it seems to be down now.
Okay.
Sorry, it's Tara. That board member had passed away.
passed away. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that people knew on the record that what had happened. And so just for everybody's awareness, even though there's a vacancy, there are 4 other members. So the board can function, albeit there might be a tie on certain things, but it can function because there are other members of that board. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. And Tara, I think it's probably a good idea for communication if you and Ide would let the applicants know today that nothing was decided, because it will be decided upon in the January meeting. Okay? All right. And then, let me do this. Let me grab, I lost my pen. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the consent agenda. And I have a few that need to be dealt with separately. So I'll take J out and W. Is there anything else?
L.
L and O.
And
Anything else?
K,
K,
hold on, R.
R.
Yeah, I need to table those. I need to
Well,
table.
hang on one second.
Yes.
Just hang on,
That's
if you don't mind, because we're K and R. Who else?
S.
S.
U.
Q is in Queen.
No, U is an uncle.
All right.
And you've already pulled W, so that's, I think, all I have, Judge.
All right. Okay, let's take them in order. First, let me get I'm asking now for the court to consider a motion to approve all remaining items.
So moved, Judge.
And I'll second. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, item number J, it says authorize an agreement pertaining to Westlaw with Thomson Reuters relating to online legal research for use of judges. My request is one that comes from the Board of Judges, which is they have to approve. So I would like to add that the language that we approve this item subject to the Board of Judges approval, and then, of course, it can go on straight from there. And I think we have a meeting this week
And Judge, I didn't have any.
or next week.
I didn't have any backup on this item, so I don't know. I mean, it looks fine, but I don't have any backup in the agenda, so I don't know what this.
Ide, can you answer that for him?
Yes, you just have the description, like how much it's going to be for each department, Commissioner, on the background.
Okay, so there's no contract yet, is what you're saying?
That's
We're not
correct.
reviewing, we're just approving.
With approving, yeah,
okay.
that's
Right,
I'm
and then the
sorry.
Board of
The-
Judges will make their determination. I'm sure it'll come back here.
That's correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
thing on this one
Okay.
here.
22nd, Your Honor.
It's coming out of general.
22nd.
Yeah.
General account, general funds,
Yeah, that's correct. Because all the departments are in the general fund. That's why.
but their monies are part of that general fund?
The budget, that's correct.
And this is something we do every year.
That's
I know,
correct.
but it's going up quite a bit. And I think we're short right now in that budget.
But it's going to be between the budget, so it's not going to be any fiscal impact.
Okay, and we can always bring it back after our meeting on the 22nd. Okay, we have a meeting on the 22nd. Okay, so again, I'd like a motion to authorize this agreement, but again, subject to
So moved.
the Board of Judges approval. Thank you. I think I heard it here. Motion and a second, and any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, now, Michael is here to answer questions on item K and also item L, and let's start with those. It's an approved method of procurement. That means a request for competitive bids for school land lease, and authorize the purchasing agent to publish a notice. Michael,
Can I add some background, because maybe there's a little confusion about what this is?
Sure.
Please.
So this is a bid that's, we do regularly. Currently, Priestley Farms has the lease for hunting and grazing purposes only. That lease is expiring in February the 28th, and so it's time to rebid so that we can make sure we have a continuity of care and management of that property. I toured that property when I first got into the purchasing agent office with Jason Ott, and he took me on the whole 2-hour tour of that whole land. So anyway, he had commented at that time that Priestley had been doing a really good job of maintaining the property, and that had improved while it was under their care. And so anyway, we're just at the end of this cycle, and I need to rebid for the next round. And so that's all we're asking here. And this is going to be a request for competitive bids. There will be a low bid situation, IFB.
Okay.
So moved, Judge.
All right, a motion and a second. I'll make the second. And any other discussion for Michael on item K? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Judge, there were two, I'm sorry, FF and GG that I needed to pull. I apologize. Those, I think, need to be
Okay.
tabled by the county
Give me,
manager.
give me a second, and I will do that in just a little bit. I'm marking them now,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
just
Thank
give me a second. And we're going to continue with Michael on item number L, which is,
So, Judge, on item L, I've asked IDA to table this item.
okay,
It's not properly written, and it needs to have an order attached, which it does not have.
Right.
And so,
I inquired about it yesterday,
Yeah.
too. But do you mind, just for the awareness, because it'll help everybody when it comes back, will you share with everybody, this would be for the next, what we have to, I hate to say it, but the next crisis.
So my understanding from Louis Ray is that this is that service that it's a pre-position contract. The county does not use the services unless there's a disaster event and unless the emergency management office determines that they need that service.
Right.
I believe they also work in conjunction with grants
Right.
on this
Right.
service. So that's a decision. It's up to the court as to
Right.
what they want to do with that.
I'll just,
But the current contract with Haggerty is the current provider. Their contract is expiring at the end of February, I think around February 23rd.
right,
And so Louis was inquiring on this because of the timing. We only have a few months.
Right.
If we want to have continuity, and it opens up to anyone that wants to compete for that service.
right. So I want to just continue to
the
expand
court
upon it for the commissioners. So again, let's just say tomorrow, tragically, there would be another wildfire, okay? And there would be a disaster declaration issued by the governor, God bless you, and then also issued by the county. That is not covered.
I thought it'd be
Post.
enforced until February.
So let me back up again. You can ask a question here just of Michael. If there were to be another disaster, no matter what that disaster is, under the emergency rules, you could bring in anybody you needed to bring in. However, the best way to do it is to pre-position for a disaster recovery management group for your next crisis. So we have, under the current contract, those services being handled for winter storm and for COVID-19. Those are the two disasters that are still receiving services. Think of it as past crisis. The current, this one would be for whatever, sadly, would come our way next. And it's better to pre-position it so that you know all of the paperwork is done in advance. It's always terrible during a crisis to hire somebody when you're in the middle of a crisis because the paperwork comes later.
Yeah, it's basically kind of a safety net for the county. If we need the services, we can employ them. If we don't need the services, then we
Right.
don't have to turn them on. They get turned on, I believe, by a work authorization. It gets issued
Correct.
and approved by the emergency manager for the county.
Right.
Okay, I'll second the table.
And this would be to, again, for any future crisis.
And this is just for the procurement, not awarding anything.
Correct.
So it would then take a period of time for it to go out and
Yes.
come back. And so
Yes.
I would, whatever to December 7th or 14th,
Yeah.
whatever you need.
What do you need, Michael? Can you bring it back on the 7th? Because,
I could bring it back whenever the court likes.
yeah, I would say bring it back. It's going to take
Uh,
you
it's-
60 days
but
to
I-
get
but
this
I-
done.
But I would say, when I say whenever the court likes, I also say that we might have a window of time where we don't have services. If the county needs those services, we would have to fall back on
An emergency
the way we did
contract.
an emergency contract, which, is not the proper way. It doesn't help us get reimbursed. This contract, when we put it out, it's going to have the 2 CFR 200 requirements. I worked it out with the county attorney's office. We've rewritten how we do all of our bids to include those when it's going to be possibly affected by federal funding. And
Judge,
so if we
Motion table for the
So
7th.
60
I think.
days?
We can bring it back because it's going to then take 60 days after.
days.
That's
it's
correct.
out.
Yeah,
So
there's a process
There's
there,
a big
and the court's
process.
going to have a
Motion to
couple
table
more
till December
opportunities
7th,
to see
please.
what's
All
going
right,
on with
that's,
it.
that's great. And that way Michael can get the proper order and do all of that. I just wanted to make sure everyone understood it's sort of a different, there's a mechanism to continue working COVID. Winter storm is, when Louis also comes on the 7th, he'll give you a synopsis, but winter storm is done. It's really just COVID-19 that's being worked on for services on previous crises. And there is a mechanism to continue those services. This would be for, God forbid, whatever happens next.
Right.
Okay? All right, thank you so much. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And again, it'll be for the 7th, Kara.
Okay,
And then item number O, stick around, because I think a few more of these are yours.
was it,
Authorize execution of amendment number 1.
I think O wasn't pulled, was it R?
I don't think it was pulled.
O was okay,
Oh, you
Judge.
pulled O?
Oh,
I
pulled
think Commissioner Gonzalez pulled O.
I didn't
Okay,
catch that.
according to back up, Michael, this, it went from $500 to $540?
Yes, sir. So according to Public Works and according to the contract allows the county to go against the CPI increase, and we can raise the rent that we charge for that shoreline to rent the cafe space to provide those services. And so we reviewed that with Public Works. They made the recommendation to ask for that increase. We calculated the increase, and based on the CPI, that's going to move it from $500 to $540 per month. And this would also, we're at the end of the first 3 years of that contract, and we have 2 additional one-year terms, and this is just a one-year renewal of
And
the
right
cafe
now,
services.
they're not delinquent or behind payments or anything?
I would defer to Public Works. They're the contract administrator on that. And Public Works is the one that, as I wrote on here, that they recommend approval of
Okay, I
this.
just want to make sure they're not giving somebody an
Yeah,
extension.
I didn't receive any negative commentary from Public Works on this, so I believe we're good to go.
All right.
Okay, there's a motion by Commissioner Gonzalez. I'll second. And any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we're going to move to letter R. Michael, stay still. It's a buy-board contract, 59719 with Cooper Equipment for a 3,500-gallon, and I think the proper way to say it is it entire water sprinkler?
Etnire, I believe. But
Judge, I
Okay.
was informed
Oh,
that this
sorry, Etnire. I said entire, Etnire.
My understanding
who
was
pulled
this
it?
might need to be tabled by the county attorney or somebody?
That's correct.
Okay, so you want to
Yes,
review it?
Yes, please. The buy board contracts help us tremendously with the purchasing aspect, but there's still a large contract that needs to be reviewed.
So
Okay.
December 14th, December 7th, can you get back on the 7th?
December 14th, or?
The 14th is more likely, given all of the items that we are looking at.
Well, is this
Is it-
urgent, or you want to wait till January? I mean, what are you talking about?
Is this not something we could maybe talk in executive session to get clarified? Because this is a routine purchase that Public Works makes for their equipment.
Why do we need an executive session?
Okay.
I mean, what do we need executive session? I mean, if there's
Well,
something,
Well, let's
I'm
talk.
happy to do that.
she just hasn't reviewed the contract, is what she's saying. So
Okay.
she didn't, right? I mean, you don't have you have
Is it
review.
this,
I mean,
Correct.
she's not ready to sign off on it from a legal perspective.
Yeah, the buy board,
That's what I was going to Commissioners, Judge Commissioners, good morning. In regards to the equipment, I know on the water tank, we are in need of the water tank, and also on the crack sealer. This is a time where we start doing some crack sealing within our roads during the cooler months. So this will be, hopefully we can put it on with approval on the next Commissioners Court agenda.
or why don't we just approve subject to the review of the, to be honest with you, I mean,
The attorney.
it's fine. I mean, I think what the policy is that we're making the policy decision to procure, and then we're also making a policy decision to make sure that the contract's in good working order. But I think today we can literally say we want to buy it, and then you can make the decision to work the contract when it's
Let's go.
when it's done.
Contingent.
Second, with the, subject to the county attorney's approval.
And also, just remind us, because we always do this, this product comes from which funding source?
It comes from our Public
We
Works
call
fund.
it the Public Works GF Fund.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, just to put that on the record. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. That should help you on the speed of getting what you need.
Yes, thank you, Judge Commissioners.
And then, Michael, stay still. We've got item S that was pulled.
That's going to
Pulled.
be the same story.
Right, it's the crack sealer equipment. It's from Crafco, and it's approve the contract 080521. These are all like buy board type purchases, correct?
Yeah, these are cooperative contracts. They meet the Purchasing Act for competitive bidding requirements. So from the purchasing standpoint,
Right.
it's a valid contract for Juan to utilize for this purchase. And then, like I said, if the court would approve it, subject to review and approval of the county
Yeah,
attorney,
that's fine.
that's what we would recommend.
I'll move to do that, or actually Commissioner Gonzalez beat me to the punch there. I will second it.
And again, it's going to come from Department 0120 Road and
Right.
Bridge Budget
And
and
again,
Capital Funds.
yeah.
I can second it, Judge.
All right, it doesn't matter. All those, anybody their information? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Michael, one more. There's a Gulf Coast Paper Company. This is janitorial supplies, and it's a buy board contract. And all these buy board contracts have state of Texas contract language. And the one thing I would ask you, Jenny, is that it's got to be tough to change these contracts because they're already approved by a competitive process of the state of Texas. Have you had some success doing that?
What we've had is problems before when we didn't review the things, and there's been detriment to the county. So what we are doing is attempting at every time there's a contract to actually dig and find all the terms so that we can represent to the court
What
that all
those
the
terms
are
Yeah.
sufficient.
And
Yeah.
in fairness to Jenny's office, I have inundated her staff with about 25 contracts to review in the last few weeks. So,
Right, right.
There's a lot of work going on,
Yeah.
and I know
I just
it's a
know
heavy
that,
lift.
I appreciate it, Michael, that you recognize that it's a heavy lift. I just know that the state of Texas, you know, they're just not going to change these contracts very easily. That, in fact, I've never seen one changed. But I hear you about the terms, and that if you at least need to say to yourself or say to the court, hey, guess what? That's a great deal for you to do it quickly, but you need to recognize if you don't like the product, here are their warranties, right? And so I think it's less about changing the contract as much as about awareness and knowledge about the terms of the contract. So we'll just see this back, but at least we know we can go forward. If you think there's something, you know, catastrophic, but
Yeah,
it's hard to
and-
do business, you know, without doing buy board type contracts on equipment.
Yeah, and I would say that I've had discussions with Jenny, and I don't believe we have any issues with cooperative contracts in general. But when we have a vendor that wants to add additional term language in their quotes that they give to us.
Yeah, that's different.
That's the area really where Jenny needs an opportunity to go through those items to make sure we're properly protected.
Understood. Very good. Good call on that. Okay, so let's do this one as a, again, the same language, Kara. I'll make the motion to approve buy board contract 64921 with Gulf Coast Paper,
Second.
and second. And I would also say in discussion that Gulf Coast Paper has been providing these supplies for years and years and years. They're just
Yeah, they
a
were already
go-to.
providing those supplies before I got here
Right.
in 2008.
So,
the
and you
jail-
can weigh that in. I'm just saying, I hate for you to, I know there's going to be some more than others that really need your attention. On something like this, we've seen this continuum of work where we've never had an issue.
And
You could be more,
I did want to take an opportunity to highlight this as a success story for a local vendor. Gulf Coast Paper had been a vendor of the counties for quite some time.
Uh-huh.
The volume of this purchase exceeds $50,000 a year, and so they need to be bid out. Well, I reached out to them and asked them to participate on the buy board. They signed up onto the buy board. When the buy board put out a contract for this work, they participated in that by submitting a proposal. They just recently won an award from the buy board for these services. And this is also happening for some of our other local vendors as well. So if the commissioners have any vendors that you're aware of in your area that might be interested in participating on buy board contracts, please direct them to my office. I'll be happy to put them in touch with those folks so they can participate. And that way we can bring more money back and keep it here in the county. So,
okay.
thank you.
All right.
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
Is it contingent upon?
it is.
Okay.
A
And,
review by the county attorney.
and then S was the same?
Say that
Was
again?
S the same? Did it have the?
It
Was
is
both?
the same.
Okay.
Same, exactly. So all those in favor of the motion to approve that 64921 with Gulf Coast Paper signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Post same sign. Again, with those contingencies. And if you see it, what we should do probably is give yourself, you know, just for the interest of Public Works and all these folks, try to do it within a 30-day period so that
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay.
But as mentioned, there have been, we have been inundated with contracts at the end of the year, so we
Yeah.
will move that up in priority, but then
Yeah.
the court would have to understand that other contracts would move down in priority.
Right. Okay. Item W, approve the application procedure for the following boards. I pulled this item to honor the comments that Mike Culbertson brought forth as the CCR-ADC director, and would ask that the court consider allowing the previous consideration of the policy that states that a commissioner or a county judge cannot serve on a board where bylaws that's not statutorily required, which is the CCR-ADC. I made mention of this when the policy was passed. Now we're hearing from the person that actually runs the organization. And given that it's not myself that would be serving, I would ask these commissioners to do the right thing by Nueces County and reconsider and allow the county judge-elect, soon-to-be County Judge Scott, in January to please serve on this board. It's not only the right thing to do, it's the most business savvy thing to do. And a county judge has a huge role in economic development, huge role in understanding the non-disclosure agreements that are signed. Technically, whoever you have on there could not even tell the county judge anything that's going on, which makes no sense. The policy made no sense other than to, it made no sense. And I'll leave it at that, and I would ask that there be reconsideration. I would ask that there be a motion to approve items 1 through 11, as the application procedures have not changed. But on item number 12, I would ask that, simply that you allow the county judge to be the county judge. It's a good thing to have your county judge from San Patricio sit there with the county judge from Nueces and be able to embark in regional economic development.
Well, I would think, Judge, that it would be the county judge, but or a designee from, as recommended by the county judge, to be there when the judge cannot be there. And there's some things that not even the judge can sign off on until it comes back to court. So, but I don't have a problem with the county judge being the designee, but the judge might want to also have a designee in her place to go to those meetings instead of the county judge. And I don't want to make it sound like you got to go because you're the judge and you're a part of that. There, I think it's something that the judge needs to decide herself where she wants to go.
Yeah,
Where she
I
wants
think Mike's going to talk about it. So we don't have designees. You're basically, you take attendance, and only the individual can be present. But it's not about signing anything.
But if we put it here in writing, in us, and saying on number 12, you're not going to, I'm really kind of offended by saying you can't have nobody else but the judge.
Before Mike speaks to.
Hold on one second. Remember how we're going to do it here. Would you like to be recognized?
Yeah, I had my hand up. I was trying
Okay.
to.
Well, I was letting Commissioner Gonzalez finish. So Commissioner Chesney, let me recognize you to address
Thank you. I was going to
the motion that I've made.
pull this for a different reason. First of all, Mike, all due respect, you're incorrect. The county judge hasn't always been on there. I served on there for 2 or 3 years. Carolyn Vaughn served on there as a member of this commission for a couple of years. So it's not always been the county judge, respectfully. It's been whoever the court has deemed that we're going to do it. In fact, Commissioner Pusley served on there. So respectfully, your statement was incorrect. It wasn't always the county judge. I was going to pull it because it's inappropriate to open this one up right now because we currently have a policy related to this. If the court at a later date wants to review and re-review the policy, then we should re-review the policy. That's okay. But what we decided in that policy was that it would be the county manager and or the county manager's designee. So that was the policy that we passed sometime back. I still think that's a good policy, but that's not for today. I agree with pulling this, but for different reasons. But because we don't have to open up the application process for this because we've already said who is going to serve until we change that, if we change it at a later date, and that would be the county manager. So we don't even have to have this on the agenda. So I was going to pull it for a different reason, Judge, but I do agree with pulling it, and then we can have the discussion later. But with all due respect to Mike, there's been plenty of county commissioners and judges who served on that.
Just as a matter of, I don't remember it, I think the policy said that no commissioner or
It does.
county judge can serve. So
Right.
you're right that it would have to be a policy change, but by pulling it, we could honor that. And also, I would suggest to you that Judge Neal was ill during those periods of time, and that is why
That's not correct.
there was.
That's not correct. I'm sorry. I went to him and asked him to do it because he was not wanting to go.
I know
at the
you want to
time.
be recognized.
Well, because it's not correct. There was a dispute between
We'll
the
recognize
EDC
Commissioner
and the county
Chesney.
judge at that time. He was uncomfortable going. He wasn't going, so I went and asked him if I could serve in his place, and that's why I did it. But he was not ill when I went to him and asked him those questions. That was
Okay.
Not, that was not the reason.
At any rate, I think that there is a will to not do it at this time, which means I'll stay, obviously, through December 31st. And the reason I thought it was so important is because we're in the process of hiring a new executive director, and there's a selection committee, and it makes things very complicated to not know who that person is in order to make that decision. You're really not letting Nueces County have a voice in your new EDC without a person to serve. So it would have been great to have had the county judge, Judge-elect Scott, knowing that she could serve so that she could weigh in like the other county judge and the other mayors are weighing in on the EDC director. Having said that, we've, expressed our opinions, and I think we'll move on. We'll just, for different reasons, we're pulling there's a motion that I made. I'll re-amend it just to say that the Nueces County representative to the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation, that be pulled until
Second.
Until what date?
January 4th.
January 4th. Okay, January 4th.
And then I would motion to pass 1 through 11, Judge, W1 through 11.
And forgive me, may I ask, let me ask Mike a quick question. Go back, Mike. So if we don't even open it up till January 4th, what happens to our seat? Is my expiration, will I stay as a holdover?
No, Judge.
Excuse me,
But that's-
I know
it's not
there's a
his-
problem here
It's not
with
his
this.
question. We've already had the
Excuse me,
policy.
excuse me, Commissioner
The
Chesney,
county
I'll
manager's
I'll
gonna take
recognize you right, I'll recognize you in just a moment.
Thanks.
Mike, is the expiration of my term, is what I'm just saying, is January 30, is January 1?
Our bylaws only say that it's the designee of Nueces County.
Right, but the term, so I am the
Right.
designee of Nueces
Right.
County right now. What is my term expiration?
There is no, it actually has, elected officials can serve until the expiration of their term.
Okay, so it would be December 31st
Yes, it
then?
would.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get to, is that by doing this, you're leaving Nueces County with no vote and no voice. We can take this up again in December, but I just feel like it's a little bit difficult. Commissioner Chesney, would you like to
Yes,
have a
ma'am.
comment?
The policy contemplated that, Judge. You were to finish your term through the end of December. We had that discussion, and it was contemplated that the county's designee, starting January 1, would be the county manager. That is, so we are not leaving anyone with a voice. We had that discussion within the policy discussion. The policy was very clear. You'll remember, you asked, were you trying to kick me off? And I said, no, you can finish your term through the end of the year, and then the new term would start with the county manager. That's the discussion that was had in here. That was the policy. So starting January 1, Ms. Hernandez would be our designee per our policy and per what was decided in this court by a vote previously in this court. So there is no void whatsoever. And if then the court wants to put it back on, in fact, I was just going to table this indefinitely to see if it even needed to come back on, because if the court wants to put it back on for discussion to revisit that, then we can. But we have contemplated everything you just said, and Ms. Hernandez will be our designee until further notice.
I
I don't remember that.
I don't
I'd like
sure
to know,
remember that.
When we voted on that particularly, I have a concern. There's ex officio members, and that's your city manager, that's your staff typically. You do not have elected serving as an ex officio. That's why that position's created. If you look at the board of directors like I am right now, those are elected officials. You don't have the city manager, Peter Zanoni, serving as the city representative. Correct. According to your website, which I'm assuming is current, it's ex officio. Right. So I'm not saying I don't want Ida there. I think, in fact, having her there is very important. It should be added on. But I think it should be and has been always elected official. You look at City of Corpus Christi, Mayor Guajardo, Councilman Greg Smith. Then they have a couple of public appointments because they pay more into the system. San Patricio County Judge Krebs, City of Portland, Mayor Scuro, and Nueces County. So I don't know where that came from. And it must have been a long day, and you just got me at the right time where I said yes, yes, yes.
No, you voted against it.
Okay, well,
you
good.
Voted against
then, okay,
it.
so I had clarity. Good. So I just think that's a bad policy. You know, I just don't understand why we would put a staff member there to represent us. I think that is either if not the county judge. If she does not want it, then I think then it should be a commissioner. But to put staff, I'd hope that Mike, you and your board would welcome Ida to be an ex officio member, so we always have someone there representing the county's interests. But I do agree, this is a very important time right now to be going into a selection process. And for us to not have a vote on that board, I think is just leaving us out of a very important economic development decision. So. Look at the website ccradc.com, and you will see the board of directors there, and we'll be just keeping in order with the way the appointments are, the appointees. So I don't.
It'll come back on January 4th, John, and we can revisit it. That's the purpose of the table.
As long as we're not missing out on any votes, any selection process, I'm
Well,
fine with that.
we are going to miss out on the selection. I mean, we're already in the interview process. We can talk about that, Mike, and you can advise Ida, but again, it is not, we're trying to do all the good transitions. This one happens to be a little bumpier because we're in the middle of hiring, and I was hoping that I could just literally transfer all the knowledge that I have right to the new county judge, who will be working every single day in this realm, and it makes more sense. But again, we at least agree that we should pull it, and we'll stay on those selection committees until the very end of December.
Thank you.
Okay? All right. Okay, all those in favor. I didn't quite vote, Kara.
For the table for 12, correct?
Yeah.
Till January 4th?
Yeah, that's what they want.
Okay.
I thought we did
Okay.
that one, then I was making a second motion to.
Go ahead and vote. You just
We
said
haven't
you
voted yet. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay.
And now I would make a motion for 1 through 11 to pass, W1 through 11 to pass. Is that right?
That's correct.
That would be
And
my-
there's a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, the next one that I have was not recognized earlier, but out of courtesy, Commissioner Chesney, that you want there to be a discussion of FF and GG.
I've
Is it
got
a
those.
question, or does it need to be amended, because we've already approved these items?
I'm good, Judge. I withdraw my request.
I appreciate that. Okay, we'll move forward on regular agenda items 3A1. And 3A1. Okay.
Judge, I would make a
Discuss and consider public.
motion to table.
Okay, I need to be able to read
Go ahead.
just for the purposes of discuss and consider public application to close, discontinue, abandon a portion of West Riverview Drive, a designated road pursuant to Texas Transportation Code Section 251052. I'll remind the court that we actually tabled it for a particular day, which is today. And,
Just, excuse me, I'm asking to be tabled.
right, I'm saying that before I recognize you, I want to make sure that I think we have this correct, that we had already tabled this item to have preparation for today. In other words, they came, we gave them a response, and we said, please come back on November 16th, and they've made the trip, I would be happy to entertain a motion, but it seems that I quite frankly don't understand why we can't live up to our word. We gave them a timetable, and now you're changing it, and there, as Commissioner Mata said, without really discussion or background as to why we would want to table. I might agree with you to table if we had some basic facts or background.
Can I ask Jenny a question?
Sure. Commissioner Gonzalez has a question for you.
Are we ready, to proceed? Is the process being gone through? Do we know anything about the process? When I went back and read, there's a lot of stuff involved in doing this thing. And I don't think that we're even halfway there or even a third of the way there. This is why I support tabling it, because I think we need to start working and really looking at the process. We can't just come here and say we're going to give this away, or we're going to do this. This is something we're talking about, some property, some land, and I really think that there's got to be something about the process, and how many people are out there, who agrees to it, who don't agree to it, and I don't even think we're ready for that.
I'm not aware of right now what the posting that the applicants have made. We may have that, but I didn't, I'm not pushing it forward, and it is a business decision for the courts, but yes, there are some processes that are the responsibility of the applicant.
Well, could we discuss this in executive session? Because the truth is, I see that differently. The Texas Transportation Code actually outlines the process, and once somebody does make application pursuant to the code, section 251.052, it is the duty of the court to receive that petition and to act upon it or not act upon it. But they've done what they're supposed to do. We gave the court time, and if the court doesn't want to do it, that's fine. But the code is the process. The code provides the applicant with the exact ability to know what they're supposed to do, which is what they've done. And now they've brought it to us, and we need to make a decision. If we want to go over the code with the commissioners, we can do so now or later.
Excuse me, Judge.
Excuse me.
Judge, there was a motion to
Yes.
table and seconded.
Judge, it is in my precinct, and under the county engineer's advice, that he said we need to keep that area. And there's been two past commissioners that also were asked to give it up, and they said no, because we do need that. There is water flow through there.
Okay, so Jenny, I would ask that since there's a motion and a second to table, that you maybe take a harder look at what the applicant has brought forth. Again, I'm not suggesting that we can't talk about it at another date. I'm simply saying that if somebody does what they're supposed to do and we ignore that, they may have a cause of action that they could bring forth because we did not honor what the code allows us. If we don't want to do something, that's fine. That's a decision. But what's not good, in my mind, is to not follow the process that the code outlines, which is simply to make a decision. And sir, so I'm sorry that they've tabled it, and so I have to take a vote on that unless I can also ask some legal questions. So after the table, Jenny, or not? Can I bring it up so that we can discuss some of it?
I would advise the court, but I do that in executive.
Correct. Just, can we talk about that later?
Take it to executive, yeah.
Okay. So all those in favor of this table, I'll open up public comment here in just a second. All those in favor of taking up the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No.
Is there a date?
Say that again.
A date?
A date? No, they didn't actually say it.
Okay.
I think it was, whose motion was it?
For January 4th.
It was for Gonzalez.
For January 4th?
Okay, January 4th.
For January 4th? Okay. Again, was 3 ayes and 2 noes. And Mr. Higginbotham, I don't know if sometimes a where is clear. We understand what we're saying, but I want to make sure that you understand it. So the item that was noticed for today correctly, based upon a previous court action. And now the court wishes again to table the item to January 4th to take it up at that time. Yes, I'll allow that. If you don't mind, you'll have to approach and say the name for.
I'm sorry, my name is Al Higginbotham. My address is 534 North FM 2619 in Kingsville. I just want, in regards to the statement that was made a moment ago, all Texas Transportation Code, excuse me, all Texas Transportation Code requirements have been fully complied with. We filed a notice. The notice was properly filed in the county clerk's office, and the petition is sufficient. It contains all necessary signatures, and so that has all been complied with to the letter of the law. So I know she made the comment that she didn't know that has all been provided to the court.
Thank you.
It's a very simple request, basically. All we're wanting is a decision.
Yes, sir.
It appears that the court is not wanting to make a decision.
It appears that 3 have voted that way, yes, sir.
Oh.
I'm sorry, sir. That's all I can do at this moment.
I understand.
Thank you.
When will it be
January
tabled to?
4th is the date that they voted on in the majority to
Okay.
address the issue on
Do you
January
mind me
4th.
asking what will transpire at that time? Will you take a vote?
So I will be honest with you, the same thing could happen. They could vote to take the matter up pursuant to the Texas Transportation Code. That would be my hope, because that's good government, or they could make another decision. Maybe what you could do is visit with Ms. Dorsey and Ms. Hernandez. They show him, this is Ms. Hernandez. She's in charge of this agenda and this, and working the agenda items. I'm going to ask that you two coordinate efforts here. She tries to read minds. I don't know if she can, but she tries. She can try to help you and figure out what will happen on January 4th.
Okay. It could be tabled again, though, correct?
Anything is possible here, yes.
Okay. That is an option?
That is a potential.
That they would table this
That's a
again at that
potential.
time.
That's a potential.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And okay. I'm going to move to item number 2, which is discuss and consider approval of amendment number 8 between Nueces County and Tyler Technologies Software and License and Service Agreement. And I believe Ann Lorenzen, our district clerk, is here with us. Good morning.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning,
Yes, good morning.
Commissioners.
Judge,
I'm going to,
I was just going to make a motion to pass this, just to get it on the table for discussion.
Well, I think that's great. We'll go ahead and take your motion, and I will second. But Ann, I do think, as quickly as you can, don't you think it's important to tell people what you're doing?
yes, this all has to do with our text messages that we're using with our jury services software. We're now able to communicate with the jurors to let them know if they have been canceled or rescheduled or any other information that we need to give them so that they will not have to make an unnecessary trip down here to the courthouse. And we have been using it all along, but recently when the judges decided to take 2 panels a week, it increased our text messages, and this is what the amendment is for, is to cover
Got it.
that increase.
Got it. Okay. And the funding source, Ann?
The funding source will come out of Department 3510, which is jury services.
Great. Okay. Super. I've got a motion and a second. Are there any questions for Ms. Ann? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Ann.
Thank you very much, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioners.
Discuss and consider the location and build-out of the Public Defender's office space, including identification of funding for same and related matters. Is Ms. Obregon here today?
She requested to table this until the December 14th.
All right, December 14th it is.
Motion to table, or do you want to make it, Judge, or
I'll take your motion and I'll second it.
to December 14th?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And all those, and any other discussion? Well, no discussion. Give me just 1 minute, sir. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And Mr. Higginbotham, do you need something?
Your Honor, could I I get her contact?
Yeah, would you be so nice as to step outside and try to assist? If we need you, we'll slow down here and take a little bathroom break or something.
Okay. Your Honor, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Item number 4 is discuss and consider a memorandum of understanding with the Coastal Bend Disaster Recovery Group. Hi, welcome. Yeah, this is, you remember we received a great presentation from CBDRG.
Yes.
It takes me a while, too.
I don't blame you, Judge.
It's because we always do CDBG. This is CDRG.
I have to literally see it in my mind to say it.
Yeah. So welcome, and tell us a little bit about this memorandum of understanding. And I already, we appreciate the presentation you gave, and I'd like to make a motion to approve, but tell us about it.
Yes. So what we're doing is Coastal Bend Disaster Recovery Group is, we cover the 11 counties of the Coastal Bend, and what we're doing is making an official memorandum of understanding between us and a couple of the cities, but mostly the counties, so that in the event of a disaster, we're not scrambling to try to figure what we're doing, and just basically formalizing our relationships so that we can actually activate quickly without, as you know, as you were talking earlier about how chaotic things can be. And so this agreement would just basically formalize our relationships. One of the some of the organizations like the Red Cross like to know that we have a relationship with the counties, because it gives them confidence that that money is going to actually go to that county. And then also there was a recent change with FEMA, where FEMA was giving us the FEMA lists after a disaster so that we could reach out to people that were in need, and they actually changed the way they do that. So now they will give it to the county, and then what we're asking for is the county would then give it to us.
Correct. And again, you guys really work in that housing area. That's
Right.
what makes it so unique.
Yes, we actually help people that what we call the vulnerable populations. We did the winter storm. I know you were talking about the winter storm here in Nueces County in 2015. We were up with the flooding, and then of course Hurricane Harvey.
Correct.
And we've already passed, two of the counties already passed it, and then we're finalizing one with another county.
Okay. Is there a second for this?
I have a question.
Okay, a question, go ahead.
Judge, this was one that I did have on my list to potentially table, because it is emergency management when we do have a new emergency management person coming in January, and so I'm a little uncomfortable not having the input there, and so I'm.
We actually went through Louis and Kathy.
No, I think he's talking about the new judge that will come in January. I would tell you this, that if you want to undo it, you can undo it. But what I would tell you is a terrible idea is not to think that every day isn't about preparedness. You want this to protect the ability to keep all the COG, right, safe. And the way we do that is by creating pre-positioned documents every single day.
Judge, could I make a suggestion? Could we then possibly put this into effect just through the end of the year, so that then the new judge could look at it
I wouldn't say the end of the year. I would say until she's ready to, because
the end of January. How about that?
That's fine. End of January, if that will. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that this agreement went through the legal department with the county.
I know.
And also that
this is political.
No, I understand. But I was just gonna say that she can speak for the fact that you guys can cancel this at any time. This is not.
That's right.
It's a memorandum of understanding.
I agree.
So it's not a MAA
this is just to get through today, right? We're all just trying to, Did you ever watch Bull Durham?
So moved to the end of January, so.
Okay.
There's a motion.
Second.
Just want to be here for the ball club. Okay?
I appreciate it.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Whoever is a baseball lover is smiling. Anybody else is clueless, right? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And item number 5 is related to Tesla, as well as item number 6. And Jenny, I think there's companions to this one. Am I wrong about that? Let's see, give me a second.
There are.
Yeah, there's companions. So on these, you would like us to take them up in executive session? Or would you like to, I think item number 5 has to be discussed?
Item number 5, you would have to discuss now and
Yes.
vote unanimously if you decide that you want to discuss contract negotiations only in executive session.
Okay,
So without a unanimous vote here, and it may be the decision of the court that you do not want to do that, but unless you have a 5-0 vote that this is an accurate statement or that it's in the best interest of the county to do some of this talking in executive, you couldn't do it.
right, so I'm going to flip it around on you. So item number 5 for the court is that pursuant to Texas Government 5510725, we get to decide that whether a deliberation in open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the position in negotiating with Tesla. And so I make, it would have to be that there is a motion to say that it would not have a detrimental effect. And so is there anybody that wants to make that motion?
No.
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 No, it would have to have,
A detrimental effect
it would have a detrimental effect.
to do it in
It's the
open.
opposite.
Okay, well, I was going to give them the chance. I mean, I think it'll have a detrimental effect, so it would not be unanimous. But again, don't we have to go through the motion of getting a motion? Or do you want to just,
No, Judge, she's saying it has to go back to the back room. It has to have, we have to vote 5-0 that it would have a detrimental effect. So your position is that it would.
it
so
would have a detrimental effect?
That's, so we would have to make, it would have to be 5-0 vote to say that. And that would be the discussion point.
Really? Are you sure about that?
In order to take the item into executive, you need a 5-0 vote that doing it in open would have a detrimental effect.
Well, in this
to the
case,
negotiation.
4-0, since we have one that has a conflict.
Yeah, unanimous.
Okay.
Hold
So, that's right. So I have an idea. On this one, the idea here is that when you're discussing negotiations with regards to abatements or any other contract incentive tools, to reveal what you're going to be worried about or what you can negotiate loses your negotiating power. It's like playing poker with somebody and saying, here are my cards. It doesn't seem to be it's not the way it's usually done. Usually these types of abatements, remember, we're going to have a lot of public discussion, but the idea on what you think you should offer or what you should accept or what you can add or what you can subtract, in my mind, should be done the way you do normal legal negotiations, and that is you consult with your lawyer and your specialty resources, and you try to get your best information. Otherwise, you're signaling to everybody what you're willing to take. It doesn't, I mean, that's just, it makes very poor business sense for your county. It's hard to protect your county if you're showing all your cards. And in this case, there is something to discuss because we have, and I don't think this would hurt any negotiations, but there are items to discuss like roads, like drainage, like, those are the two that come to mind when you're out in those areas. Could be other items, but I would suggest to you that the smart thing to do here, and by the way, this probably isn't even going to come up until later in December, is to give yourself the opportunity to hear from your lawyer and your resource folks regarding the hand that you want to discuss.
And why do you think it won't come up? I thought that's what we have in front of us today.
Well, I
number
thought
6.
so too, but I was told by they that that they may have a delay. Is that accurate, Miss? Again, I think we should talk about this in executive, but I understand that you know how originally they wanted to do everything in December?
But I was just.
So my thought was we have to make the December deadlines. Well, now they've basically said that they could move to January.
Right, so are we even doing number 6 today? That's the question. I mean, if we're not doing this today, then we don't need to do anything today.
I'm told we're back on track, and if you want to get things done by
New
December
information.
7th, that is possible.
Okay, new information.
Yeah,
That's a change.
that's a change. Right.
Okay.
So can we do 5 in open court and 6 in back, in,
5, you have to do an open court in order to do the other items in the back.
okay. Well, let's do 5. I mean,
So again, again, item number 5 is just to determine whether or not you can get into executive session. So I make a
so
motion
moved.
that,
Second.
okay, motion and a second, that it would have a detrimental effect, and if there's no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Wait, I want to, hold on. So,
Okay,
I'm trying to understand the detrimental effect, because the business points are going to become public anyway. So without being specific, I'm trying to, I'm uncomfortable at just going back into the back room, not knowing what
the only way to get to the back room, according to Ms. Dorsey, is to get to the back room, which is to do number 5. If we want to come out and have a great discussion, I think we can, but I think she should at least advise us as to what our options are and opportunities are. You don't want to do that in open court. That's my understanding, is that you need to have a consensus on the detrimental effect piece of it.
So without being specific, Jenny, I'm trying to understand what detrimental effect is, Rick, because the public, in my opinion, has a right to know what the business points are being proposed and what we have accepted or rejected, right? Because that's just my feeling on that. But so tell me, like, what would be a detrimental effect? I'm just trying to, and what would be my effect of abstaining on a vote too? Would that make it not unanimous? I'm really on the fence on this, because I just think all these business points, this is such an out in the open deal. There's no, like, sometimes when we get these deals, they come to us in confidence and they haven't been revealed, and we have to sign non-disclosures, and we have to do things in the back room, right? Because, or we can't even do it. This one is like super public. The world knows about this deal. Everybody knows about this deal. Everybody's going to know what we do. So there's no more, so for me, this one's different than ones that I've dealt with in the past, and I'm trying to figure out why I want to go to the back room, or why it would be a detriment. And so, without being specific, because we haven't, but help me out. I'm not super comfortable with this one.
Well, a draft has been circulated to the court with
Right.
decisions that need to be made.
Right.
Those can be, now, Sandy Gomez is not available today, but she did leave some stuff with me to go over with the court if that is desired. There are questions and alternative choices in that draft that you may want to talk about with Sandy Gomez before you make those known. There are lengths of time and amounts of abatement that you may want to discuss in private, but if you do not, still you won't have Sandy Gomez today, though.
Right, so if you want to, we could table it till, the next meeting. I just know that in all negotiations, you want to actually, this isn't about, we actually have not had the opportunity to even hear from the company. But what you want to do is they have the draft that's been circulated, talks about a period of construction time, and then it talks about a period after construction is complete. And all of those parameters are going to get discussed. But the idea here is to go get legal advice about the contract, and you don't typically put your lawyer on camera to give you the legal advice that you're supposed to listen to and that helps formulate your opinion, because you're negotiating with the other, you're negotiating here. You're supposed to get the best. You want to create an economic incentive package for a company, and Mike's here, he can help me out here. You want to create an economic incentive package for a company that allows you to be the winner, so to speak, right? You're the selected site. but you also want to be mindful that you get choices. You can say to them, here is the package. Now, why would you want to do 2 years versus 3 years? Well, by the way, I'm creating hypotheticals, Mike. You might say something like, in the back room with your lawyer, well, typically, nobody can complete it in 3 years or 2 years. Or, in other words, there's all kinds of ideas that, quite frankly, we're not knowledgeable about, but a person who is an expert in creating these documents would say to you, hey, you should consider a counter offer of this and this, but you wouldn't want to discuss that in open, because then they would hear it and then they would know that it's like negotiating against yourself. I don't know how else to describe it, but Mike, could you offer anything here? I mean, I think we can be both incredibly transparent and savvy, and that's really all we're trying to do, is to get into the back room, would allow us on December 7th to have the expertise of Sandy Gomez, who writes abatements. And, again, we're trying to create a document that's in the best interest of Nueces County and create the economic incentive that would exist for a company. I think you're trying to do both at the same time.
And Mike Culbertson, CEO of Corpus Christi Regional EDC, we've done 23 of these over 6 different jurisdictions. And what I think what we're looking for, or what I hope you would consider, is the deal's not done. And so you need to, in your mind, solidify what you're happy with, and what if the company comes back to you with a request. And so this is better done in closed session, we believe. In closed session, you can air you can air what you think, what you want, and then have the deal point for the negotiators representing the county to go back to the company. And if the company says great, then you can certainly, you'll obviously go public with all of these things. But I think the deal's not set. We have something out there, but you could certainly solidify that in your mind and say, okay, if they want this, this is what they would have to do. Or there are other things that you may want. The tax abatement, we talk about, the abatement of taxes, but there are a lot of things you can add on to that. For example, in the county, there's one part in the tax abatement where it talks about you have to ensure that the roads.
Let's talk about the tax abatement.
No,
we're not. You're not supposed to talk about it out here. So please don't. You're doing exactly what the judge said we don't want to be doing yet. For sake of moving this forward today, with the reservation of I may change my mind once I get into closed session and come back out, I'll vote to move it forward. But I'm still real uncomfortable with this because it's such a public thing. But for today, let's move forward. But I don't know that we ought. But are we going to discuss this?
Well, Sandy's not available, but Jenny's got some notes from Ms. Gomez.
Yes, and in order to have an agreement ready on the 7th, we need, and Sandy needs, direction from the court.
Right. Let's move forward for right now.
Yeah.
All right, so
Please.
all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Number 5.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed, same sign. Okay, and then so item 6, we will take that back,
Executive session.
okay, to executive session. And I'll move on. And by the way, is my phone wrong? It says I have 10:30 on my phone and it says 11:30. Okay, good, because it was driving me crazy. I was like, how in the world did it get to be 11:30? Okay, right, that just, the clock hadn't fallen. Correct. All right. Note to self, please fix clock. Okay. All right. We'll wait till the folks come back, and then we're going to move on to item number 7, which is discuss and consider identification of LMI drainage project for submission under CDBG, MIT, and related matters. This one you're going to have to turn to your books to get the background and the information. And the situation here is that just a little way of background for the audience. CDBG is an acronym that stands for Community Development Block Grant Funds. MIT stands for mitigation. These are Hurricane Harvey monies. Yes, that's right. It's almost 2023, and we're just now getting Hurricane Harvey monies. These dollars were originally brought to Texas, and after round 1, it was decided by the land office and approved by HUD that we would change the way we received dollars. And so our COG was given $180 million. I'm rounding them up. It was like 179 million and change. We were given $180 million. And then our county, out of the 11 counties, received 31 million. Jurisdictions of cities and counties only receive dollars. However, there is a rule that 50% of those dollars need to go to low to moderate income locations. And I see you, Commissioner Chesney. I'll be right with you.
Thank you.
And thanks for doing that. And so low to moderate income means that it would have to meet a threshold of a certain amount, and that is given to us by the COG. We don't choose that number. It's given to us, and was actually a huge calculation made by the university using 5 different all kinds of factors. So anyway, I just wanted you to know that. So there are approximately $31 million. However, just for awareness, we have a group, a recovery grant management group. And so they have a percentage that they take. So you need to back out 6% of that $31 million allocation. And so more or less, if I was trying to be very generous, it's approximately $15 million that will go to these LMI areas. And so what's great about that is that's money that's available now. It's just ready. It's very rare that you get money that's ready, but it's there. And so all you have to do is make application. And in order to get the applications ready by February, we've got to start now. In fact, I would suggest we're a little behind the 8 ball, but we could easily catch up because there are projects that we've actually been presented in court that are awesome projects that are in LMI and that are basically representing Precinct 1, Precinct 2, and Precinct 3. And Commissioner Chesney, on Precinct 4,
Judge,
the challenge here.
I don't have any backup. That's why I was trying to interrupt, but I have nothing in my packet on this. Nothing.
Okay, well, forgive me, but Court Manager, can you address that because the backup was available?
I didn't get nothing from, and when I asked Edward, he told me that he's working with the commissioners.
So this isn't Edward, remember?
Yeah, this he's looking to with everybody, with all the commissioners, and also, in my understanding, then JJ. So they're still working on it. I didn't get anything from them.
That's not accurate. We met.
It's not posted on the agenda. It's not in the agenda's backup.
That I would ask that it be brought back to December 4th and that I work with you again,
December 7th?
Because,
The 7th,
I'm sorry,
yeah.
the 7th.
That's fine.
Because, forgive me, but it's not just you and I talking about it. I handed you documents and asked that we have this ready. And quite frankly, I don't understand it. It's not Edward. Edward doesn't do drainage.
Correct.
In that regard. Commissioner Gonzalez, these are, I'd have to go back to my notes, but these are projects that we went to you that day and that you said you wanted to do these projects. Same thing with Commissioner Matis and Commissioner Hernandez. These are projects that.
Projects. They weren't projects.
Yes,
Judge, could we
This is different. This is the projects.
These are projects.
Yeah, this is the other one is
So now we're talking about CDBG now?
Yeah, this is all CDBG. So I would just ask that you work with IDE immediately because you already turned in your projects. Okay.
So
Again.
can I make a motion to table to December
Second.
7th?
December 7th. And then Commissioner Chesney, unfortunately, you don't have any in LMI, but that's not to say that you're not on the fringe of LMI. So maybe there might be one that we could scoop in. But again, without people working, it's not going to work. So forgive me, but not cool, not cool at all to basically fight for so long to get these dollars and to not be prepared and ready. I'm very, very disappointed that the people have been waiting for a long time and that we fought, by the way, very hard for these. I will meet with you again, Ide.
Sure,
But
Judge.
these documents are in your possession.
Judge, respectfully,
Gotcha.
this is a county judge submission, and maybe instead of working with IDA, just get Maggie or Monica to put it in. You have two assistants because it was your item that got submitted, and so I just need the backup. I don't, whether I have one or not, I just need the backup. I mean,
It's
I
my
don't-
understanding, Commissioner, that they're still working on it with the projects with each commissioner. Is that correct?
It was
Commissioner
just-
Gonzalez and Commissioner
I thought we were talking- I
Hernandez.
thought we were talking about the CDBG process, the applications or whatever it is. I mean,
All this is naming the project so they can prepare the application. For Commissioner Modis, it's basically Casablanca, and for you, it's Tierra Grande, and for Commissioner Hernandez, it's
We have a Stonegate.
Stone Gate, and it's basically about $5 million each, I'm being very rough, in your precincts.
4 million.
A little bit more, just a little bit more you can have, because you're going to need some extra dollars for engineering.
In addition to the 4 million?
Yes, that's correct, sir. So you basically get a windfall if you use these dollars wisely in your precinct to advance the projects that are already ready, okay? They already have cost estimates and budgets. You will be able to keep your ARPA dollars for other projects. You will advance these shovel-ready projects that are ready now.
And that's what I was just asking Judge about the applications and the process. That we haven't gotten, I don't think, that's came through me and I haven't seen it, but, but I don't remember, we're ready for phase 2 in a couple of these things, but I just need to process the applications and.
Okay, so forgive me, but we'll have to bring this back, but just so you know, the application and the process is set, and it's been set for months and months and months and months. Tidal Basin prepares the application, and they submit, and they will submit in February. When you and I and Hernandez and Maris and Chesney online went to the COG and fought for the $31 million to be given to us now, it opened the door to receive applications, of which they are in February. But we have a separate group that does that. And all they need to know are the names. If you don't give them the names, of the projects, you're not going to get the submissions done timely. Today was the day.
And what group
And
is that?
I gave, what group is that? It's called Tidal Basin. They were procured over 2 years ago. This is their job, and they will submit for Commissioner Hernandez, the Breakwater Islands. You kind of get 2, but don't tell anybody that.
I won't tell.
Don't tell anybody.
I won't tell.
I'm being, anyway, why don't we do this? Why don't we have a meeting where Ide calls you and brings back everything? But the day that we met, the week before this, I gave you the packet, and by the way, that packet was presented by ICE Engineering. It wasn't anything that I brought. It was Commissioner Gonzalez's, Hernandez, and Matis, and all we had to do was attach them. So, all right. Again, this should be a celebratory situation, so I hope on December 7th, we're in the ho-ho-ho spirit, because we need to finish, we really need to make this complete. But Ide, I need you to actually
Yes, I work
attach.
again
But
with
it's
them.
not about working it. It's like just attach it. You have everything. All you have to do is attach what I gave you.
They want to discuss those projects, Judge.
They
That's what
did.
they looking
They
into
did
it.
with you. It's not about looking into it. It's about telling you which ones.
Judge, it's your item. Just submit it
Exactly.
how you want to submit it, and we'll do it that way. I mean, why is it not the county manager's item?
Because it was
Just submit it.
submitted to Ide by Gonzalez and Hernandez. And Matis. We're trying to honor
Submit
what
it
they've
your
done
way.
it.
Been to the court.
Just submit it, and we'll discuss it. If you submit it it's your item, just submit it
No,
as
it's-
backup.
it's-
No,
it's-
it's yours. It says county judge. So, I mean, just
I
submit
did it
and
on
then we'll
behalf of
discuss it.
everybody, so
Okay.
that the items that were already submitted to Ide would get on here. All right. The next item is discuss and consider approval of the Nueces County
Can we vote
Commissioners.
on the motion? You have a
Oh,
second?
we didn't vote on it. Okay.
To the 7th, correct?
Yes.
December 7th?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct, December 7th. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Now, item number 8 is to approve the Nueces County Commissioners Court legislative agenda for the 88th session of the Texas Legislature. Belinda informed me that
Move to table that.
there is a movement to table it
Second.
until January 4th. Before, darn it, I wish you hadn't seconded it. Will you hold that? I'm going to let you second it. Would you just hold your thought for just a second? Will you withdraw it just for 30 seconds out of courtesy to me?
Sure.
I appreciate that. I just want to tell you that 4 years ago, this happened to me, and you guys will remember this, that you held on the legislative agenda. What I would like to offer to you guys is that experience. That was a terrible idea because it's too late when you get into January and the session's already started. So there are things that you might want to wait on, and there's things that are so non-controversial that you'd want to advance. Let me give you an example. There's a piece on the legislative agenda that's for the coastal bend bays and estuaries to get additional funding. If you don't start now, there's no way to get that funding. That's what happened to us 4 years ago, and it's just a huge error to wait on certain things that have nothing but good consequences for Nueces County. And also the board itself is asking Nueces County, that the board meaning Coastal Bend Basin Estuary and the Bays Council, they're asking us to place this on the agenda. So I might consider that next week, or I'm sorry, December 7th, that you at least comb through the legislative agenda and that which has no consequence of controversy, that's just good for Nueces. Again, you could always amend it, but if you don't start now, you literally chop off the legs. You will have no success at all. You can't get hearings, you can't get on committees, attention. It's just too late. Bills have already been filed. By the time you show up into court, which takes you multiple courts to get your agenda, it's just a very terrible concept.
I checked with the senator's office, and he said the bills won't be filed until after March, but in January was also not a bad time to submit what you're going to submit. So,
No, I'll tell you, I've been pushing this and saying this for months, for a long time now, and I agree. And I point to 2017. It was a courtesy, but it boxed you into that you're really having to rush through something that may take a series of meetings to talk out and work out and compile. That's why I put this item a week before the election, so that we could take any. There was no consideration of what the results were. It was about just having good governance and having a plan and a simplified agenda. It didn't have to be the finalized, but a simplified agenda. And I bowed out because I understood we were trying to keep that agenda short out of courtesy to a commissioner that needed to leave that day early. I wouldn't have done that. I would have asked for this to have been voted on November 2nd had I known that we were going to again come to this point and then ask for another delay. I think that there's some areas we can find that we could just there's language that TAC puts out, there's language that other associations put out that we can give our general approval, disapproval of, right? Typically, we're opposed to tax rate hike or tax caps. We're in favor of more, whatever. But I think that's what hopefully today can be a part of. But I agree. If it has to be tabled today, then I would suggest that we at least do it December 7th. And I've had the conversations that I knew that whatever the results were, if we were going to have a new judge, which that's the case now, that new judge be brought up to speed, be allowed to participate in our meetings, and have, or at least be able to go offline and meet with our lobbying group and our government affairs person here at the county to work on that in tandem with us. And that's exactly the scenario that's lined up. So it was never about excluding anyone. And I get the fact that the results are what they are, but it shouldn't matter. It should be moving us forward on where we can find common ground. And then the stuff that really should be considered in more detail should wait to January 4th. I'm all in favor of that. I'm not saying let's exclude our new county judge. What I'm saying is that we could and should have. That's why I've been asking for this for quite a while now. asking Ide, asking Belinda to get this on the agenda. A lot of work that was put in place to get it on the 2nd. As a courtesy, was asked to put it to this meeting, which I did, and now we're finding another reason to delay. And I just think that's bad policy on the behalf of the entire community. I don't care how you voted in this election, one way or the other. It's about finding an agenda that we can advocate for and knowing what battles we have ahead. We're going to have a lot of battles. We had battles the last time. We had battles every session that big government wants to tell local government how to act. And I'm opposed to that. And so we got to be able to have our plan worked out. And today could be the first of a series of them leading up to December and then maybe finalized on the 4th. But I think we should have some language today that we start on, vote on, and then let it be just a living, breathing organism that will continue those discussions in the subsequent meetings to the end of the year, or, like I said, then maybe something new once Judge Scott comes in.
I got you. Commissioner Chesney.
Thank you. Respectfully, I could not disagree with you more, Commissioner Montes. You and I have had conversations about this, and to put this out the way you put it out is disingenuous.
What's
the
disingenuous?
Difference. No, I let you speak. I let you speak. I let you speak, John. I let you speak. I'm tired of you telling me
and now you want to move the ball again. Now
John,
you want to move
let
the
you
mark
speak.
again.
I let you
now
speak.
You want to move the mark
yes,
again. That's
I do. I let you speak.
That's
I'm going to
disingenuous.
speak, and I'm going to let you speak.
Fool me once, okay.
Oh no,
Fool
this is
once.
what you
Shame
do to
on
me
you.
every time I try to work
Fool
with
me
you, and then you
twice.
come out here
Fool
and
me
say
twice.
a whole different thing.
Fool me
That's
twice.
all you do, John. Is you talk out of two sides of your mouth.
do?
The difference between this
Wow.
time and next time is the continuity.
Let me tell you, brother.
Is the
Let me tell you,
continuity
brother,
that we have.
This court's going to be an
Go
interesting
ahead, John.
two-year
I'll let you
ride.
finish up.
If you want
Go
me
ahead.
just to lob over grenades for
Go
the
ahead.
next 2 years, you're setting the tone right now.
Go ahead.
So if
No,
you want
excuse
to
me, Judge,
cooperate
my
and
second still
participate,
allowed?
You work with me
Go
now,
ahead.
because if not, be prepared.
Finish up. You got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So the difference now between and now is the continuity that we have in that we didn't have a lobby team going into the last session. That is what put us behind. We have a lobby team that's already working on a lot of the non-controversial issues because none of them are new. On this particular legislative agenda, there are many items that there's going to be a lot of discussion on, hours potentially of discussion. There's going to be debate on. It's going to take a period of time, and I think the new county judge should have a role in that and play a role in that. That's the deal. If you want to go and put on some sort of modified version for another meeting that is non-controversial, that are things we're already working on, just to go ahead and make everybody feel better that we're doing it, great, because we've got a lobby team that hasn't stopped. We've got a lobby. We didn't have a lobby team during the last time, and they're continuing to work on these things because a lot of these things on this agenda are just discussion items of things we're already doing, but a lot of them aren't. A lot of them are going to be philosophical debates that go on and that go forth on this. So at the end of the day, if someone wants to come forward and say, fine, let's put the non-controversial ones, great, but all the ones that require discussion, which there are a lot, then I think we should wait. And I don't think we miss a step. I don't think we miss a beat. I've talked with the lobby team on this for ad nauseum to say, where are we? I don't know if anybody else has. I have. I've said, look, where are ones that we could be losing out on? And they said there might be a couple that maybe there's a bill or two, but we don't have a lot of items on here that are require bills potentially. It's a lot of monitoring, but how much do we want to monitor? So that's fine. I'm saying we should table this till January 4th. But if someone wants to put forth something that's just non-controversial items, great, go for it. But not the ones that are going to require hours and hours of discussion.
Pick the ones you want.
913, remember that number, 913. That's the amount of bills that were filed this Monday. Do you think we filed a single one on Nueces County's behalf?
Do you have any that were filed?
913. We could have discussed this on the 2nd.
How many are we going to file?
You asked to defer it to the 17th. And now that you're here, you're asking to move the mark again. All I was asking, if you did not listen to me, was to let's discuss what we can today. This is going to be a series of meetings. Let today be the discussion, and move on to the next week and see what other items there are, deferring to the judge. I'm not trying to play politics at all. This has nothing to do with that. I recognize who our new judge is going to be. I look forward to working with her and finding common ground. All I'm saying is let's have a plate prepared with the non-controversial stuff on it so then she can help give us her final take on it. And that's all I'm saying. That's all the reason why I put this on November 2nd.
Pare it down then. Go pare it down to the ones that were, go pare it down to the ones that we're already doing, but it's a three-page, it's 3 pages with about 40 items
Pick
on it.
the ones that we want and don't want.
Well, you
But-
can do that.
but
You can do that.
I'm saying we should make, I'm seconding the motion or the motion to table, but if you want to put forth a pared down one that has no controversial on it, bring it back. But the ones that have
I
discussion that are
didn't
going
make
to.
this agenda. I just suggested, let's put this out there.
It's got 40
We all
items on
gave independent
There's too much
information
stuff
to
on
our
the
lobbying team, and that's all we did. Controversy, I'll let you pick what you feel is controversial. Just let us find the common ground. 913 items.
John,
Where's
many-
the logic in that?
What does that matter? What does that matter?
Because we constantly, every year, are behind the 8 ball
And how many
on
bills are we
creating a
going to file?
legislative session.
How
What?
many bills do you want to file? How many bills
How
do you
many?
want to file?
You know, every session since I've been on court,
how many bills
I have
do you
gotten
file?
at least 1 or 2 that have passed, not only local bills, but have become statewide bills or
And
constitutional
how many do you want to
bills.
file this time?
Constitutional
That's what I'm asking you.
bills.
How many do you want to file this time?
That's besides the
But you're-
point.
but
The
you're bringing
point
up the 913
is
bills that are
I
filed.
wanted to have this discussion way before bills were able to be filed. Who knows what item would have come up during our discussion to say, this is a priority, we need to bring it before our legislative team and let them file it now. That's all I'm saying. And I'm saying, yes, get rid of the controversial stuff. But look, enough talking. Let's just move through this agenda. If you feel that there's enough just to table it, I would respectfully ask that we put this on again on the 7th. Everybody, please give input to pare it down to something that's non-controversial, but at least to show that Nueces County is moving forward on our agenda, that we're getting at least something pushed through, and then by January 4th or the 2 weeks after that, we can have a finalized one with Judge Scott's input. That's all I'm saying. Let's just put some real intention to this agenda, and that's all. That's my whole intent. All these months leading up to November 2nd was to want to do that, and then I was asked, can we do it on the 17th? Okay, I get it. 2 weeks, not going to make a big deal, but obviously it is. So, but let's just table it. But please, let's come back on the 7th and do something.
I've got your second. That's a very patient 30 seconds. Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. Appreciate all of your comments. All those in favor to table until, it's kind of a dual table. It's a table to the 4th, but an opportunity to recognize that there could be a new pared down agenda for the 7th. December 7th.
I just think that if you got 10 items, Commissioner, or any commissioner, 10 items that are really, really, you gotta hit hard, then we need to bring them up. But to have 3 pages of stuff that says monitor this and monitor that, and, that's not what they're there for. But monitoring, anybody can monitor because they give you all the results at the end of the week. I'm just saying, there are some items there, I agree with you, that they would need to be pushed on, but I think that we need to look at it real hard, and I'm still looking at it because I think there's maybe about 8 items that I know that really need to be pushed forward. But I think that if we can come back with you or anybody come back with 10 items on the next meeting, the 7th or 14th, and say, I've looked at them, this is what I really want to push, and let's go for it. If they're good items, let's move it. If they're not, then they're not going to move forward. But anyway, I just, like I say, I understand what you're saying, but I just think we need to, 3 pages is a lot for, so.
And I would remind you, a lot of times we adopt other agendas. So the Corpus Christi Chamber of Commerce adopts, we also adopt Texas A&M's agenda. We adopt different political jurisdictions' agendas in part or in whole, and that's why you see a lengthy agenda item. But with that, we'll move on. Kara, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Just to,
January the 4th.
and really, the next one is the update. Gosh, Mike, I apologize. I should have called you out of order when you were up here talking. We're going to move on. Even the EDC has a legislative agenda that's pretty impactful on certain items that should be considered by the new court. But if you don't talk about them, it's hard to get things accomplished. Mike, why don't you give us your update? It's item, for those following along, it's item number 9.
All right, good morning. If you can bring up my, my presentation. First off, thank you very much, Mike Culbertson, interim CEO, just so you don't think, I'm getting too big for my pants, and of the Corpus Christi Regional EDC. We are currently in search for a new CEO, and the county is represented on the board. And thank you very much for your participation. I know everybody's busy, and I appreciate it. Can we go to the next slide? We go over some of these things, and I want to tell you that if we can do this for city council who you'd think would have all of this data, but many times they don't have a great, boards do not have a great snapshot of where we are. So let's just talk about building permits. Of course, the county has theirs as they go through, but right now we're sitting at, for October through August of 2022, is 1,233. You'll see square footage on residential. If you remember back in the 2017 session, the legislature said you no longer had to denominate the amount of your permit, and so they went to square footage. Commercial is 92 and is about 180 million. If you take a look over at 2019-20, you'll see that it's actually kind of high there. But there was the Del Mar College Windward campus. No, it's not the Windward. It's the Oso campus. Was moving through there, so that's why it's hundreds of millions of dollars more. Next slide, please. Local housing market is. I can do that. Okay, so go to employments. Employments can be important, and the reason why is where we are for our citizens and their choices on air travel. We've gone down on a couple of the trips that we normally do, but you can see that the very bottom one, you can barely see it, September to year to date, is we're actually doing very well, and I know it's not linear, but if you project it out, we are going to get very close to 2019 numbers, and that's where we need to be for our citizens. One of the things that the airport's really trying to do, and I'm part of the, truth be told, I'm the full disclosure, I'm part of the airport board as an ex officio, is get people to fly out of Corpus Christi, and by flying out of Corpus Christi, we will get cheaper fares, we'll get more flights. I'm not going to say that we're going to have different destinations, although Southwest has opened up a direct to Denver. And airlines actually have, and I know it's tough on them, but they actually have perfect knowledge. They know where you started, and they know where you ended every single day. The next one, please. All right, so let's talk about the housing market. So right now, we are seeing in September, you can see how everything's starting to loosen up, but that's kind of a seasonal thing because people move during the summer. Even when I was in the military, we moved during the summer, so that'll loosen up, and then there'll be a big tightening in December. But I think one of the things we'll see is as interest rates are going up is that's going to cool off the market. I know people are like, well, it's 5 and 7%. My first house was 12% in 1981, and so there wasn't a lot of principal paid down. In 3 years when I had to move, and we will. But over the 50 years, the average is actually 5%, and you'll see that, and you'll see as we go through how that will have an effect on the housing market. Next slide, please. Okay, sales tax, and sales tax becomes very important because, you can see where everybody's going. Now, I want to draw you to Robstown, and Robstown is actually, now 2018-19, that's what we want to actually have you look at. That, if you can call that a normal year, that was our last normal year. They went up, actually, they did not go down very much during COVID. And one of the things we found was that people were shopping close to home, and that's the most important thing, right? And then as we came out of it, it's starting to go down. A lot of that we still think is more construction-wise, cities get a lot of money off of construction materials, a lot of sales tax money, and that's coming down. So overall, we're going up, but we have problems in Robstown. Bishop will actually kind of be close to where they were in 2018-19. It's just that during COVID, people were shopping local, so theirs went up. Same with Driscoll. So, next slide. All right, so employment becomes, when we talk about employment for Corpus Christi, for the MSA, but in particular, we are looking for, this is how, for example, we are expanding those industries that we're bringing in. It's that these industries and the industries we have now have the same types of workers, millwright, process technology, and we look at it through here. Our biggest problem is now, notice how I used the 2019 change from, is logging, mining, construction. And construction is not only housing, not only industrial, which is a huge part of ours since we've actually been we've worked really hard to bring in all of that investment that has come to our region, but we're looking mostly at oil and oil field services that move into the mining. I know it's not mining, but that's where it's located in that sector. And I know we talk about somebody's not pumping, the Saudis aren't pumping, the Iranians aren't pumping. Really, everybody's pumping except the Eagle Ford. And until we get a long-term strategy on oil that investors and owners can look at and know that they will get a return on their investment, you're probably not going to see the Eagle Ford up. The Eagle Ford's sitting at like 78 right now, and when it's really going is 1,000, but it really should be about 500, and that's just not what we're seeing. Next slide, please. So our unemployment rates we are trending down. We can see we're just kind of sit on top of Texas and the United States. One of the things that we push hard, for example, we have ex officios of Del Mar College and CCISD and Texas A&M, is they don't tell you this much, but part of that gap, that 1% gap, is education attainment. Because if you don't have a high school diploma, you're one of those 17% that don't have one. You are limited. You are going to get a job. You're going to go to a certain level, and you're probably not going to get promoted. So you're moving, and that is the friction that we talk about. We talk about economists talk about if we're at full employment at 4% because of friction. But that is our problem. We need to work hard, which is why we brought CCISD on as an ex officio. We need to work hard to getting those kids, into Del Mar where they can, first off, to get them graduated. Secondly, to get them into technical certifications so what they can do. In our MSA, one out of every 4 people, 25% have at least a bachelor's degree. And so that's 75% of people do not. And everybody's going to have to be a lifelong learner. So we need to start now in convincing and telling these kids and convincing them in 9th grade or 10th grade that they need to find something where they can go in. And if college isn't it, or my wife I graduated college when I was 22, and my wife graduated when she was 31, and she has a PhD now. So not everybody is ready for college right out. But there are things you can do, and you can make money, and you can raise a family. You work for these large companies, or you work for medium-sized, or you just go out and you as an entrepreneur open a small business. These are the things that we can do and we can help you with. Next slide, please. All right, so I'm going to just talk really quickly about the housing market. You can see if this is the average value of a home, and the other part is the average wage. And the reason why they only touch in 2 places. And if you think that a bank usually does something like 3 times your wage, your annual, less debt. And so you can see we're having a gap. And that gap is during COVID. I will tell you that the average housing price went way up. I mean, it went up by something like 36%. And so we need to find these things. We need to bring home builders here, and we need to get homes in the ground. And one of the problems with bringing home builders here is if you still don't have framers, it doesn't matter how many home builders you have. So we are watching closely on this. Next slide, please. And let's go one more. I've talked that one out. All right, our pipelines. This is the thing that's probably most important to people. We are seeing as an entire movement is green energy, and you'll see green energy, and you'll hear the talk of ammonia. When we talk about green energy, we are talking about making hydrogen with renewable resources, with renewable energy. Blue hydrogen is making hydrogen with, so the sun shines during the day, but you use power off the power grid at night, things like that. And hydrogen's actually very hard to move. Think about the Hindenburg. That didn't go well. But you can take that atom, and you can attach it to ammonia. Ammonia is fine. We're used to it. It is 60% of the basis of all fertilizer. It is liquid at room temperature, and that's why you'll hear ammonia products. They're not necessarily making ammonia, although we do have a couple of projects that are looking at ammonia for fertilizer because of the war in Ukraine. But it is a way to move hydrogen. With the infrastructure bill, that really helped. So now you're seeing things like in the King Ranch with carbon sequestration. Department of Energy had a program at Texas A&M, Heart Research Center Institute, that I attended. And, it's like we are not going to get from where we are to where we want to be by one thing. You can't just plant double the amount of trees because, number one, you're going to cap out at it. Number two, think about the forest fires in California, and that just puts it right back up in the air. But with 9 or 10 different strategies, we can get to where we need to be, as a nation, as a world, to go forward and get this under control and do it smartly instead of just cutting everybody and saying everybody has to go to get electric cars or whatever. So we have still a steel manufacturer that's looking at us, and drones. I get beat up about tech, high tech, and if you take a look at San Antonio, they have cybersecurity. But the reason cybersecurity is there is because the Air Force put cybersecurity there. We need something like that. Corpus Christi, Texas A&M Corpus Christi has been designated one of the 6 FAA sites, and we're trying to bring drones here, and that is the kind of tech that we can push, and we can push to your airport, to the county airport, because the international airport's busy, and it's away from the naval base. The naval bases both in Kingsville and Corpus Christi. So it becomes very, very important to us. And advanced manufacturing is just like that. So it's solar panels. It's some of the things that they come through that require a higher level of skill. And one of the things that we're looking at is, when we drive out. I mean, I know it's cold here, but the average temperature should be right now 75. I mean, wouldn't you want to close your laptop in Chicago and instead of walking out and freezing to death, go to the beach? I mean, think about that. Very rarely down here, if you got locked out of your house, you may die. This is just not happening. I know it's not going to be fun, but that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to bring these people and these employers and show a quality of life throughout the entire region. We supported our board supported a quality of life study that we had just completed, and we have as an action item to keep up on those action items as we go through. And we've already had 2 meetings now, and the next meeting will be right after the first of the year. Next one, please. So we don't just sit in our office. We actually do quite a bit, trying to get out to do drone shows. We do manufacturing. We have met a lot of people, especially like, for example, in hydrogen conferences. And this is how we get ready. And you can see that very last one, that Move America. Really like that because we're talking about the whole moving rail, car, truck, intermodal, things like that, and which is really good for one of the things, the inland port that the county has backed for a long time. Next one, please. So, let's see. So we visit companies, and we don't just visit companies that invest in us. We visit everybody because it's important to understand what businesses need so that we can come back to you and inform you, hey, we need to look at these things to make it easier to do business. And let me tell you what happens when you're not business friendly. I'm not talking about giving the farm on its ends. I'm just talking about not business friendly. I left here in 1975 to go to college in Austin. I went over the Harbor Bridge. And yes, the inmates were waving, from the top floor. It was that long ago. Left here, it was 254,000. Austin was 218. I came back 30 years later. I was in the Navy and dragged my wife everywhere. And one day she came back and said, I'd like to move back to Corpus. And so we came back down here in 2005 and crossed the bridge, and it said 277. That's what happens when you're not business friendly. That's what happens when you start doing things you will miss a project and it'll be, well, it's because of this, or it's because of that, or people won't expand here. But you won't notice it until about 10 years later, and all that's happening is your businesses, their valuation is just getting lower and lower and lower, and you don't have the people that move in and buy houses, and they create new houses, things like that. So we, the EDC, need to keep you apprised on things like this and how important they are to it. Next slide. We also have a qualified sites. In fact, a recent project found us through our qualified sites. They found a site, and they contacted us, and then we started doing all of our programming to help them ultimately come here, and we will see. But these qualified sites are important, and we have the ones in Corpus Christi. In Nueces County, right by the airport. I remember there used to be like a film thing right there by the airport when you first pulled in on International Drive. We have the Robstown, which we push solid rock. And these are the things that are very important, especially the 44 corridor with industry. Next slide, please. These are some of the ones that we've done. We're $56 billion in investment. Next slide. And all of these are just over and above what we're looking for, and in all sorts of the regions. And even if they're in another county, I will promise you 50% live in Nueces County. One of our requirements on our thing is to tell you what we make, and that is our budget, and that is our breakdown. When we talk about having representatives, of course, you're at the 50,000, so is San Patricio and Portland, and they all have one seat. Our expenses match our revenues. And we're audited every year. We go through an audit. It's presented to the board accepts it, and we go through. Next slide, please.
And we just did that.
Yeah, a good audit, too. So we are targeting, we had two. We had a targeted niche survey, and we had a placemaking, the quality of place. And these are the things that we are pushing forward, the access, to all of the things that make us a great place to live and work. Now, companies find us because, the port, the 3 Class 1 railroads, proximity to Mexico, cheaper labor, those are the things. But to keep the people here, to have your people come here and then stay here is very important to your employers. And these are the things we're trying to do, and it's called this stickiness of a neighborhood and of a region. Next slide, please. So we thank you very much for your support monetarily, for your support of being on our board. I want you to know that we are working hard to be an advocate for the region, for this county. We believe that we understand quite well, and we're more than happy to give our expertise, answer questions, and give briefs whenever you need it. Next slide. I want to thank you for your time, and I stand by for any questions, or you know where I reside, and you can come find me there.
So, Mike, maybe a lot of people don't know, but your intent is to retire in 2023, and although that is a long way away still from that date in the summer, I just wanted to acknowledge what you just said, which was not just a good presentation, but a little bit of a history lesson. You came back. You chose to come back after your service, and you see the world in a very unique way, in the sense of you've gotten to see this massive growth that we call this regional economic corridor, and you also are now seeing the evolution/transition that is bringing new businesses, and there's still lots of work to do, but there are small wins, and there are large wins, and then there's like whale wins,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And I think that it's just important, at least I only have a little bit of time left, for me to acknowledge all the great work that you and your entire team have done.
Thank you very much.
And we are in the process of looking for a new executive director, so you're going to be the interim, and we're in good hands. All the great projects that are slated will have great attention. You've got a great staff, including Sarah, who's modernized. So I would encourage everyone to look at that website because it's really important. But we're doing, I know there wasn't time to talk about everything, but we're doing great things like taking care of CEOs, significant others/spouses when they come. We are doing recruitment for some of our large partners, including hospitals. That means that if you have a program that needs, at the stroke center, a very particular person, you know, we're getting invested in what I call some of the human elements. And we also made a major investment, which I'd like to think I had something to do with quality of place.
Yes.
Nobody said those words until 4 years ago. And we've changed that. And although it still looks similarly the same on the population signs, I have a sneaking suspicion that the next 10 years, if we keep doing things right and not get in our way so much, we like to do that too often, if we can stay out of each other's way, we can let you guys do the great work that you do, and maybe those population numbers change. And it's not just a change of the number, but it's a change in the diversification of the technologies that you are talking about. And that's what I'm looking forward to doing in my future. And I think it's exciting. So thanks for all the great resources and the help. But I think there's a lot happening right this moment that we need to kind of keep our eyes on the ball. So keep in touch, as they say. I know the presentations are slated, but it's okay to come in and share with us if you think there's something
Certainly
impactful. And you've done that, so appreciate that. All right, well, if we'll keep that copy, Connie, and get it to everybody, send it back to IDA, get it back to all of us. It's already attached. Same one is on? Okay, great. It's already attached, so you can use that. Are your senior executive breakfasts only for, I mean, I get invited because I'm a member of the board, but and it's okay if the answer is no, but can any of the electeds attend?
Yes, and they
So you
often
might want to
do.
just share that.
Yeah, so and I know it gets a little hard, so our board meeting is the second Thursday, and the breakfast is the Tuesday before that. It's not always the second Tuesday, I'm sorry, but you can certainly go on our website and see when the next one is, and we appreciate elected officials to come to those, to learn, to listen. I will tell you, people are refreshingly honest when they get in that room, and, you know, they get a breakfast taco in them and hot coffee. And you can see, for example, when the engineers are busy, that the construction people are going to be busy, in 3 or 4 months. So we certainly welcome you to that. You don't even have to speak if you don't want to. You just come here and listen.
Great. I hope they take you up on it.
All right.
Thank you so much. We'll move on. My intention is to take a bathroom break around the 11:45 hours. We'll see how many more we can get accomplished. Item number 10, I see the gentleman in the back of the room waiting. We're going to get an update from the project manager on the boiler installation project in Nueces County. So we'll ask Shane to come and give us a little bit of background, as they say, what's happening and how are we doing on the boiler project. And then, of course, hand it off to anybody else that you need to. We'll just let you take over.
Are you able to pull that up?
Attached to the agenda?
It was that presentation sheet, PowerPoint presentation sheet.
Oh, this one? Yeah, you
Yeah.
said 15.
11.
Oh, okay.
11:15, the bottom. Yep, PowerPoint presentation. Yeah, that's it.
But it'll ask you for a copy, so I'm saving it.
Good morning, Your Honor, Commissioners. She'll just pull that up here in just a second. Okay. We'll go over the boiler information. There's couple slides in here that also talk about the ADA project. And the reason why I'm just kind of putting that in there, so it kind of gives a little bit of knowledge for everybody throughout the whole thing, as I will be turning all these projects over to John Montova.
Okay, sounds good. You want to start with,
So next, go ahead.
which is the one
There you
so
go.
you want to start with ADA
Yes,
first? And
yes,
just so everybody knows, it's proper because it says and related matters in the courthouse complex. So I just want you guys to know that even though I announced it as boilers, it's proper to hear about the courthouse complex.
I just wanted to run through so it gives everybody a little bit of information about all the work that's going on throughout this complex. Currently, right now, completed areas you can see in the top left corner show you some of them. The women's restrooms on the 10th floor, the men's restrooms on the 10th floor, and 8th floor, 6th floor, 4th floor. They are moving around quite a bit throughout this complex, and you will start to notice more and more as they work throughout here that you'll see more and more door frames and everything going on at that time. If you see down at the bottom left corner, you can see currently where they're working right now and what's coming up. The 9th floor men's room, the 4th floor women's room, the 3rd floor handicap men's restroom, the 2nd floor handicap men's restroom, so on and so forth. Also, just so everybody knows, completed areas that are actually done right now is the 403 courtroom. There are some few minor touchings that need to be done on this, but that has been completed. Room 404 is pending the judge's bench to be installed. And then there is some work and questions to go on the 10th floor courtroom. Also, there are some questions as to the 5th floor benches in the courtroom there on the 5th floor, as there has been brought to our attention yesterday about a layout. I have shared that concern with all the team in Public Works as of yesterday. If you go to the next slide, you can see some pictures here where we see one of the restroom demolitions in the first two slides on the left. Then you can see the restroom started completed, showing the new tile and fixtures being installed. And then you can see the courtroom on the fourth floor that has been installed. New flooring, new bench. And they currently are in that courtroom installing wall panels right now. Next slide, please. The next slide shows you just a little bit more of what has gone on throughout this ADA project. Throughout there, more fourth floor courtrooms that have the carpet installed, a work area that's been done in the back area, and then another restroom. The next slide.
The restrooms look so nice.
Thank you. Thank you. They've done a good job. The next one I just wanted to note so everybody knows it was kind of a nice little upgrade to know yesterday that it was nice to see that the courthouse exterior rehab work made it into this month's issue of Stone World magazine. So, and it's an e-magazine. You can pull that up and see that.
That's great.
And then, of course, you can see the stone area. The one thing that I'd like to bring up here is the picture on the left where you can see the roofing and you see the atrium glass that's there. On the round part of that tower that's to the right there of the atrium glass, we do have a little bit of water leakage there that has been addressed as far as Phoenix One coming out and looking at it. As soon as we found out about it, I had them come out. They're doing a report on that, and we should have that report within the next couple of days.
And wasn't it, maybe Juan can help me remember, wasn't it also when we said we were going to do a new roof, we wanted to redo
It is a roof issue there.
the sky, I'm going to call it I guess we can call it the atrium glass.
That's correct, Judge. It's part of the scope of work from,
Right.
with Govan and Richter.
Right. And so I just want to caution everybody not to panic that the reason it's doing that is because it needs to be replaced. That's great. Are you at a good stopping point for me to ask a question? Okay, it goes back to the ADA, and I think you might have addressed it, but I wanted just to double check. There was not a concern, but more of a comment that to accommodate for the ADA, there was one scenario where the jurors have to enter and go in front of what would normally be the counsel table and defendants. Was that resolved?
That still has not been resolved
Okay.
yet completely.
We have an opportunity to bring it up before the Board of Judges. I'm going to ask you to join me at that Board of Judges meeting. Let's talk about it. Let's see before, we start doing all of them that way, that we really think about it. It's the collision of what looks good as an architectural design and what makes sense inside a courtroom. You just typically wouldn't have jurors getting that close to counsel or defendants.
There's
okay?
also an issue in the fifth floor courtroom where the judge has to walk, and that's going to be brought up also in the Board of Judges meeting also.
Okay. I'm bringing it up now so that we can put our heads together and figure out that there's and it's not like an architect would know these things, but now that we know them, how can we change them so that it's not just for the safety of the jurors, it's for the impact of the defendant too, so that it just needs to be.
Yes, ma'am. What we're doing right now is we're already coordinating with Javier with COK.
To maybe make some-
and he's looking at those items right now.
And he's not opposed to maybe doing some changes, right?
Not at this time, no.
Yeah, and I think we should take the advice of the Board of Judges, given that it's their courtroom and they know how that should go. But I'm willing to bring it back on December the 7th if you need some additional work, supplemental work to get that done. But I think it would be a mistake to just ignore it. And then you have these big trials, could be capital murder. You just don't want to have that intersection. We just don't cross jurors with those defendants.
Yes, ma'am. I'll get Javier to,
Okay.
or I'll have Javier come back to court on the 7th.
Yeah, and don't do extra work until we figure it out, right? Which is tricky because I know you're on a schedule, so it needs to be really thought through quickly.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like I
I'm
said,
sorry.
it's all been given to the design team
Right.
and everybody, so.
So CLK
everybody-
is working
got
it.
the email,
Got
everybody's
it.
got the email on
I'm
it.
glad.
Can I ask
An ADA question, sure,
Well, not
Commissioner
just a
Chesney.
question before you get too far in, because when you're getting into the boilers, have y'all circulated, there was some memo that went out from Mr. Wheaton on that. Has that been circulated? Because I think the court really would benefit from reviewing that, and I haven't got it, so I've now got it, but I don't, I mean, it's like a 6 or 8 page.
Are you talking about the one where I did the comparison that you asked for, that came from Ron Wheaton?
Yeah, did it come from you? Just not the comparison, it was the boiler review recap.
I sent out to all the commissioners
I saw
and
that.
everybody, yeah.
Oh, did
And
that have
it
that?
was the comparison that you asked for between the old boilers and the new boilers, which I believe, we're going to see it here in just a minute.
No, what I'm saying, but I don't remember it being, there was a memo boiler review recap from Ron Wheaton. That's the one I'm talking about. I don't know if I don't remember seeing that in what you sent. Did I miss that in what you sent?
I don't think so.
You didn't send me that one.
Yeah, I didn't send you that
So
one.
I don't know where that memo is, but that really needs to be circulated to the rest of the Commissioners Court because it's got a lot of info and a lot of just kind of concerning info, quite frankly, that needs to be discussed. But if nobody else got it up here before you get into it, it's going to be really hard to do it. So I don't know where that, Juan, do you know anything about that memo or anybody know anything about that memo? I think the court needs to see that memo. Huh?
Yes, sir. I just got it I think it was last week when I got, it was last week when I got the report, Commissioner.
Say that again?
I think it was last week when I got the report.
Okay.
I don't want to misspeak, but.
Did someone circulate that to the rest of the court?
Yes, sir.
Just publish it for us, please. Are they?
Get it, yeah, please, because.
Okay, just publish it. Give us,
I'll tell them. We'll publish that. But what I can tell you is that this has been a few times been circulated. That memo that you're looking at, I've sent out a couple times as it keeps getting updated by Ron Wheaton every time he does a walk and stuff. So you'll notice there's different colors in that report.
No, and this one was updated November 10th, which is very recent, and I haven't seen it until right this minute. And I'm wondering if the rest of the court hasn't seen it either, because obviously we're all very concerned about this boiler issue, and I'm trying to figure out why we're not getting this stuff. I mean, I know this is, let's see, this is November, what is today?
well, today's the 16th.
Right, so that was.
And
that was
November
done on-
11th was a holiday.
Right.
So-
Somebody should have circulated this to us, and I can't find it in my email. I just had somebody else send it to me, so.
Okay.
That needs to be published right
So
now
let's,
because we're fixing to have a
Ida,
boiler discussion.
why don't
and
you
there's
work
some
on
things
that?
are
Let's let Ida work on that, but let's finish,
I thought we were doing boilers, Judge. I didn't
yeah,
know
no,
were
we
doing
are,
all
we
this,
are.
so-
We're just finishing with courthouse exterior improvements, and we're going to head to boilers, so.
Yeah, I was going to go,
let's
I was
just
going to go to
finish
the next,
that.
yeah, the generators, just as a quick update there. They're currently doing work for the pads on the generators. Rebar inspection for McKinsey Jail Annex is scheduled for Thursday, November 17th. Concrete placement is scheduled for Friday, November 18th. They've had a few rain delays on that project out there and in the one in back because of so much rain out here at this time. Next slide, please. Next, these just show a couple of the pictures. This shows the piers being drilled out at McKinsey Jail Annex, and then the center picture is the pad out here behind the courthouse. Next slide. All right, next we get into the generators and the energy savings performance contract portion for this. As you know right now, the fairgrounds HVAC has been replaced. The building moisture intrusion at the fairgrounds has been addressed. Paving at the fairgrounds is finished. Landscaping at the fairgrounds is finished, except for the punch list. And then the UT testing of the pipe here at the central plant has been completed also, and there is a report for that that's in here. Ongoing right now is the paving starting out at Galahar. As we've talked about before, they did start at the Sallyport. That has been demoed, and they're currently working on that. DDC controls for the boilers. They are scheduled and having a pre-con lighting meeting today out at the fairgrounds. It says tomorrow, but that was actually written yesterday. Punch list for the commissioning of the boilers and chillers is ongoing, and the VAV install on the first floor will be complete by the end of this week, and they will be moving to the second floor next week. Last week there was some kind of emergency issues that happened as far as a hot water pump to the jail and the HVAC hot water fill that needed to happen. Those have been corrected. The VFD that needed to be on order for the hot water pumps that needed to be replaced, ABM did get that in today. That is scheduled to be installed later today or tomorrow, and then controls would be installed on that. So they should have that all complete and fixed by the end of the week. And then there's some just ongoing upcoming activities, louver install, floor painting, boiler certification by the state again, items like that. Next slide. These slides show the picture of the Sally Port that was demoed out at Galahar, and then, of course, the road going along the side of the building. Next slide. Okay, now we're going to get into the boiler project. The first thing I have is a comparison chart that you guys had asked for at last Commissioner's Court that gave information on the old boilers and the new boilers. There's a breakdown written portion that came from Ron Wheaton, but if you can go to the next slide. So this is where the boiler comparison comes into play. The three items on the left, as you can see, are the old boilers. The three on the right are the new boilers. One of the things to note in here is that the max boiler pressure rating, PSI, was 170 PSI in two of your old boilers and 15 PSI on the big old boiler that was out there, boiler number 3. As you can see to the right, it's 150 PSI for the boilers, all three of the new steam boilers that have been installed. So yesterday there was, let me see, go to the next slide.
I got a question.
Okay, go backwards.
Go back.
And leave that one.
I think we mentioned, talked about this last time on the, if you go to the old boilers, 170, 170, and 15, I don't know whether, at that time also, what 15, so I don't know why was it so low on the third.
It was an old steam boiler that was a big boiler instead of a fire tube boiler or water tube boiler as the boilers 1 and 2 were, and all three of the new ones are.
So all three of the new ones is at 150, 150, and 150. So is that on the third one, the number 3, should that be 150 or should it be less?
No, it should be 150.
Okay, so actually all those boilers that were, the ones that were replaced, the new ones weren't bigger than the old ones, and they were probably smaller than the old ones. Because I thought at one point we said they had bought bigger boilers instead of.
That would be a question that Ron Wheaton would need to answer for you to make everything clear, as I am not the engineer. Ron Wheaton was unable to be at this meeting today because he had a prior commitment.
But what's your general understanding?
My general understanding is that you have the 150 steam boilers are the good boiler. They are a correct size for what needs to happen out here. The only difference being is the pressure valves that were installed originally when they delivered and what is inside of them now. And they've been re-regulated by Bryant and Cleaver Brooks to bring them down to the 30 pounds that they are right now.
And just remind us, Cleaver Brooks is who again?
Cleaver Brooks is one of the contractors that works for Bryant Boiler.
Got it. They're the ones that are the experts
They do a lot of servicing for them, yes.
in boilers.
Excuse me, Shane.
Okay.
Yes,
Shane,
sir.
Didn't Ron Whedon have a concern about the boilers at one time?
What do you mean?
Well, I understand he was concerned about the boilers, either the size of them or how much they were putting out, or what?
I can't answer that. I don't know exactly where you're trying to get to with that, sir.
Well, I just read that he had a concern from the very beginning about the boilers.
Yeah, everything that Ron's ever had a concern about are in all of his reports.
Okay, thank you.
And you don't know whether or not any of those have been addressed already or not, or, I mean,
Yeah.
again, we're just throwing out hearsay here.
Well, I can't answer for Ron Wheaton.
Right,
Like I said, I'm
okay.
not the engineer.
Your job is to see construction through.
Make sure everything gets installed, gets done. We get it done on time, on budget.
Got it, okay.
Juan, can you help out on that?
I don't think it was hearsay. It was written by Ron Whitten on a report he gave us one time that said that.
I think Juan can help us out on that.
That he was concerned
Okay.
about that.
Why don't we just also hear from Ron Wheaton? Can he come next time, Shane? I mean, in other words, if we have a question, I think it's best that if we deal with the person that is here. I mean, anybody else is just going to try to interpret for him. It seems like if you have a question that you want to ask, why don't you go ahead and email it to either copy Juan, copy Shane, and let's get it answered. He can put it in writing, or he can come here and if there's, and also attach a report. You've obviously read something, highlight it and say, hey, what did you mean here? And did your concerns get addressed? And if so, when and how? And then we can do that. But typically all these discussions get done in engineering meetings and construction meetings, not in commissioners' courts meetings, but we can do it. But let's get all the facts and the party straight, bring the documents. Let's ask him the question so that we can get the right answer at the right time. But we want to, I hate to say this, but we want to continue your conversation. Where are you here? Are you almost done here? Or do you want to?
Yeah, I've just got a few
Okay,
more points.
keep
I did ask
going.
Ron Wheaton to be here. Like I said, he had a prior commitment today.
Understood.
So he could not be, but ABM and John Montalvo will make sure that he is notified to be here next time to be able to answer questions directly.
Right. Okay, well, go back to this slide, finish up or recap, and then get us to the next few slides, because I see that we've got a few more.
Okay. So this was just the comparison that after you guys asked in the last Commissioners Court that we put together, one of the big things to notice on this was the bottom item, which shows design steam total steam pounds per hour. Your old boilers used to put out 23,950, and the new boilers put out 11,618. So Ron can clarify more about how that all works and why and everything next time he is here to be able to answer any questions.
But your asterisk is the explanation.
Yep.
You want to just read it?
Sure. Systems run only on old boiler number 3 for several years, meaning the old system here at the courthouse jail. For several years, only 2 new boilers are designed to run at one time, providing similar capacity to old boiler number 3. With the added capability of being able to run on one boiler at 50% operating load, or 2,900 pounds of steam per hour. The 50% load shift partial firing allows the new system more compatibility with lower load operations.
Is that a fancy way of saying they're more efficient?
Yes.
That's what I wanted to have you acknowledge there. But again, that's,
Can I ask?
that asterisk is really important. Commissioner Chesney, question for
Thank you.
Shane?
So Shane, I'm looking at this, this memo that I received, and I'm assuming you received it, the updated one that you're talking about. And on there's a specific area that concerns me that says these water samples have a great deal of interference due to the lack of boiler BD. This hardness is out of control. The TDS is on the extreme side of failure. The iron levels are high. The chemical levels are low. The water softener, the best tool for a steam boiler, is not being used. There are no sample valves available. There seems to be no basic care taken for these boilers, and that's from Mr. Wheaton's memo updated on November 10th that somehow didn't get circulated to me by you, Lan, ABM, anybody else, Juan, whoever. And so that's pretty significant language. So I'd like you to explain, and then there's also, and I'll let you do that, but then there's some other stuff I want to go into. So I would like to be able to finish my line of questioning before someone else jumps in, if that's okay. So if you can address that, and then I've got some follow-up questions and some other stuff on this memo, and I'm just getting it, and so I'm having to read it real fast, but that's a pretty big jump out. So
yeah, I can answer that because I walked with him on the 10th.
Okay.
So part of the issue is, and the water softener and everything that he's talking about is actually inside room 120 of the jail. That's where that water softener point is. When we walked this system and the hot water portion was down to the HVAC water fill, like I was talking about a couple slides back, we noticed while walking this that that system that's supposed to put chlorine and stuff into the system is not running. Now, if you remember a couple commissioners' courts back, we presented a slide that showed a water sample that was taken by Byers Mechanical on how dirty the water is here throughout the projects. So that's what Ron is talking about. So
what are we going to do about it?
Well, one of the things is that we've brought up to the team that needs to go back to Public Works and work with them to find out and make sure that the pots and everything that are inside of the jail are being maintained, and the tablets are actually being placed in there all the time, so they're being correct.
So are these boilers that have been turned over to the county at this point?
This point, that doesn't have to do with the boiler.
Well, when it says doesn't seem to be basic care taken for these boilers, that's the word boiler. I don't know how that's not having something to do with the boilers. I'm just reading from the memo that the engineer submitted. I'll read it again. There seems to be no basic care being taken for these boilers. If they haven't turned the boilers, if ABM hasn't turned the boilers over to the county yet.
Yeah, they have not turned the boilers over to the county.
So then how can the county go put tablets in? That should be, ABM should be taking care of these boilers until they turn it over to us, right? Or am I wrong?
No, I would agree that part of it would be there is a chemical system that goes into the deaerator tank right now that is functional and up and running. And ABM can make a better statement on that, as they're the ones that control that portion. But what I'm to understand, and the way I remember this as a walk with Ron Wheaton, this portion that we were talking about and how that was written there, I need to go back and ask him, because what we talked about on our walk last week was that it was the water system for the HVAC inside the jail that was missing the chlorine tablets that needed to be, because the system was actually shut off at the valves.
Okay, fair, but this is a pretty broad statement. And again, I got this 15 minutes ago, so I've had to digest this pretty quick. So that's concerning to me. Okay, so I'm going to leave it at that for now, because somebody needs to go figure this out. If there's not been basic care taken for these boilers, then somebody needs to do it. And what I keep hearing is, okay, we don't want the county people in there because it's not the county's boilers yet. But then what you say is, well, we got to go put tablets in the. So in other words, the county either has to be a factor in this or it's not. It can't be like, some here, some there. So if this is still under the purview of ABM, then the county employees shouldn't have anything to do with it, because it could void warranty. It could cause ABM to say, you did something and it's your fault. I don't want the county people doing anything related to these boilers until it's turned over to us for all the reasons I've been told we shouldn't be messing with it. Or if I'm confusing things, feel free to tell me, but this sounds to me like we're wanting them to go do stuff on the boilers when they shouldn't be.
Like I said, I need to get with Ron Wheaton, because I do not believe that what he's talking about there is the actual for the boilers.
Okay, then this report needs to be amended, because that statement is very clear to me that the boilers hadn't been taken care of. Okay, and then the other part too on here that's concerning is that again, I'm doing this fast because I just got it, and I'm having to read from here, but it talks about in this number 5, let me find it, hang on a second, give me 1 second, that items noted herein are intended to be carried out via repair, correction, or other action within a maximum 30-day period, which has not been the case. Continued delay of completion of items listed within Wheaton Engineering's walkthrough list creates a risk of equipment damage, loss of efficiency, and potential safety issues. We would implore those responsible for completing tasks involved more definitively to take action on corrections and completion. Okay, now, respectfully, I guess you got to respond to that, because to me that points at LAN also, in addition to ABM, because you're our program manager and you're the one that's supposed to be making sure that these things get corrected timely. And if they're not getting corrected timely, and I know there's been some problems that y'all have reported, right? But what else are problems? Because again, I'm reading this fast and it's a huge long memo, so I guess respond to that one too.
Sure, I can respond to that.
Okay.
The one thing that I would like to bring up and make sure that everybody's clear is that there was a specific contract written between the county and ABM as Commissioners Court approved.
Yep.
We've gone through that contract many, many times. I have many notices to cure that have been sent to ABM in order for this work, in order to conclude all of the punch list items that every time we get them. LAN has done everything they can within their power in order to try and press the contractor to get this stuff moving forward.
So is it your
Unfortunately,
opinion that,
I'm not able to move anymore. We've even gone so far as to go to the county attorney about it at times and try and see what we could do if there was anything more in order to do on this. And it's just the way that their contract is written that kind of ties everybody's hands.
So basically what you're saying is, or are you saying that there is then a problem with ABM complying and doing what they need to be doing in regards to fixing things that the engineer has pointed out and you have pointed out?
I think that their subcontractors do not respond.
Which is, the buck stops at ABM, subcontractors are not.
Yep.
So if we've got a contract with ABM and they're not getting their subcontractors to do work, then they need to get new subcontractors.
Yeah, well, and that's where I was just going to go with this. So part of it is that they had an HVAC subcontractor that we kept telling them needed to be replaced on this project because they weren't getting stuff done. They did do that. ABM turned around and moved that work to Protec. So they are doing their due diligence now, especially now that their upper management has come into play in order to help to change this around. But I have tons and tons of emails and notices to cure and everything else for me to try and move this project forward to get that done. And I've done as far as I can do everything that's possible.
And, okay, so then I guess what we need to do is, instead of continuing to bring you in here, we need to bring, LAN, not you, but that we need to bring ABM and start asking them to explain to us.
They're here.
They're here. I have
Let them
ABM
respond.
here.
They're here.
Okay, well, then let them respond.
But let me ask you a question. I think, I just want to double check. What slide is this? What number is this?
Well, currently it's not a slide, it's the report he has.
Right, but I'm saying which one which
not on
slide
there.
were you on?
I was on 14.
14?
Yeah.
Okay, I want you to finish the presentation,
Whoa.
and then we're going to put back Chesney.
Wait. I wanted to finish. I asked if I could finish.
Well,
So if
I
Lan
thought you
can't
were finished.
No. If Lan can't answer my questions, then I need ABM up here to answer my
Okay.
questions and explain to me why they're not doing what the engineer and Lan says, because I need to get answers on this.
Well,
Shane, I also have a question, Shane.
Damaging report.
okay, hang on one second.
Shane, what did you
Commissioner
mean by,
Hernandez.
what did you mean by specific contract?
There's a contract, the county has a contract with ABM.
But
that-
what's so specific in there?
Well, the difference is that it's kind of a different contract than what you're usually used to seeing. Usually you see an AIA contract where you have control and everything that has more power and grip on it to deal with the subcontractors and the contractor at hand. The contract that you guys have currently does not have that.
It's a bad contract.
And whose contract is that?
I can't answer that. I can't answer that
Why is
because
that?
it was before my time as far as who approved and how that actually all went.
It was
All I
before-
know is
It was
It's
before my time
LAN.
also.
Yeah. All I know is that.
But we can get you that answer.
Yeah.
I have all the emails regarding
I
that.
still
We can
like
get you that
one, I still would
information.
like one to answer my question about Ron Whedon. He had concerns.
Yes, sir. Yes, Commissioner, Judge. I'm sorry, what was the question? I'm sorry, Commissioner.
That Ron Whedon had concerns about these boilers when, if you know anything about it.
Yes, sir. I mean, we had a meeting, and he did make a statement that that the boilers were not the boilers that he had spec'd out.
Okay. So,
And if you can see, if you go back to 2 slides before, where it shows the plates on them, or I'm sorry, you have the plates on them.
Go back there.
Slide 14.
Slide 14.
If you look at the plates on the new boilers, originally they were 150 psi stamp boilers, and then after a few months, I think it was in February and March or something like that, they were changed to 30 psi boilers. So the plates were modified.
the plates were modified?
Yes, sir.
By who, do you know?
The manufacturer. Well, ABM requested it from the manufacturer. The manufacturer sent them new plates.
They actually came.
And they can put them on? They did? Okay.
And the manufacturer put them on.
Yes.
That I'm aware of, I guess they did.
Well, that's what Shane, don't forget, always
I just
take the
wanna-
microphone.
No, I just want to make sure. I'm not sure who, I mean, if Shane's saying that there was a manufacturer, then
Right, so Shane, go ahead and take the microphone.
Have you
So
had
just
any-
clear that
Juan,
up real
Juan,
quick.
Have you had any communications with the manufacturer about it?
yes, sir. I had a meeting yesterday with the manufacturer, and then I contacted the manufacturer a couple of weeks ago regarding the boilers.
Did they mention anything about them changing the plates?
They did say that ABM requested the plates to be switched from 150 psi to 30 psi on the plates.
Okay,
They didn't see a problem with that?
just make
They
sure
didn't
you
see
use
a
your
problem with
microphone.
I'm sorry, what was that, Commissioner?
The manufacturer didn't see a problem with that?
The manufacturer, well, one thing that the manufacturer did state is that since our working pressure is at 15 psi, he did say that reducing the deaerator system, or like you're deaerating, you're lowering down the pressure system on it. I'm going to call it the burners. That's the only way I can say it.
Yeah.
That you would have to switch the burners from a large burner going down to a smaller burner in order for them to be, in other words, so you can step them down.
And has that been done?
That I'm aware of, no. And then we did have a meeting yesterday with TDLR. I say ABM did request a meeting with TDLR yesterday, and I know Shane and Larry are going to touch up on that about with TDLR, the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you. It's just that some things don't add up when they have to, manufacturer requested something or advised something, and that hadn't been done.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So can you take the microphone again, finish with Commissioner Chesney, and then finish the presentation so that we can hear from ABM? And we need to take a little break. We can come right back in, but we need to do that. But to answer the question that Commissioner Hernandez asked, you can confirm for the court that regarding the plates?
Yes. Yeah. We can confirm that the plates were changed by the manufacturer's rep.
Okay. All right. And then what is your question, Commissioner Chesney?
I just
You're
wanted
ready to go to ABM?
Yeah, I would just
Okay,
wanted to
I think they're,
answer why they're not responding and doing the things that has been articulated here today, and what the issues are with Wheaton Engineering that they put forth, and the issues that land has perpetuated.
I'm not aware of issues that we have with Wheaton Engineering, the engineer of record. We've had plenty of issues with our subcontractor. We've issued notice to proceed. We're ready to move on. We're bringing in other contractors as necessary to get this corrected. We are working right now to get all those punch list items corrected and everything on the boilers corrected. And I think you'll see after Shane gives his presentation, he's going to answer a lot of your questions. If you want to.
No, I'd rather hear it from you, honestly, because the issue, respectfully.
Sure. I'm here to
I
answer
continue to
your
hear
questions.
ABM, and Land doesn't
Sure.
need to speak for ABM. ABM needs to speak for ABM, if that's
Sure.
okay. And
Yes,
so,
sir.
I'm going to go back to this observation, and you heard the discussion and I didn't know you were in the room, or I would have not wasted my time with Shane. But, you heard about there seems to be no basic care taken for these boilers. There's confusion on the county's doing stuff, and you haven't turned the boilers over to us, so I'd like to hear your.
There is caretaker. I would really like, I agree with Shane. Ron needs to come in and correct that, because I did walk the problem with Ron Wheaton, and there were some valves closed in room 120 that take care of the water treatment system. From my understanding, went to the chillers, not the boilers. So the next quarter, I would really like to see if Ron could be here so he could clarify that for you, because I don't want to speak and tell you, Ron, that's my understanding, looking at it, walking in the field, that those valves turned off did not go to the boilers. They went to the chill water system in the jail.
And have you seen this recent updated memo on November 10th that was generated by Mr. Wheaton?
I have, yes.
Okay. So, I mean, again, I'm sorry to know you're in the room. It's the same questions that I have on that. There's a lot of punch list items, and I can read this to you again. Continued delay of completion on the items listed within Wheaton's walkthrough list creates a risk of equipment damage, loss of efficiency, and potential safety issues. We would implore, pretty heavy word, those responsible for completing tasks involved more definitively to take actions on corrections and completion.
Those are getting done. We're doing the controls right now from the boiler to the deaerator. That's getting done. Raptor's there working on our contractor right now. We've taken care of the hot water discharge off the deaerator. We're working. We had a good call, as Juan mentioned, with the state yesterday with Shane to give an update on here. But I can tell you we had all parties on the call, the chief boiler inspector with the state, Public Works, ABM, Brian, the manufacturer. We had a third-party engineer that we've hired just to do a review on the call. And basically the state, everybody agreed the best thing to move forward would be to drop from the 30 PSI relief valve to a 15 PSI relief valve. And that clears up all the issues.
And so did we overpay then for something that we didn't need to pay for because we're now reducing?
No, these are high efficiency boilers. They have modulating burners on them. Like I say, a lot of these questions would come from the engineer who designed it. I mean, I can tell you they're high efficiency modulating boilers are designed. You had one boiler running the whole thing. Now you have two of them they're going to run that can go down to 50%. It's going to be a lot more efficient system for you.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
I really, I don't know why we're having so much problems in the last 3-4 months where ABM supposed to start a job. They don't start the job. We talk to Shane. Then they change contractors. They change subcontractors. I don't know what the problem, it seems like it's like a domino effect here for every job. This is happening now. Where we said, well, we can't do it now until we're going to get another contractor. This is the third time on the 2 different jobs that we've changed contractors and subcontractors. And my other biggest concern is, what I just heard today, why we want to alter the labels to show the wrong reading.
No. I'm sorry.
Well, that's what I just heard.
Commissioner, I'd like to explain that real quick, just so you know. The reason why the tags were changed as when Bryant comes out and changed the valves in the regulator system that is on that boiler, that tag is then changed. So they came in and put 30-pound regulators on there. And when they did that, the tag on the boiler, instead of being 150, which the original regulator was that it was shipped with, was put to 30. Once that's done, then the tag gets changed, and it's changed by the manufacturer. And if you look in this picture right here, you can see that it says it's a Bryant tag and everything that's on it. It was done by them.
So why would ABM call them to change the tags? I don't understand that. If the manufacturer sends you the boilers, the tags are on the boilers, tells you what it's supposed to do, what it's supposed to pump, everything else, why we want to call back and say we need to change the tags? I mean, this is a question that I'm not clear to me as to why would anybody in my company or your company call back to the manufacturer and say we need to change the tags.
Well, the operating pressure, the operating controls changed and the relief valve changed. So you want that tag to represent what's actually there operating. So if somebody comes to work on it in the future, they don't think
Right, I
they have
understand that.
150-pound relief. They need to know that it's a 30-pound relief on that boiler, or whatever the configuration is. You want that to match. And so that's why when we ordered those kits to change that, the manufacturer supplies that tag to match that with it. It was done in conjunction with the manufacturer's recommendation.
We ordered to match, but do they actually match? I mean,
Yes,
this is
sir.
my question. I kind of feel like we bought bigger boilers than we should have bought and paid more, but the PSI wasn't what it's supposed to be. So now we're labeling it to make it good, to make it compare?
The PSI, the boilers were 150-pound vessels on the boilers. That's what was ordered. The issue came in on the operating side and the relief side. That was at 150. That got changed down to where it's operating from 10 to 12 PSI, pressure relief at 30.
Excuse me, sir. What I'm hearing is basically the wrong boilers were ordered, because if they had ordered the right boiler, the tags and everything wouldn't have had to be changed. It would have come with the proper information for those boilers, wouldn't it?
If they were ordered with that operating pressure, correct. If they were ordered and they came with the 15 PSI, I mean the 10 to 12 PSI operating pressure and the 30 PSI relief, correct, and those tags would have been.
So if we were replacing the boilers with the old boilers that had the correct information, but these were different boilers, they were a little bit bigger, so it required a different tag. Isn't that why ABM had it switched over?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question. I apologize.
It was, to me, it was just the wrong boiler that was ordered. That's why it came with that tag, with that information, because that tag pertained to that certain boiler. Okay?
It's not the, it's probably a good, another question, because the engineer will be able to explain a lot better. The boiler's 150, you had 170 there.
I understand
The boiler's
that.
150, that's what was on the plate on the drawings, 150-pound boiler. The boiler's the correct boiler. The operating and the relief is what was wrong. That's where it was missed, and we had to correct, and we have corrected that. I don't know if I explained that right or not, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's all right. One more question. Who's your subcontractors? Do you all vet your subcontractors, see how much experience they have at working at this
We do,
type of
yes.
job?
Yes, sir.
So why are you having so many problems with them?
That's a good question. I wish I knew that. We are working to get that corrected.
Well, I told you last time, and I guess it would be a good idea to have Ron Whitten here, because
Yes, sir.
I know you're not an engineer, Shane's not an engineer.
Correct.
So, if you can, next time bring us an engineer so we can ask him, see if he's willing to, tell us something concrete, that we can really say, yeah, okay, we got it from this guy's mouth. He's an engineer, and he's going to have his seal on that project.
Yes.
It's going to be his name on that project. So that's what I would like to see.
Okay. I agree.
So just to get us to a good place where we can continue, still want to continue, I just want to make sure that we're finishing the actual presentation, because when you stop in the middle, it's kind of like stopping in the middle of the story.
Yes.
It'd be nice to actually get the whole story, and then you can ask a really good, thoughtful question. And as was just pointed out, we have the opportunity to have all the information here in the room to ask those questions. Shane, let's go back to slide 14 is where we were, which is the photo that you're seeing.
Yeah, that's the tag. If we go to fit
Yes.
in, what I was just going to say is that the following slides that we're about to look at for the record, and we can review any questions you may have specifically to these then as we go through them. I'd like to just briefly say that the slides show the letters from the engineer of record that the company's original boilers to the existing boilers. I don't want to try and discount or put any words to the engineer of record that
Correct.
goes on to that.
Okay, go ahead. Item 16 then.
Okay, so 16 is the hydro test that was done for the
We can
boilers.
enlarge that. Oh, here she comes. She's going to enlarge it for the
Yes.
court. Okay.
So there were a few tests that were required in Ron Wheaton's report that Commissioner Chesney was talking about. And they have been completed, a few of them. So the hydro test was completed back on October 31st for the boilers and gives the results. This has actually been reviewed by Ron Wheaton, and that's actually, you can notice it is on his letterhead, and those are his comments to this. It does pass to what he's talking about. Next slide.
And what's the effect of this test? That's what people want to know. What is the effect of the test?
This is showing that they were able to maintain a
Pressure.
certain amount of pressure, in this case for an hour.
Okay.
That was inside of these pipes.
And therefore, in the world of layman's talk, it passes.
It does.
All right, that's what the question had been before from the court. And then you said to us, the last time we met, we're going to have these tests done. This shows that the tests were done and that indeed the pressure holds at 100 PSI constant for an hour, which is
Correct. Which
what
is
we
what
look
the
at,
test parameters
which is what the
require.
test parameters require. Okay, go ahead.
All right, next slide. Next, you asked about the condition of the existing pipe and whether or not it could sustain the operating pressure of the steam system. A third-party testing lab was engaged to provide ultrasonic testing. The testing has been completed and no defects were shown in the piping. You can see where precision NDT UT thickness report was done. They completed the UTT baseline testing. They used the code ASME B31.1, regional code 3. Testing was done in 102 locations. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Throughout the whole system. That would also be the central plant and down the corridor into room 120.
This is what we call the pipe test regarding how thick it is. That'll
Correct.
determine on this idea of the pipes moving, right?
Well, it was that if the pipe was thin and could have the possibility of breaking
Of
that
rupture.
way. Yes.
And the question was, how thick is this pipe? So that we can figure out, hey, is there a possibility of rupture? That's
Yes.
what this is. And what are your findings?
This finds that the piping in the whole system is good.
All right,
The
excellent.
Ron Wheaton didn't see, and the UT testing company didn't see any weak spots throughout this.
Okay, great. Good news for the county, good news for the pipes, good news in general.
Yeah,
Keep-
so the UT testing is complete. They're currently working for the DDC controls for the boilers. They're expecting to have those finished by December 31st as they're waiting on parts for those. They're expecting to do a boiler turnover on January 15th of 2023. That would also be the same time they're expecting to do the chiller plant at McKinsey Jail Annex.
Okay.
The ongoing thing that they are currently doing now that Ron Wheaton has asked for is the ASME tag reading and logging of old equipment like heat exchangers and tanks to go with the UT testing report that are part of the old central plant system.
Right. Nothing to do with the new equipment, everything to do with the old equipment.
Correct.
Okay. And this is just me following up. Is this a good time to stop
Sure.
and follow up?
You bet.
Okay. Next time, when we get more information, I'm interested in the quality of the water, because one of the things that's happening when you're, and I agree with you, it sounds like there could be, don't know, could be an error on the report as to the reference of boiler versus chiller. That happens all the time when we're dictating. Happens to me in verbal conversation. Let's see if that's the case. That's your recollection of the facts. And so once we get that settled, the next thing is, the quality of the water is, as we say, out of our hands, okay? The minerals that are being ID'd in the water sample analysis comes to us from the source of that water. However, there could be opportunities to create some, I guess, best way to do it is a softener process, water softener process, like you sometimes see in your homes, that could enable a better quality. I'm not going to sit here and interpret something that I am catching, although good lawyers will do that. They'll pick out a line and they'll say, aha. But when you look at the whole completeness of the report and you talk to the people that actually wrote the report, you'll get your better understanding. But the way another interpretation could be that we're not caring for these boilers because you've got a new system that has a bad feed in it, right? The quality of the water could be hurting the new mechanical equipment, and therefore we need to go back to the source of the water. And so I'm curious if that has any, to quote my cousin Vinny, does that theory hold water? Okay?
Does that theory holds water, yes.
That theory holds water. If you kids haven't seen my cousin Vinny, I highly recommend a weekend. It's going to rain all weekend. Go watch it. But anyway, the point is that that's really important in this dialogue. And there's a lot of different, we had asked you 2 questions. You've answered those 2 questions for us. We needed a pressure pipe system test. We also, a pressure hole test, right? And we also needed a thickness test. And we've now received both of those. I'm a little daunted by the rest of the slides. Is that all basic information and data?
It's just the backup data that goes to all that.
Would you just show it to the court and then we'll let you finish? Just show it.
If you can,
That's just the backup for the actual thickness testing?
Yes,
Okay.
that is.
And none of us here are qualified to look at that. So I just bring it up to say, in case you want to
Yeah,
teach
there's
yourself.
102 locations between those 6 slides.
Okay, so that's what, 21,
And pictures,
22,
Go all the way down
23.
through the bottom of the picture there.
Okay, can you go to 24, Connie? Okay, keep going.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. Nick, can you go to the next slide there? All right, now, the next slide is the one that is kind of important to me. This slide is kind of important, and the reason why I wanted to bring this up is that this was an email that Christina put out there in December 22nd of 2021. And this came from the Bryant Boiler Rep, which is Cleaver Brooks. And unfortunately, my computer has crashed, so I can't read that very well with
Okay.
But the highlighted portion is kind of gives you a good idea about the 15 and the 10 pounds. And I see this is the last time I was out there, I programmed the operating digital controller so that it can't be programmed over 15 PSI. The operation set point is 10 PSI, which cycles the boiler off and off at 12 PSI. The high limit is programmed and set for 14 PSI. The 2 mechanical operating controls are set at 15 PSI, and 1 is a manual reset. And I think that's kind of important, that it's a manual reset. So we're talking about
So Shane, it is because in your world, you understand exactly what you said,
So it's about to,
but you need to bring it out, bring it home.
yeah, we keep talking about pressure and where the pressure is, and we're worried about safety and stuff like that. And the Bryant Boilers manufacturing rep clearly states that he's readjusted all these, and it wasn't just weeks ago or anything like that. This happened back when we first got boilers 1 and 2 installed, December 22nd of 2021, and this was an email that was shared with everybody back then of the team at that time.
Got it. Okay. That's very, very helpful and very instructive. What
Okay.
else do you have for us?
Next slide.
Can I just ask a?
We have a question. Hang on.
Just a quick, did we get this slide presentation? I don't have it again.
You did not get this because I only finished this last night.
So I got to say, Shane, this is really, and I mean, I say this, I'm not just saying this to you, but this is so frustrating because I'm having to see this as we go through it. I didn't say anything at the beginning because I went back and I searched because I want to make sure I hadn't missed something. I've searched my emails, I've searched, but this is a 30, I mean, I'm seeing this for the first time. I didn't have a chance to read it. I didn't have a chance to go through it. And this is really frustrating. When we have agendas, we're supposed to post everything that's on the agenda online. That's the law. So we constantly violate the law in here by not having backup. So I don't know how this gets done. And this has got to change. And I have railed on this before and I've gotten nowhere on it. So I don't know what to do about the fact that we continually, over and over and over, get items that are listed that don't have backup. And you walk in with I don't know how many slides. I didn't even know we were doing the first part of it because it was supposed to just be boiler. I didn't get that memo until someone sent it to me. This is the first time I've seen these slides. I mean, this just can't continue. This is not right. I mean, great. I don't even know what you're saying with this email. I didn't have a chance to go back and check if that's out of context or in context or what it even means. So I'm so frustrated with this agenda, and I don't know what to do, but I think we just got to say if there's not appropriate backup on things like this, like a big 30-page presentation that the public has a right to see and we have a right to see, that we just shouldn't do it. I'm not going to do it, and I let it go, but then you send me that, but then I get to this slide, which I've never seen, and you talk about this email about something that this email was sent. Okay, is that in context or out of context?
Well, the reason why I bring this up is because all the emails that you're talking about and that report and everything that is shared, usually there is a mail format that we use and send out, and it's a project team that it goes through. Most of it's all Public Works that we share it with, and I've shared everything with Public Works. This email was actually shared by ABM's project manager back then with Public Works and everybody.
Okay.
So
I mean, I get great.
the reason why I'm saying that is, and the reason why this slide was important is because we keep talking about this pressure point and all this stuff for the boilers, and there was an email that was out there a long time ago about this.
Yeah,
over a year ago.
I think we're going to take a little break. Excuse me one second.
Do you recall
Commissioner
this
Hernandez?
email? Oh, I'm sorry.
Not that I recall it right now, Commissioner, but Commissioner, you're correct. I mean, there's some information here that I haven't even seen. And I know that they said that they just got it last night and so on. And, you know, for me to be here too, to listen to this, it's kind of like, I haven't seen some of this information.
And it's not the only thing. I got 8 items, I think, handed to me on the way in the door today, and this wasn't even one of those 8.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not sure it's 8 the right number. I've gone through it. I put them in my book now. I've looked at some of them. I haven't had a chance to look at others. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I thought we had a policy. I thought it was the law. I thought we weren't supposed to even have presentations and items to be considered if there wasn't appropriate backup. And yet we continue to do it.
So, and Commissioner, just to add that to it, I mean, I know that they presented the hydro testing. I need to look at the report, and I need to look at the report about the thickness of the pipes. I haven't seen it. You know, it would be good to see. I agree. We would need to have it like at least a week to be able to look at this information, sit down with ABM, sit down with LAN, and go through the documents. But to bring it today is like, I can't even answer some of these questions. They're on this report.
So just to give us, I know you heard me say I needed a bathroom break, so I really need to take a little break. So what I'm going to do is have us continue with the same line of discussion. And
I'd like to table this because I'd like to actually go back and read this and see it.
I don't have a problem with that.
On the safety
if y'all will just hold on, please, just for a moment.
Well, you were breaking, so I didn't.
I did. I wanted to take a break, and then we can come back
Can we just
on the
motion it?
record. So it's not a long break, everybody. It's just a 10-minute break. It's 12:30. If we could come back at 12:40, it will give our staff a chance and myself to take a bathroom break, and we'll be back. And forgive me that while we were in the midst of, I'm sorry, I hope you all can stay because you're only seeing this tiny little sliver. And I promise you there's some real governance items that are coming. And so
Judge, I was going to mention and introduce them because they have to leave by 1, so that was the other thing. And before you break, I wanted to introduce the London Professional Communications class that's here. Ms. Hoff is here. They've been touring the Capitol. Peyton's been taking around. They've been up to Judge Stith and Sheriff Hooper, and they've gotten a real taste of Nueces County government. Ann Lorenzen talked to them, so they've been around and they've been getting some good stuff. And so I'm going to break and meet with them while you're on break. But I did want to mention them because they do have to leave, I think, by 1 o'clock is what I was told.
And that's what I was just about to say is welcome. And glad you're here. And also, maybe informally, you can use the 10 minutes to ask good questions. You have your county attorney here, always here, sitting in that position. You have our county auditor. He's an independent auditor due to the size of our county. He helps prepare the budget and helps us with all financial matters. You have a court administrator who helps govern the day-to-day operations of the courthouse, as well as the day-to-day agenda items that are brought forward. Have your county clerk here that you're going to maybe get a chance to meet with and visit. Her jobs is like this big. She's got everything from elections and treasury all the way to the preservation of documents and court minutes. And then, of course, there are others that are also very, very vital. So with that, we'll take a break for the record. It's 12:29 p.m. I will gavel us out for 10 minutes, ask that Connie take us offline. Okay, guys, for the record, it's 12:57 p.m., and we are in the middle of item number 10. And so I'm going to redirect us back to item number 10. And where we were was,
Judge, I wanted to make a motion to table on this since we haven't seen the presentation
Second.
till December 7th. Because
okay,
Can I make one clarification, though, just so it's clear? We talked about the TDLR portion with Juan and everything that was up here, and the meeting that happened yesterday that was with the Bryant Boiler people and stuff. LAN was not involved in that phone call. So, just so everybody's aware.
okay, and before we do that, again, what we noticed was a presentation, and so I think the request is, even if you finish your presentation late, be sure and get it to the court administrator so that it can be distributed,
We can do that.
But make no mistake, a presentation is just that. It's a presentation, right? It's the revealing of information that you are uniquely qualified to present, and there's no action that's needed at this time. Therefore, you should listen and receive that information, and then if you need to ask further questions, it can be brought up in another time period. So we'll have you come back. Where were we, just so I know, because I see it as slide 26. How many more slides were there?
There was just a few more slides, and they're mostly all backup. They're the TDLR.
That's what I wanted, just to make sure they were all back up.
Yep, they all just back up to the TDLR conversation and stuff that was had.
So if we could-
And Juan will tell you that,
He was in that meeting.
yeah, he was in that meeting, but LAN was not in that meeting. However, I did have a conversation with ABM and everybody after the fact, and I was told that TDLR is granting 60 more days extension on top of the November 24th date for the boilers currently right now.
Okay. All right, so we'll have you back on December 7th. So there's a motion and a second to
Judge, I
table
think
till
I wanted
December
to
7th.
do it on December 14th, since we're putting so much on the 7th. I'd
Yeah.
like to do it on the 14th. And then if you could provide not only this, but the updated Wheaton report, everything, like in
We'll
advance,
have Ron
not
Wheaton
just
here.
this
Okay.
Yes,
presentation.
I'll make
That-
sure you have everything,
That's
and
fine.
we'll have Ron
So
Wheaton here.
much that we haven't had for this
Yes.
presentation today. Tons of stuff that needs to be presented. So I would like to table till the 14th with all the appropriate backup being
Okay,
included.
so we'll do that.
sir.
And then, of course, circulate it. I know, I mean, in the interest of, not, as they say, beating the dead horse, but it's not like there isn't constant communication. There is, and so I appreciate that. Thanks for, well, let me do this. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, all
Judge-
right, so we'll move on.
Number 11 does not need to be heard today, Judge. It's been taken care of, so I would make a
Alrighty.
motion that was my item, number
Okay,
11. a
motion to table
indefinitely.
indefinitely. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, item number 10,
10, 12.
12, forgive me, 12, is a item that Jenny's been working on, and it's the accounts payable policy in accordance with the Texas Prompt Pay Act. And Jenny, you said yesterday that you sent it,
I sent around, of course.
a draft, actually, I should say.
Right, it's a draft. It was quickly put together, and I believe, you provided that to us. We provided some comments.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's in a final form that the court is ready to accept. We are happy to keep working on it, to add things. But
Judge,
So-
I would just like to table this till December 14th, because that was another one I got at the last minute. It was not one that, when I checked with the county manager and county attorney, it was not one that they had signed off on yet, because they had not prepared it. It was one submitted to them. So I would just like to table till the 14th so they can weigh in on it and we can still bring it back.
Okay, yeah, so I just want to correct something. It comes from all the red lines come from the county attorney, and the whole essence of the policy is simply to conform with the law. This is not like really too difficult at all. It's just to make sure that you tweak it in a way that makes sense for our management team. And every time you don't have a policy, what you're risking is another person who complains about the fact that we don't prompt pay and there's no direction or directive. So I would like to have that finalized, just so you know what you have in your packet. If you have an obligation to give comments about it now, but it comes straight from the statute, and it basically says comply with the Texas Prompt Pay Act, period. And that's all it says. And it states the exceptions to that, and it also states how the process would be handled from the auditor's standpoint as well as the court manager standpoint. So you have it, and you have till the 14th to, I suppose, make any adjustments or tweaks. But again, everything that Jenny said, just to me, is just make those changes. It's meant to basically take the Prompt Payment Act, make the changes that you localized it, right? That's really what you did, is you kind of put it into a local feel, and it's ready to clean up. I would just clean it up in a nice clean form so that's not red lines, and then the court now has the red lines so they can see if they want to make a recommendation to the lawyer to change any verbiage that they think. But again, it's the law. It's not. I would hope that we could have this really by the 7th, but the 14th is fine as well if you think that helps you, Jenny.
Absolutely, and any additions that might be proposed could be provided to us as soon
Well,
as
since we've
possible.
had a copy of it for 2 weeks, have you received any additions besides
Judge, we
mine?
didn't get that till, I didn't get that till this morning, so.
No,
I
the
didn't have any
original,
chance to
the
look.
original one. We got, the original one.
Wasn't in
was-
my backup again, Judge. I only
No,
got it
the
today, so I
the
haven't had a
original one
chance.
was provided,
But I hadn't had a chance to look at this because
The
there was no
2
original
weeks ago.
provided to us, I don't know if
it
it
was,
was provided.
it
to
was.
No, it wasn't.
It was. I gave it to the county manager.
Anyway, I got one
you-
change later, but I'd
Okay.
like to table that then.
Okay, well, just
Second.
please get it to him, but it was provided to the court manager.
Got to change, you need to change.
Okay? All right, and again, make the tweaks that are for the local policy piece. You can't change the law, right?
Right.
Okay. All right, so all those in favor signify by saying aye for the table.
Aye.
Aye.
Kara, did you say?
Said Jag was the second.
Yeah, I think he was.
So 14?
Yeah. Or sooner if the county attorney has magic beans in her pocket. Okay, and then the next one is, sorry about that, John. Item number 13 is discuss and consider the county allocation plan and regarding charities. And IDA is not ready with the final plan, but as I told her, I would like to at least make a motion to have the basic 5 premises that charitable organizations, according to the IRS, be eligible. 2, that the cap of $50,000 be instituted. 3, that a compliance program, be established. And then let me see, I have to cheat IDA and look at what I sent to you.
Yeah.
And then,
Yes, I'm still this not ready. I'm going to have my American Rescue Plan manager,
I'd
the
motion
court's
to-
American Rescue Plan manager
I'm
soon.
motion to table till January 4th.
okay, I just, wait a second, because I have a motion on the floor right now.
What was the motion?
The motion was to pass the parameters for the template. Number 1 was affected by COVID-19. 2 is to request the cap if it's, otherwise you can't draft something
But Judge,
unless you have a
again,
court directive
I
for
got
it.
handed this as I
Yeah.
walked into the courtroom again today, and I don't even know, how do we create parameters? The whole point is there's a motion. Okay, you can,
This is
you don't
for-
have a second on your
for
motion, but if you
charity.
get a
So,
second, then that's fine.
Excuse me, Commissioner Chesney, the issue here is that the postponement of these items, for starters, we gave this to Ms. Hernandez months ago, and you gave us something that was in our packets.
October 12th,
What's
that
that?
meeting.
Yes,
What'd you say, Ida?
And during October 12th?
October 12th, you gave us something.
And, yeah, correct.
And you said, again, it's sort of these promises that are not kept. And what I want to say to you and to the public is that we made this decision back in, was it September, to do the $1 million? I have to go back to the court's minutes, but it might have been August or September when we made the actual allocation. The whole purpose of the charities is that we get the dollars to them so they can use them for the year they've been hurting, which is this 2022 year, right? That's when the recovery really began, when COVID started to dissipate in our communities. We were able to get everything in. You've heard from one of our public comments that it's during the holiday season that they do so much of their work. What I'm saying to you is that back in October 12th, we gave you more than 30 days to tweak what you said, and you haven't been able to produce a document.
No, I already did. I changed it. I sent it right now, like yesterday.
I saw it.
I reduced for 50,000 to 49. What I'm
Fine.
requesting to the court is to give me the opportunity to work with the American Rescue Plan manager.
Okay.
And then we're going to have the process, and I'm hope that we can have the message. This is going to be the process. It's not going to be overnight for apply. It's going to be, so it's a plan that we have. But I would like to have the opportunity to work with this American Rescue Plan manager, which is the person is going to start next month, December 12th.
If you find somebody.
I already have
So
one.
You've already found somebody? Okay.
Yeah, we already applied there. I already opened, it was open, the position.
And it's closed?
That's correct.
Okay. And does that person have federal experience with the American Rescue Plan Act?
It has experience. Yeah.
Okay. Well, would you mind sharing that with all the courts so that we can know a little bit more about that? If you've already made an
I
offer?
will provide an email. I want to send everything, and that's what I'm going to send to the court, to everybody.
Okay.
And the documents, they're going to be ready for everybody.
Right.
I just wanted to make sure that this person look again what I'm prepared. Everything is coming from Treasury. It's not coming from somewhere else. Everything is coming from the Treasury rules. Also, we have to be working with the state and local level. The county attorney knows that, so we're working together to have a good document and a good process to provide us the monies, to the assistance for everybody, and to do what is the proper process.
Really, by the time we get ready, it'll be January.
It's going to be
It's going to be way past that. And I'm just saying to you that this year, that was not the expectation that I think the public had. It wasn't the expectation that I had. And I think that the people that suffer the most are the charities. And quite frankly, you could have had applications in the hopper. All they have to be is a 501c3 under Treasury. We've been advised that particular, they're basically beneficiaries.
Yes.
If they've been affected by COVID and they are
Correct.
beneficiaries. So what I'm saying to you is that all they needed to do was to at least be told, hey, here is a way you can apply, and here are the basic parameters. And then everything else with the monitoring plan or the compliance could have been built. All that's happened here is hurting the ability to deliver the dollars that were intended by Congress in a timely fashion. And that's what I think is unfortunate. But if you have already, and again, your first attempt was not in keeping with the final rules, so you got the second one. I like what I'm seeing, and that's what I was hoping that we could go forward with today. And I don't know why we'd want to, like you said, you want to table it till December 14th?
No, I want to table it till January 4th. I want to table it till January. That was my motion to table January 4th. I don't believe you got a second on your motion, so I'd made my
Well, wait,
motion.
I haven't,
Commissioner
wait a
Gonzalez
second,
seconded my
I
motion.
haven't
It's a point of
asked
order.
for it.
It was a point of order. There was no second made. Then you went into discussion. Then I made a motion to table when I had it. Commissioner Gonzalez seconded it. So technically, the motion to table is on the floor, and there should be no discussion once the motion has been made and seconded, because that's Robert's Rules of Orders. So we seem to always let discussion go on after motions to tables are made.
There was a motion and no second to actually do what was in our packets, because you did include them in the packets, correct?
Nope. I got it today. Wasn't in the packet, was not in the backup.
For the
got it handed
record,
to
I've
me when I
asked,
walked in.
but just so you know, for the record, I asked since last Thursday to make certain that it was in the packet. It's hard to know how you're supposed to have backup when the person who's in charge of putting the backup doesn't do it. It's already happened now twice.
Judge, this
for
was,
these
wasn't this your
agendas.
item to submit? So you would be responsible for the backup.
No, because
This was a county judge submission, is what I was under the understanding of. There was no backup, just like the other one was the county judge submission, and there's no backup. I don't
It was
understand
provided.
why-
It was
I don't give-
provided.
I don't give anything to the county manager to put on as backup. I give it to my assistant, and if she doesn't, then that's on me and my assistant. If you submit it as an agenda item, then you should put the backup in like the rest of us do. And it's because she's not the one submitting it. Like, in other words, county manager, she didn't want to submit this. So it's not fair to
That's
ask the
not-
county manager.
that's not true.
It is true. She wasn't ready. She wanted to wait on this. If the county manager, if you're making the county manager put something on the agenda.
That's not true.
Then she should have that obligation to do so. If you want to put it on, all you have to do is get your assistants to put it
It
on.
would just
with
be
the
nice to
backup.
have the truth, just for once.
Just to clarify, the motion was to have it today, November 16th.
Right.
But I was ready to ask the court to please give me the opportunity to work with the American Rescue Plan manager and bring him back.
But when you and I met and did the agenda, you indicated that you were going to attach it. I have the texts and the emails.
I got it
You
today.
indicated it was yours to produce, not mine. It was yours to produce. The reason I did that is because I'm fully aware that these charities need our assistance and our help. And all we've done today is hurt them. And what I'm asking you is,
think we
on
promised them a
Thursday
lot of
of
things
last
we can't
week,
give them.
you indicated that you had it, that you would get it done. And so there should be a correction that you didn't attach it because it's your document. The court asked you to produce it. I've been writing on this for months, asking for it to be done, giving you all the resources. You have all the resources in the world to have already produced the template. But at any rate, it didn't get done because you didn't get it done. That's the bottom line. Well,
I hope you never have to go dig a dog bed out, put on your bed because of this, because we thought we were going to be able to help these people. Thank you.
okay. All those in favor of waiting till, tabling till January 4th, right? The 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No. Okay. Item number 14 is the mobile clinic for allocation for first responders and disasters. I believe this
I'm
is
gonna table that,
a
Judge.
health mobile clinic.
I'm going to table that until indefinitely, really.
Indefinitely. Okay, motion to table.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No? Okay. Obviously, it's an important thing to have as a health mobile clinic.
Got a good one.
We have one.
Number
Judge.
15,
You know, you called it trash, but it's a good one.
this was your item. Item 15, discuss and consider resolution for the city of Corpus Christi to formalize and annex County Road 51 from Farm to Market Road 43, County Road 22, County Road 22, County Road 51 to County Road 47. So it's 22 to 51, 51 to 47, and the other one is 51 to Farm to Market Road 43 and 22.
I think this one's not ready, but I need some help.
I need to ask Jenny if this one was ready for formalization with the city. This is just us asking the city to annex them. I think you've been working on this.
Yes, we were talking about, I think Jeff in our office has met with Louis Ray and Romeo Ramirez on November 8th to discuss the project, and they decided at that time, or they thought to propose at that time, that the county should hold off on pursuing this project until a complete budget was ready.
Are you talking about the annexation of the roads?
Oh, wait.
I think you're on the wrong one.
This is number 15. I
Oh,
got.
15, sorry, I was on 14.
I believe I got a voicemail saying.
This
that
is
it needs to be
annexation.
Tabled.
Yes, needs to be tabled.
I believe it does. So I'm
All right,
making a
so-
motion to table until
One of those
when,
roads
Jenny?
mine too, Jenny, I think.
Table till when? So this is an annexation, just to get you back on.
The meets and bounds,
We're waiting on the meets and
Or
bounds. on this
you're
one.
waiting for it?
yes.
So I would say December 14th if the
All
meets
right.
and bounds are ready.
If the meets and bounds come in.
So moved.
Second.
Motion
December
and a
14th.
second till December 14th. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Jenny, the next one also has your ability to give us some background. It's the discuss and consider approved premium pay and other premium pay under the American Rescue Plan Act for elected county officials consistent with opinion KP 0413, and discuss and consider authorizing all necessary related actions to accomplish the same.
Judge, actually, this was my item, if I could begin, if that's all right. This was, we as a court had previously approved premium pay and other premium pay under the ARPA for elected county officials. They have received 3 payments to date, and because of the new opinion that came in, the 4th payment was stopped. And so the court, really, this is more of a business decision, because there's uncertainty on whether or not that's going to come back later to bite us. Is what I was told. Uncertainty, not definitive uncertainty. We made a commitment to the elected law enforcement officers, which it befuddles me to understand why, just because someone's elected, if they're still on the front line and they're still, out there, I don't know why they would be treated any differently than anybody else. So we've already paid them 3 times. I think we need to authorize the final payment and take the chance, because I would be willing to fight tooth and nail on that federal thing coming back, because it makes no sense to me. I mean, these constables, what makes them different just because they're elected? They're still on the front line. They're still out there, and this court did vote to give that to them.
So they've already voted, so we got to go back and undo the.
Right. So we would have to undo the vote to take away that payment. It was stopped because the opinion it came out, and I get it. I'm not, that's fine. I think that was better part of valor to discuss it, but that's why I put it back on, because we've already made 3 payments. It's a 4th one, and then we're done with it. And I just don't think these rules are going to hold up. That these, just because they're elected doesn't mean they shouldn't get. Now, I'm not saying that, again, these are elected law enforcement. Big difference. Not elected county commissioners or county attorneys or anybody like that. This is elected law enforcement, and I think we should move forward and authorize that payment to go forward. I don't even think we have to do that. I just think, because we've already done it, but I think we need to get it paid. So I had to put it back on because it was stopped.
I agree.
I just want to note for the record that we brought this up originally and said that the rules did not allow for it. We asked Treasury, they gave us that opinion, and we did it anyway. We said we were doing it at our risk. And so, I think that decision has already been made. It's not a matter of whether we think it's right. It's a matter of what the Congress intended and the statute says. And so that's why the opinion is what it is that the opinion follows the statute. And we don't like it, but it follows the rules. So the question really is, just are we going to be consistent with what we said in that original motion, which was that we were going to pay regardless, even if it came back later, that
right. That's a good assessment.
That we did it. So honestly, I don't think there's anything but a clarification to Dale to say, yes, thank you for recognizing the opinion exists, but we already made that decision. We said that was going to be our burden, and just so you know, they will claw back, and so I think we should clean it up and go ahead and just provide for, all that amount of money, which Dale can probably tell us exactly how much that is. It's the 20% for the 2 years for those 5 constables.
No, for the constables, it's just the premium pay for the 1 fiscal year. We didn't do 2 years for the
I'm sorry.
constables and
Okay,
sheriff.
just the 1 year.
Yes.
What would that amount
Just
be?
the 4th payment.
And I think it was at 10%, and I think the other was at the 20%. I don't know the exact amount for that.
Okay.
Most likely the constables are 5,000 to 10,000, the sheriffs maybe 10,000 to 15,000 for the full year.
All right. So, so the bottom line is
So
that
one payment will only be a few thousand.
right. But what I'm saying to you is we've already made the 3 payments.
Yes.
We should clean it up and not take it out of ARPA so that we don't get clawed back and we get interest penalties. We should just clean the whole thing up.
But where do we?
If
I mean,
we don't take it out of
the
ARPA,
rule
that's
says we
another
can't do
general
it. Yeah, the rule says you can't do it, and we brought that up at the time. And we said, and that was, and now you've got an opinion to back that up. And so all I'm saying is we could take care of the 4th payment today, but maybe Dale should run a spreadsheet on what it would be for all of them so that you don't get clawed back. You don't want to have a situation where that gets clawed back.
So I guess the payment needs to be made. We just need to figure out a funding source, is what the judge is saying.
That's correct.
Other
But
than
for
ARPA.
today, it's go ahead and make that 4th payment. Today, we could authorize the 4th payment, and then next time you could address the first 3 payments. So today, we could address the 4th payment from the general fund, which is about $50,000.
No, if just one payment, it's maybe 10,000 to 15,000 total.
Oh, for everybody?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then I'm okay with addressing the 4th payment. My motion would be to address the 4th payment.
Second.
And second. And then
You mean make the 4th payment,
make the 4th payment
not address. Okay.
with general funds and not ARPA, pursuant to the opinion and pursuant to being what's in the best interest of the county.
And that's for the 5 elected constables and the sheriff.
And the
Does that matter
sheriff.
if the sheriff took
That's
his or
correct.
not? The
5
sheriff.
constables
Right.
and the sheriff, yes.
Okay. All right.
And that's a motion and a second. And that furthermore, just direct Dale to bring us back the implication on the first 3 payments next time.
Yes, we will.
Okay. And any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say sign.
Just like they say, Judge, pay now or pay later. So I guess we'd rather pay now. And I'm a yes.
Oh, you're a yes. Okay, great. The next one is $600,000 for the Santa Maria subdivision drainage to be issued.
Judge, I want to make a motion to table 17, 18, and 19. One of them is
Okay,
mine, one of them is Commissioner, another one is Commissioner Chesney. It'll have to do with ARPA.
Okay,
we just need
I'm going to take them individually, and I want to read it, and since Commissioner Chesney's is number 17, and it's coming from his precinct, I would like to ask Commissioner Chesney, given that, that I know drainage in the Santa Maria subdivision is a major issue, and all this is putting money in a bucket. It isn't even bringing the project forth. It's just letting the people know that he's going to do something about it. Commissioner Chesney, are you going to hold on 17? Is that your wish for Santa Maria subdivision?
I didn't provide the backup in detail that I needed to because I wasn't ready to do that. And so I think being fair and being consistent, then yes, I would like to table that so that I provide a little more detail on that to the court.
The detail as to the project?
Yes, and I'm going to get with Juan and can.
And you realize it's just, all you're doing is allocating, you're not creating the project.
I agree, and
I mean, it's different.
It's going to be done anyway, but I'm trying to be consistent. So, I mean, I'm working on the project. I've met with the residents. I'm keeping them informed. Juan is coming up. He's coming up with a plan that I can present. So if you could just put, if that one could be.
How about December?
An indefinite. Well, I'm going to make that an indefinite, and I'll just put it back on when and I'm fine with January, because when I present it the next time, it's going to be detailed. So I don't know how fast I can get the detail done. I'm going to get the detail done. I want to get the approval of everything done and bring it back to the court with all the backups. So I don't know that I can do it on December 14th, and so I'm okay with January 4th.
All right, I'll table, the table was Commissioner Gonzalez's, and I guess you will second your own agenda item until January 4th, and motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, I'll abstain out of courtesy, but I really think that we ought to be able to allocate dollars, so I'm going to abstain on that. 18 is discuss and consider funding of the Nueces County RV Medical Unit for public health expenses. This one is different than the one that was on item 14.
Yeah,
But if you don't mind, will you just explain
Yeah,
the difference between this one and the one on 14, just so that the people know?
The difference is mostly for health expenses, but that's why I want to table this here. I'm talking also to the hospital district. And I think the same thing with the ARPA funds. I think if we're going to table the ARPA funds, we need to do it consistently. We're not, but I'm going to table this.
So your medical, the mobile medical unit, you'll bring back to the court. You want to ask the hospital district for the funds, and so you'll, per the policy, you won't, it's hard to talk to them, remember, because you have a policy that says you can't.
I know, but I have to know what they're going to do. There's already an ongoing fees there that they provide for the RV. So I just need to talk to them to make sure, to clarify that they're going to continue doing it. So.
Okay.
They had already approved something like that. I just want to make sure they're going to continue doing it for the next year. So they were already doing it this year.
All right, so again, if you're going to ask them for more money, just would remind you that you need to bring it here to the court first.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
So it sounds like you are, so go ahead and stick that on if you could, as soon as possible. Because I would imagine that you don't want to.
Well, either that or I get ARPA, but
Yeah.
I have to look at that in January.
Yeah.
I won't table it till late January.
Okay, till January 4th?
Well, I don't know, but.
Or one day in
Indefinite.
January?
Indefinite,
The
yeah.
second indefinitely?
Yeah,
All right.
I bring it back.
Second.
There's a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. The next one was really Commissioner Amatis's, and I'm assisting. Discuss and consider allocating the American Rescue Plan Act for a pavilion at Kiwanis Park, as well as the walking trail at Diaz Park. This is in conjunction with a bigger project that they have there. And Commissioner Modis, what is your pleasure here?
And we're just talking Diaz, right? Because Kiwanis
It's
is
just
precinct
Diaz.
1.
Kiwanis is, Hernandez.
I'm sorry,
Kiwanis
Pavilion is
Hernandez.
located at Kiwanis, and Diaz is the walking trail.
Hernandez got Kiwanis.
So Kiwanis is mine?
Yeah.
Kiwanis, I believe, is yours, so
Yes.
I guess it's just the walk, this is what, this is what was submitted. It was both Kiwanis and, this is what the city secretary was speaking about earlier today.
Kiwanis?
I'm going to go ahead also and
I'm
table.
sorry, the walking trail.
I'm also going to go ahead and table that, Judge.
You're going to table your Kiwanis Park?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Commissioner Modis, what about, I can take that one first. There's a table for the pavilion at Kiwanis Park, and
You can do the walking trail.
is there a second to
Second
table?
on the Commissioner Hernandez's table on
Okay,
Kiwanis. I'm sorry.
second,
Sorry.
and till, do you think you can, it's an ongoing, it's a project that they're trying to get started now
Yes.
because they've got multiple pavilions. Do you think you could bring it back by December?
I'm going to wait till January, Judge.
You're going to wait till January?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you reach out to them to let them know?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there's a table till January 4th. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now Commissioner Modis's, the walking trail at Diaz Park. I know that's
Yeah, I mean,
in your area.
I'm in favor of it. I mean, anything the city of Robstown's looking for that we can help support them, and I'd like to take action on it. Do we have everything, I mean, has this project been
There's nothing in my,
verified? Is there any background information? 'Cause
Nothing.
I have a project planned at Diaz Park, but it's not the walking trail, so this is obviously the city of Robstown.
So-
So it's a little bit different, but, I mean, if we can put this in place by December, I'd like to do it by December.
So this is just the allocation, and they also provided, Beatriz Charo, I saw it come through to your office. I know they provided the information that went there as well.
so this is an allocation from your precinct, John? Your ARPA funds?
I thought that this, I understood this is separate funding that's allocated through the judge, or?
Well, I have both CO 21s and I have ARPA, and it was just a matter of what you wanted to put in and what I could put in. Both would qualify. It's just a matter, it's been vetted for both. It's been vetted for ARPA. But it's just a matter of again, it's just letting people know, hey, this is how we're going to be spending these dollars, because they're trying to create a whole, like you said, you've got another project in Diaz Park.
Yeah.
The idea is if you don't know what you're going to be doing, it's hard to know,
Yeah,
so
no, we definitely.
how to go.
Yeah.
I've got no backup on this one either. I have nothing in my agenda. With respect, I thought this was a typo and thought this was for Ortiz Park, because that's a county park, and I had to call and find out that I mean, this is not even our park. This is so I mean, not having any, again, no background, I would table this till January 4th. I would make a motion to table till January 4th, so that we.
Well, I think
so that we can deal with
Commissioner
all the
has a
ARPA
different,
stuff.
he just asked that his motion would be to bring it back in December.
We can bring it back earlier, I'd like to, I mean.
But we're also-
The funding I have is not inclusive of this, right? So I've been in talks, communicating with the mayor, with the city secretary. On several occasions, I've met with them on overall projects that I want to put a lot of ARPA funding into, aside from drainage issues, into the city of Robstown. Diaz Park, like I said, there's another project that I've been approached by one of the members of the council there to support, not the walking trail, but I'm all in favor if there is additional funding that we can use. Now, as we all are doing, we're starting to run out of money, right? As we're allocating projects, we're looking at our own projects. That money goes quick. People think that it's a lot, but it goes quick when you're talking big scale projects. So my thing is, if there is funding available right now that's outside of my own funding source, then I would be willing to accept it. Now, I hope the court would support that. If there's not, or there's something that we're missing, then I'd like to get it addressed and adjusted by December, right? If we are able. So that would be my request of the court, is if there's funding available, that's not funding that I have to directly put in, but it is available to support this project, let's do it
I
right
see.
now, let's vote on it today. If not, then let's regroup and let's bring it back by our first December meeting so we can then put it in place and get that funding forward. But I definitely support it. I don't want to wait, because there's going to be other projects I'm going to be bringing up in the new year that I've been working with UIA that we've met on already for Diaz Park and other parts of the precinct. So
this is Diaz Park and not Ortiz Park, right?
That's correct. Okay, Commissioner Chesney has a
yeah.
question, and then I think Ida wants to say something.
Right, and my problem with this is that we're spending funds, next year's funds, out of next year's county judge's funds, because these funds won't be doing it. And so that's why I asked, if you were going to do it, John, then okay.
No problem.
But I'm having a hard time supporting things of spending money out of county judge allocations that won't occur this year, that can't occur this year physically, that don't occur till next year. That's all of my tabling is, everything I'm attempting to table today has to do with things that don't happen this year, that aren't essential for this year. And this is one of those things. And so, I mean, I don't think it's right to be spending money for the future county judge's allocation that we can't physically spend this year. I mean, if it was a project that was shovel-ready and it was right
It
now,
is shovel-ready.
but it's not, and we can't.
Well, it is. It was not attached.
We can't, right, I mean, that's what I'm
Well,
saying.
again, I'll be honest with you, this is like the 5th time that
this is
you
your
were provided, Ida, with this information.
No, let me correct that.
Yeah,
we just
Beatriz Charo.
we just got that from Haggerty today in the morning, or last night.
The actual documentation was ready last court and was given to you by Beatriz Charo. It was like a day after the court didn't make it for last court, and they sent it over. Look, the bottom line is this.
Well, I'm confused too, because this says Commissioner Precinct 3 submitted this, and you're saying you didn't submit it. So this is, again, I don't know whose job it is to get it in, but it's not, there is no backup. I don't think legally we can't vote on these things.
Yeah, I mean,
the motion
that's
has a right to see this, and they have a right to do this, and we keep voting on things because it's a great project or because someone shames me into thinking if I don't do it, I'm a horrible person. But we don't have any backup. It's not legal to do this.
Okay, first of all,
legal.
you keep using the word legal. That's incorrect.
It is not
It's
incorrect.
absolutely
Judge.
the open policy of all commissioners' courts to discuss items that are placed on the agenda and properly noticed.
And properly noticed with backup.
Okay.
With backup.
No,
And
all it's
there's
saying,
still- I
all
still
it's
have
saying
backup right
is
now.
allocating some dollars to a project that, quite frankly, has been, in my opinion, purposefully and intentionally thwarted to bring forth the agenda items in a timely way. So again, if
Who submitted this item? Who submitted this item? This is Commissioner Precinct 3. And I asked John about this because I called you and I said, is this your item? And you said no. I said, okay, fair, because I was trying to get background on it. And you told me, and tell me if that's wrong, that this wasn't your item. And that, so therefore, so somehow it got submitted as Commissioner Precinct. That's why I called him. And John said, nope, didn't submit it, not my project. I fully support it. I think it's a great project. I said, great, sounds like a great project, but I'm looking for backup, and nobody has backup. So, Judge, all due respect, if you're submitting these items, then submit them, but submit them with backup. Because I don't understand, it's not legal. We have a legal obligation to post what we are discussing to the public. That is absolutely a legal obligation, and we're not doing it. We're consistently not doing it. I'm uncomfortable voting on something that we have no backup on.
Let's agree that you wouldn't be voting for it no matter whether there was a dissertation or if there was nothing there. The idea is very simple. It's just to allocate funds for a walking trail that, quite frankly, was submitted by Beatriz Charo. You also heard from them this morning. And if there was a miscommunication between Commissioner Amatis and our office, but this was absolutely brought forth. I saw the documents myself over 2 weeks ago. And it's not hard. All it is a walking trail. Let's just move on. Let's just move on. You're not interested in doing anything. It's always fascinating to me that
I know it's fascinating.
that we need to keep on it. Let's just move on.
That's why I wanted to clarify that.
Has there been a motion made?
That there was, that the Kiwanis was in precinct 1, so that must have gotten added on somehow, but that was not something that I
Yeah.
submitted. I mean, I would have deferred to Commissioner Head, not to post that, so.
Right, and all
that's
that,
not
that was
something
just the
I-
misunderstanding between the city
but the
of
14th
Robstown. They
but-
thought that you were going to, that most likely was in your precinct. and that
14
just got-
Commissioner, will you be able to say you're going to use your money or not, I guess?
That's all that was going to be
No, no.
discussed.
If it's yours, I'm fine if if you want to allocate
I don't have a
yours.
problem either.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. I mean, like I said, in planning this out and meeting with the idea the few times that we have already, you know, quickly running out of money like you all are, right? I mean, we got projects and that money is going to different allocations. So if there's money that I can access that doesn't tap into my ARPA funding, which, you know, I want to do more flood mitigation in the Robstown area. I want to do streets. I want to do something in coordination with the city of Corpus Christi and work on that. So all those things are adding up as far as price tag. If this can come from outside sources other than mine, I would ask this court to support it today, right? And if we can work it out to get it done by December, I would ask the court
probably not
to
gonna-
allow us to at least work on that process and get it done by December.
Excuse me, Commissioner. I'm the same way. I didn't put down this park, Kiwanis Park. Where did it come from? Who did
It
it?
came from the city of Robstown. They thought it was in Commissioner Modis's
The
precinct.
Kiwanis?
They thought that the
Kiwanis is
Kiwanis
in Robstown.
Park
Oh, then-
Pavilion
no,
was
I
in
don't
Commissioner
wanna take charge of it.
Modis's
It's not Robstown.
precinct.
Way out.
Well, I don't.
Yeah, it's in North Beach, so.
Again,
You know what, I can restate my
Confusion
motion,
reigns.
Commissioner, if you want, that we do it the 14th. If you're going to use your monies or not, then we go to January.
I just asked for a table. I mean, if we can't get it done, you know, by December, then we'll work on it and get it done in the new year. But that's my preference, is to get it done as soon as possible.
Okay.
That is one of the things I did mention to the
you want to
mayor.
table that till when, December 14th, and see if you can figure it out, work it out?
7th or 14th, I mean, the sooner the better. If the 14th is going to be a lighter agenda, then okay, then let's set it for the 14th.
All right, so table then is amended to the 14th.
Well,
Is there a
I
second?
don't know. I seconded whoever made the motion
No,
on January 4th.
I made a motion for January 4th, but I like to, maybe I can add that if Commissioner Amati is going to use his own funds, then, you know, that we could do it the 14th,
There you go.
you know? But if he's not going to use his own funds, then it's going to have to just wait till January.
I second that. And John, I'll help you find some. I'll help you find some. I'll give you some of mine. I mean, I just don't want to spend other monies. Huh? I'll give you some too.
Okay,
Anyway.
so I think that you heard the motion, Kara. Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, and the next one is the holiday calendar. This one we've been waiting on. You've got a copy of it.
So we're keeping the same holidays.
It's the same one as last year. Motion to pass.
Second.
Second. Oh, you second? I'm sorry.
There's a motion, a second. Is there any discussion? I've got some discussion. I realize that I won't be here, but I will tell you that what's trending in the country is a mental health day. I've spoken to IDA about this. This is not a designated day, so it didn't make it as a holiday. But I hope that you all will consider it. This is what's trending across the nation. It allows you to have a differentiation between when you're sick and when a loved one is needing to take, a mental health day just says, hey, I'm out, right? I've got to, because if you're sick, you need to be at home. It's different. A mental health day might mean that you go pick up a child and take care of them, or it might mean that your spouse needs you, or that you need you, but that's something that I think is really critical. I will tell you that most of the time I break it up into semesters, the calendar, so I would recommend that you consider doing two, one in the fall, one in the spring. The only hard part is that you don't know when it's coming, right? It's not like you can't tell someone when you're going to have a mental health day, okay? But the same parameters would apply as sick. You'd have to call in, you'd have to declare it, and that's all. And I think that that's something that this court needs to be more modern and recognize that the stresses upon life have changed in a COVID world, post-COVID world, and we're seeing the stresses in law enforcement. By the way, the reason I learned about this is from a panel that I sat on for law enforcement, that they're the ones that need it the most. They see traumatic things every day.
All the first responders.
All the first responders, everybody that works in public health. The stress could be, and you'd hate to lose that person because they just weren't able to, they weren't able to cope that day, and they weren't sick, technically, the way we define sick in the HR manual. So I just would say that please consider it for next time or for January. You can get some basic information from Aaron Diaz and Dr. Xavier Gonzalez about mental health days and how they are viewed across the country. And you will be a good county and a good county employer, and you will keep people employed if you consider that. Those are my only comments. With that, if there's no other comments, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. The next one is the discuss and consider the appointment of an interim director for HR for the purposes of continuity. Day.
Yes, I recommend the court to appoint Melinda Robertson. She's working in HR. I spoke to her yesterday, and she will be able to handle this position.
So moved.
Motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 My only question to you, Ida, is typically when someone takes on new duties that requires under our own HR policies for them to be compensated for those duties. Are you going to?
I'm going to work with her to have that compensation.
You'll bring that back on December 7th?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Did we already, you good, Kara, on that? We're good? Yeah, you're good. Okay. And then discuss and consider updates to the vendor payments exception list. I'll move to Dale on this one.
Commissioner Gonzalez brought this up. This was not from me.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Gonzalez.
I'm sorry?
Number 22.
The vendor payment list.
22.
The vendor payment exception list, you want us to consider updates to it?
Yeah, I think I have, I think that's the one that had grants on there. Why is grants on there? Is that the one that has grants on there? I don't understand why grants would be there. I really don't think grants should be there at all, period.
Some of our grants require advance payment for functioning balances. We can put them in, and then sometime our grant might be rejected because we don't make a prompt payment.
Has that happened?
It happens.
So it's there as a safeguard?
There is a safeguard.
Okay.
Well, to me, it's hard to, you're going to pay whatever you want to pay, and we don't even know what's coming in, what's going out, two different things. And I just don't think grants should be in there. That's just my opinion. If something is short fuse, we should know about it, and that we should never be in that position where we're that short of a fuse, but.
I think I agree with that. I think there's some validity to that. If you're making a motion to take them off the list, I'd second that.
All right, we will.
Second motion. I'm going to make a motion.
Well, wait till we vote, Dale.
Motion. Take them off the list.
Maybe you can ask Grants, where I'm under discussion now, to explain in another meeting why she thinks that's important or what safeguard you can put in. Anytime you pass a rule that boxes you in, you're forced to do a special meeting. You're forced to do things under the exceptions, the emergencies. So maybe you can update the policy in a different day that basically says, okay, grants are removed. That's what the motion is now, except in circumstances where the court manager and the auditor deem it to be an emergency, in which case it comes back to court for ratification, or it can have some safeguards with the county attorney. But every time you make these rules, all you're doing is creating a problem for yourself if you don't have exceptions for exactly what happens. It just happened a month ago with HMGP. Where somebody denies you and then they say, oh, but if you'll turn around and apply tomorrow, so I would work with Anna and say, hey, tell me what you really need here. What is the exception? And get some guardrails and protect yourself. But don't box yourself in. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, the next one is the discuss and does this one go to executive session, Jenny? Item 23?
I believe there is an executive item on this.
I believe so. And the same thing with.
Do we need one, though?
It's a grievance.
No, 23.
No, 23.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do we need
I
an
believe
executive
I
session?
believe it is an executive session item. It's listed.
But do we need it, is all I'm asking.
Jenny,
There Yes.
All right. And then item number 24 is also exec. Items 25 is exec. These are all different settlement authorizations, blah, blah, blah. Item number 26 is executive as well. Item number 27 is executive as well. Item number 28 is executive as well. Now let's move to the discuss and consider the dates for the Commissioners Court because, as they say, while we were sleeping, we did have to post for a meeting on Friday, and that's a very limited agenda, but for the awareness of the public and this courthouse, there will be a meeting on Friday at 3 p.m. For those of you going to Field of Honor at 4:30, that should be plenty of time. There's just two items. One is to deal,
The bond.
yes, but the second one, I'm trying to
That
remember.
one-
Canvas.
that one is, canvas.
Oh, my gosh.
Canvas of vote.
Canvassing the election. Thank you. Okay, so we'll be seeing you on court. And then the following court after that is November,
December.
December 7th.
Judge,
Is
I
that
just had
right?
a
December
motion.
7th? Okay.
I just had a motion on that,
Well, that was,
on 29.
all right, on 29.
I just didn't want you to move past it.
No, I'm still there.
Okay. Oh, no, sorry, discussing.
Oh,
No, no, no.
I'm sorry,
you
you're right.
jumped
I went to the date instead of the court. Okay, forgive me. Let me come back to 29. But let's work on 30 is just, there's no action needed on 30. I'm just letting you know, Kara, that the public, that we've got a meeting on Friday. It's very limited. I think for your purposes, schedule yourself for 1 hour in the interest of, like, I know, I don't mean that it'll take an hour. I'm just saying, I think I like to block time out just in case, okay? Sorry, I know that.
I do have a motion on 30, so when you go back to 32,
Well, that was my motion. There's no action on, what action do you need on 30?
I was going to, well, you're going to go back to 29?
I was.
And come to 30. If you want to do 29, and then when you come to 30, I've got a motion I need to make on 30.
Okay, well, what is your motion on 30? Because that's the one we're on right now.
Oh, okay, I thought you were going to go back to 29, my bad. So my motion is to limit the December 17th and December 14th meetings to essential businesses, no reports, no presentations, 8:30 a.m. to noon posting, and no more ARPA agenda items to be put on the agendas until 2023. And also, no items will be allowed to be heard without backup posted in advance.
I mean, that is like,
My motion. Believe me, I worked on it, so.
oh, I'm certain that you did. Okay, I can just like leave if you want me to. I mean, that's just, first of all, that's not a proper motion, nor is it in accordance with Texas law.
It's completely proper. We've already made one like it before, Judge.
And it was not in accordance in Texas law with that one either, and we had a big discussion about it.
Yes,
First of all, and just so you remember, that particular day that happened, we had to include 5 or 6 other important items that came up. You cannot limit the court's business. You can't limit a commissioner or a judge by putting on an agenda item, and it's something that it's just something that's not, you can't do that by policy. You're going to have all the things you want here pretty soon. I just really believe that that's an improper, if you pass that, that's an improper motion, and it hurts Nueces County's business. Allow the business of the county to take place. If you want to table things like you've done today, I may not agree with it, but it's within the realm of the court. But you may not limit, Francisco, I thought you guys looked at this. You cannot limit a commissioner from placing an item on the agenda. I mean, that's just not, it can't be done by policy. Just like you can't, limit the quorum either.
Okay, so how about this? Let's make it easy. I will withdraw the part, I don't agree with you, but I'm not going to fight over it. I'll agree the part about the no more ARPA agenda items until 23. The rest of it then should be without problem legal. I'll read it, I'll reread it without that part, and I'll just make motions to table if the ARPA items get put on. That's fine.
Okay,
So my motion to limit December 7th and 14th meeting to essential business, no reports, no presentations, 8:30 to noon posting, and no items allowed without backup can be heard. And I
Well,
took
no
out
items without backup. I don't have a problem with that one at all.
And I took out the no more ARPA agenda items, and I'll just.
Well, except
make
for
motions.
Commissioner Modis's, which has already been discussed.
No, we didn't. Yeah.
He said,
Right, but that was a specific, right, that was, no, I took out the ARPA part, so it's out. So it's
Yeah,
not
I
part
just-
of this motion.
I'm
taking it out, because that's the part
Yeah.
you object to, so I'm taking it out.
Okay.
I took it out.
Again,
Took it
you
out.
know, you talked so much today about creating awareness. You know, if you were going to do that, you should have posted that too. And you should have allowed the opportunity for me to brief that legally.
We've already talked about it, Judge.
Well,
We've done it
talking is
already.
not, it's not the same as providing the opportunity for me to brief it. If you were going to limit my ability to place agenda items, I
Judge,
would have
I
liked that
pulled that
ability
off.
to brief
I
that.
pulled that off, Judge. I pulled it off. I've said it 6 times now. I just pulled that out.
No, but you do that because based on a time parameter, which I don't think
Well,
is,
you can put whatever on that you think you need to put on. I'm just saying, I don't want all the presentations. I don't want all the reports.
I know you don't
all
want
the
to,
things.
you don't want
No.
anything.
No,
I don't
that's my
think that that's
motion.
proper.
Judge, can I?
Yeah,
can
I'm
you-
going to let you.
Thank you, sorry. You did, Commissioner Chesney, you did make a motion to table a presentation until December 14th.
Which presentation?
Boilers?
Boilers.
Oh, no, that's an action item. I want that as an action item. Oh, no, that's not a presentation. I want some
Just a
action.
presentation.
No, I'm saying presentations from the EDC and the Chamber of Commerce. No, good point. I want that put on as an action item.
Maybe just say presentations from 501c3s or from community organizations.
No, presentations, I just,
Take no action.
no, that's a
Oh,
very good
God
point.
forbid, if anything, you know, really relevant comes up, you're not
I appreciate
coming
it.
to court. Just remember that.
I appreciate that. If that needs to be clear, I want that to be an action item.
Yeah, because there's no action item in, but you,
And I appreciate that.
okay, so just.
No, I want it to be, thank you, that's what I'm telling you.
Well, the right way to do that is you submit it through the court's
I'll be
software.
happy to do that.
I mean, it doesn't,
Yeah,
all I'm
just-
saying
I'm
to
gonna
you
make-
is that you're mixing items now, you're mixing agenda items. The bottom line is that you're looking for as minimal work to be conducted in the month of December. Is that accurate? You want it to be 8 to 12, 8:30 to 12, and you don't want anyone to come in and give any relevant information that comes from organizations, just those items that you think are important. Is that right?
No, my motion speaks for itself. Everybody gets to put on what they want to put on, other than those things. My motion is my motion, so I don't,
And I don't think that time can be limited either, Jenny, other than, you know, out of courtesy. But I don't think that you can change the court's business, right? Because I have the option to recess. But again, why would we want to box ourselves in? What are you afraid of? I mean, why can't we just be normal? Why can't you just create a normal environment for the month of December?
Judge, here's the
Allow
deal.
a transition to take place.
30 items put on the agenda that are going to end up getting tabled, and people know and have to sit around and wait. I don't really owe you an explanation for this, but I've made my motion. It was seconded. I took out the part that you objected to try to accommodate you, but yet you keep, coming back at me, and that's okay. You have a right to do that. But I took out the part that you objected to, and you're still arguing with me on it. So obviously you're not going to agree with what I'm doing. So let's just let other people discuss, and let's just vote and move on. Because I took out the part you really didn't want, and you still don't like it. So I know you're not going to like this. So I get it, and that's okay.
I just didn't realize that,
Bit of time to.
that you get to control the court here.
I don't. I make a motion. If it doesn't pass, it doesn't
Well,
pass.
but again, if you had that as an item, it should have been noticed properly,
No, it
Jenny.
shouldn't have. It says discuss and consider the next court commissioners
Right,
meeting
it doesn't
date.
say anything about time, it says the dates, Brent. It doesn't talk about what you're able to put on, it doesn't talk about the time, it doesn't talk about all the things that
Because
you
we've done
put forth.
everything under the sun.
All I'm
when
saying to you is you're
wanted.
violating
You put-
your own
No,
rule.
you put this agenda item on to have on here as a regular agenda item, or someone did.
Actually, that's not true.
Someone
I've-
put it on. Someone put it on. I take it back. And we've had discussions about this, just like this, forever. You just don't like what I'm making a motion. I get it.
I don't feel like
but
it's
you're not
noticed
being true.
properly,
You're not
Jenny.
being
I make my
accurate.
objection that it's not noticed for the items that people would have come in and maybe had public comment about it, or I would have had the opportunity to brief it.
Can we do this at like at 2:00? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, you saw this morning, I mean, do you not want to recognize December months? I mean, like, I'm not sure what disease awareness happens the month of December, but I'm sure there is something. And the thing is, it's just not right. I mean, why limit yourself? give the opportunity for the court to do its business in the most efficient and expedient way, period. I mean,
I would be happy to amend if there's a December month that.
Or how about an individual that's like given us 50 years of service that's retiring? Or I mean, again, I could go on and on and on about the explanations.
It's more the presentations, Judge, that I just said. I just agreed with you again, and you're still arguing with me. I just said, fine. I made a motion to just be presentations. But I'm sure you're not going to still like it, even though I've again said, okay, it's something you've asked for.
Would you restate your motion?
Sure. A motion to limit the December 7th and December 14th meeting to essential business. And in fact, it didn't. It just said no reports and no presentations. It didn't limit the thing that you asked for. It just said no reports and no presentations from 8:30 to noon, and no items to be included on the agenda or heard on the agenda that don't have appropriate backup. So it didn't exclude the things you asked for anyway. But.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, so I could bring it back. I'll put you on notice now that I intend to, for reconsideration, after we know what December looks like. And also, there's no definition of what essential business is other than what we deem it to be essential. And it seems like all business is essential. On item number 29, you wanted to consider the dates for 2023?
It's moved as proposed passage.
Discussion.
All right, I've got a discussion from Commissioner Mattis.
Thank you. So I know that Ida and Belinda worked hard on creating these dates. I was wanting to see if we can move up our meeting from January 25th to the 18th. I have a conflict that day, not anything that would avoid me from being here, but it would just work out better for my schedule. Also, in March, the 29th.
Wait, which one, John? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, that's January 25th.
To the 18th.
If we can move it to the 18th. And this is just asking everyone to look at their calendars.
That's
March
a Wednesday? I'm sorry, Commissioner. It's a
Yes,
Wednesday?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then March 29th to March 22nd.
Which one? I'm sorry, hold on. With March?
March 29th to March 22nd.
March 29th. Yes. Let me just look real quick, please.
And
do you know, John, which, no, go ahead, sorry. Yeah. Like spring break and all that stuff, I don't know if that's what you're.
They're usually like the first week or two of March, so should avoid most schools.
I don't have any.
It just, there's big breaks, right? And I know that we try to spread out our meetings so that we are not having to call special meetings in between. And I know that still may happen, but if we keep them within 2 or 3 weeks, it's less likely we have to call a special one that's compared to maybe a 4-week separation. But so the March is just 1 week, and that keeps it from the 8th. If we move it to the 22nd, or 8th and 22nd, then they're only 2 weeks apart on that. And then looking in November of next year, the 22nd of November is actually Thanksgiving week. And so I don't know if that was just the best available date, or perhaps if we can maybe move it to the 29th, since we're already meeting on November 8th. That would only be a 3-week difference, and then from the 29th, we would meet 2 weeks after that in December 13th. So it kind of spreads them out a little bit better.
What if you went to avoid a back-to-back?
That's why I've made these recommendations. None of these are going to have a back-to-back week.
Other than 22nd, right? Other than if you move the 22nd to the...
No. In November, it would be November 8th and November 29th.
Oh, you're saying, I'm sorry.
Right.
My bad, I didn't misheard you.
So there wouldn't be any, because I was thinking we'll do the 15th, but then
I got you.
I think, it's back-to-back, and it's tough on staff, and we may have to end up having meetings anyway, but it kind of spreads out a little bit better. So those are just my recommendations. Not any heartburn, but...
Motion to pass?
Second.
Okay, all those, any more discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, that takes care of the regular agenda, and in light of, there's a bunch of them, I don't know how thick they are. Do you think you're pretty quick?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's start quickly with the TIPS contract, Texas Chiller Systems for preventative maintenance inspection agreement for Public Works.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, this is a contract for the maintenance for the fire sprinklers for the old jail and the new jail. It's a 3-year contract, and we're recommending approval.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second, and what, just for the record, tell us the amount.
I'm sorry.
And the
it's a
funding
total-
source.
Yes.
I just do that for the record now.
Yes, ma'am. The first year is 16,494. The second year is 17,320.
Okay.
And then the third year is 49,522.
And
that's the total contract.
That's
I'm
the
sorry.
total contract?
Yes, ma'am.
And then all of that comes out of your budget?
Yes, ma'am. It comes
All
out
right.
of Public
Any
Works.
other questions for Juan on this? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The next one's a supplemental with Govan Development for mechanical engineering services.
Yes. Yes, Judge.
And this is to augment it to $80,000?
Yes, ma'am. We're just increasing from 40,000 to 80,000, and then also requesting the funding from either the 2019 funding, CO monies. That's a request that we put on there, Judge.
I don't think there's any 2019 funding left.
there?
There's 2021 maybe, but not 2019. I could be wrong about that. But
Is it
did you
2021?
check with Teresa?
Yes, I do. Well,
Are you sure about the year?
well, I might be.
Might be 21 instead of 19?
You don't have it with you?
No, ma'am.
Oh, okay. It's written on the agenda
I
item.
think it was 2020.
I think it's in the 2021.
Okay, let me just turn to it real quick.
I think it's 2021 allocated.
Yeah, I was going to say 2021 makes sense, but
Yes,
not
yes, ma'am. I think it's
2019.
2021. Sorry about that, Judge.
So the last time that we had this done, I'll be honest with you, I feel like I got tricked. What is the scope of this work? What I thought it was that you have an open position for an ME. That's tough. It's tough to find, as they say,
Yes, ma'am.
folks right now, although I hope that you're actively recruiting every day, because it's better to have somebody internal, and it's also great to give somebody a job, you know? But what I thought this was someone to give you extra hands in the, what I call the ME world. And what it turned out to be was an opportunity to have somebody go and review. And by the way, Teresa's going to, she's going to give you the confirmation on the 21s here in just a second. I see her hand is raised, so we'll get the funding. And then what happened was we put another non-record engineer, right, or engineer of record in the mix. What is your intent here? Is your intent for him to review? I mean, I just say, tell us what it is so that we all know what it is going in. Because I thought it was A, and then it became something very different.
And I think the way we presented it was any projects that we have ongoing that we need a mechanical and electrical engineer involved, that we would have their assistance to help us out. It might be, it might be the ADA project, it might be the boiler project, it might, I know we have other projects coming up that are going to involve mechanical, electrical. So it's pretty much an overall.
Okay. I guess
the same thing if I would have somebody on staff. It's just that right now we're pretty much concentrated on the boilers and the chillers, and those are major items that we're concentrating on.
I have an issue with it simply because it seems like there's this effort to bring somebody in without really giving them all the knowledge of the project. In other words, you have an engineer of record, right? Then you have a general contractor who's responsible for the project. And then you have a program manager, because we're doing multiple projects. And then you bring in this other person, and I think what happens is, if he's a reviewer of the project, that's wonderful, but a reviewer has to have a certain scope of work so that everybody knows, hey, this guy is coming to review the work, and we don't have the problems that we've just experienced where you say, hey, I don't have that test, or hey, I don't know about this. Or, in other words, I need to look at the contract, but what I thought I saw was a supplemental, which just changes the 40 to 80.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's the same contract. And that contract is just kind of what I would call a catch-all for ME, but you're using them very specifically and very, very focused. Can you help?
I think right now, because, as I mentioned, Judge, is because those are our major projects that are going on regarding mechanical, electrical.
Right.
As I said, if there's any other projects like the ADA that I need to have them go take a look at, or if there's any other projects like at the Calderon that I might have to go look at, but that's already almost complete, that would be somebody from my staff, which pretty much that's how
They're
we're
just an
using them.
extension of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
But, okay, I'm going to just tell you that I would think that if that's exactly how you intended it, that's a great thing.
That's the way we're.
But I don't think that's what's happened. And I think what's happened is he got inserted in a way that was not in keeping with the scope of work. So maybe you need to change that scope of work. Because if everybody knows that you're bringing somebody in on staff to review the work, it's different than if someone's there to say, hey, I'm going to be your eyes and ears. Because I think that's actually the phraseology you used. And I said, that's great. It's basically somebody extra from your office. But then it became much more than that. It became, hey, here's my license, and I'm going to review this, but I haven't told anybody I'm going to review it. And therefore, nobody gave him all the documents that he needed. And then he made certain assumptions, created a report that created, quite frankly, a lot of concern. And all I'm saying to you is if that's what you want him for, then just say it so that everybody knows that that's what you're doing. But for the record, that's redundancy, and it's spending $80,000 in a way that's not helping you be eyes and ears for everything that's out there in 111 county buildings. It's basically to somehow focus on areas where we already have engineers of record. It's confusing to me in the scope of work. I'm wondering if you...
Well, Judge, I think they're being used for any and all projects that we have within the county. And right now, I know that these are major projects, so right now we're using them on those projects. Just if I would have somebody on staff, they would pretty much be concentrated on the major projects.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have any other questions on the supplemental agreement, number one? I think it's...
I think there was. Wasn't there a motion?
I think there was no, I don't know. Could I get a motion?
Second.
There's a motion, a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No. Okay. And then the substantial damage plan and damage assessment packet, and it's going to be approved contingent to the county attorney's review. Is everything, basically, this is normally done every year?
Judge, this is...
Oh, I'm so sorry. Teresa wants to talk to you about funding. Give me a second. Teresa, that funding is $40,000, and you were going to address it, for the record. My bad. I forgot that you had your hand up.
It's not unmuted. No, you're unmuted.
There, you're ready.
Excuse me. Yes, I just wanted to clarify the physical impact. The original funding source came from the Road and Bridge Fund, the $40,000. So the additional funding for the $40,048 is being requested from unallocated 2019 funds. And those funds are available from reallocation of some of the program manager's dollars. So a new project would have to be created for the additional $40,000 if approved.
Okay. Okay, so you're going to take unallocated from 19 and use that.
Yes, ma'am.
In other
That's
words,
correct.
it's from old program, like probably like the reduction in ME, reduction in all those other ones.
That's correct.
Okay.
The reallocation from program manager
Got
funds
it.
went into unallocated.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, then now we have that straight for the record. Thank you, Teresa, for giving us that background. Okay. And then going on to the substantial damage plan and damage assessment packet, you were saying?
Yes, ma'am. And Commissioners, the substantial damage and damage assessment plan was requested by FEMA. It was part of their audit that they had done here in the past couple of months, and we need to have it completed by. They gave us an extension of December the 2nd, so we need a recommendation for the county attorney to approve it contingent, well, I'm sorry, court approve it contingent that the county attorney reviews it and approves the wording in the document itself. There is a resolution that has been requested by FEMA, and I know that document is not attached, but I'm requesting if that resolution can be also approved by the county attorney, so that way we can submit the document before December the 5th. I think that's what they gave us the extension on. And this is a document that FEMA they are requesting by December the 5th.
So, okay, so.
We would ask
Go
that
ahead.
if part of the vote be to authorize county judge or representative to go ahead and sign the resolution once we are able to review it.
All right. Okay, so I'll make, yeah. The motion is made and seconded, and it's subject to
County attorney approval.
the language, including the authorization to sign. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and then Scott Cross, you've got engineering services for Packery Channel Living Shoreline Project. This is an RFQ. This is from the GLOs. It's really Michael.
Can I request one item, since it's our last item? It's in human resources.
Is it in the human resources?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll get you out of here.
Since I have Yolanda here and Mary Jane.
What number is it?
Number 6, Judge.
Okay. Go ahead. Sorry, guys, about that, Scott and Michael. We'll be right with you.
On this one, Judge and Commissioners, on item number 1, it's for the Environmental Enforcement Department. I know we had included that in our budget, in our past budget for requests, in removing the clerk, and then increasing the pay group from 20 to 22 for the environmental enforcement officers, and we're requesting that from court. There'll be a savings in cost. Am I correct in saying that, Yolanda? There'll be a savings in cost by deleting the clerk and also increasing the pay group for the environmental enforcement.
So move.
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Your Honor, we do have an environmental enforcement officer paid out of ARPA funds, so this has to be included in that as well.
Oh, I'm sorry, we can't do any ARPA till January.
No, this is only for 2 environmental
Yeah,
enforcement.
but the positions in this and as well as ARPA funds, we can't do different pay groups for different people.
The 2, they're not ARPA funded. These 2 officers are not
There's
ARPA
some
funded.
ARPA funds already, we created, that was created by Commissioner
third one was
Gonzalez.
The third one's ARPA fund, not the
Yeah,
first.
they all have to be the
third
same.
one.
They all have to be the same.
They all have to be the same in order to fulfill the policy that we have. In other words, if you change 2, you have to change 3 if they're all classified the same.
With it
So-
classified the same.
So we'd have to move all of them up
Okay.
to a 22. That's all. It's not a,
You still have a $40,000 savings, don't you?
Yes, sir, we still have a $40,000 savings.
so if you changed all 3 to 22, what would it be?
Can we table? Well, we'll just table it, Judge. We'll just table it. We'll bring it back.
Well, hang on. I mean, maybe we can work it out. Don't panic. Just think about it for a second. You've got a $40,000 savings.
Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, ma'am, we do.
And that's after the,
We do, right?
right? So my question to you is, and maybe this is better suited for Dale, is that, so the clerk, by getting rid of the clerk, you can take the first 2, and it won't even impact future budgets as long as that clerk never comes back.
That's correct.
Okay? It's the third one that would be taken care of this year. But that's what I'm saying, is does the clerk savings help all 3 for future budgets?
I think it's just for the first one, right? I think it was just for the 2.
Now, Your Honor, on this agenda item, I don't see where we're removing the clerk. All I see is increasing the 2 environmental officers. I don't see removing the clerk at all in this agenda item.
Okay, so we would have to do that simultaneously.
Okay, we'll bring her back, Judge.
You'll clean it up for December
Yes, ma'am.
7th?
Yes.
Motion to table to December 7th.
Sorry about that.
All right, okay.
Do number 2?
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. All right, Michael and Scott, we've got an RFQ. It's for this great grant that we got to establish a Packery Channel Living Shoreline over at Packery Channel Nature Park. this is actually getting the work accomplished, right?
Yes, we published this RFQ. We had an opening on late September. We received 7 proposals from a lot of good folks. The committee performed an evaluation, and as you see in the discussion there, the committee is recommending Mott McDonald LLC for conditional selection. I've already passed out to you guys the scoring that went with that. It has red letters on the top of it, if you saw that.
I did.
I gave it to on this side of the counter, and it was supposed to move that way earlier.
Somebody has it.
If he needs an extra one, you can give him that one.
It was passed out earlier. What happened was it stuck right here. It never got down to you. See?
Okay.
Well, if you already have a copy.
I don't.
No, he gave me one.
You want this one?
He gave me an extra one.
Yeah.
But I'll give you this back. Here, Scott. I found it. Or I got it stuck down there somewhere. Thank you. Okay, hold on. Let me look.
Do you need it?
Do you need one? Do you need one?
No?
So basically, you have our recommendation from the selection committee. Scott's here available to answer any questions that you have about the evaluation process or about the project in general, if you need information on that.
Scott, you guys are handling internally the grant admin piece of it?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that.
And what's the? I'm trying to find
The funding source is a GLO grant.
It's a GLO grant.
That's what I couldn't find. And what's the? Oh, we can't reveal the cost.
We don't know
We
the
don't.
cost yet.
We just select
It's
it.
just
We'll
an
negotiate.
RFQ, then they'll bring it back
Right,
for,
okay.
after they negotiate with the contract.
Motion
Okay.
passed.
Motion to approve, I'll second. And any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye?
Aye.
Okay, and then Michael, the next one you've got is an S&J Fence Company to replace a fence for Keach Library. It's just the agreement itself.
Right. This is not normally something we'd bring to you guys for the cost. It's $11,726. Ida is having a fence done in her area, and the contractor requires us to sign their quote. And so that's why it's here on the agenda for you.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you very
Now
much.
there's a selection for an IFB for personal services. Just for the record, it's 3195-22.
So on this item, we received 7 bids. This is a low bid item. Just for the court's information, we did include the supplementary conditions pursuant to 2 CFR Part 200 compliance for any federal funding. So should, in the future, that the temporary services be utilized to hire someone to respond in a future disaster event, that these vendors that we end up coming back to contract with will have met that requirement. So when we submit for any reimbursement, we will have qualified for all of those stipulations that they have. The award recommendation, or I'm sorry, the conditional selection recommendation is for Lance Soft Inc. They're the low bidder. They had the lowest contract fringe rate at 3%, significantly below. You can see across the board, it's a really low offer. And my understanding from HR was that outside of the pandemic, this is a contract that was very low volume. It seems to be on very rare occasions that we utilize temporaries in the county. And I'm going to have some future discussions with them about whether or not we even need to be bidding this out, because the volume, the dollar volume generally is not enough to come in here. It's well below 50,000. So
Move approval, Judge.
we'll be coming back and bring the contract for you to approve at a later date.
Okay.
Second.
And of course, the greatest thing here is we have all the right language now based upon our FEMA language to make sure that it's in there in case, God forbid, there would be a necessity.
I dropped a copy for you, Carrie, you should have a copy. I dropped it off earlier.
I've got, is it maybe stuck in
I
here?
have to have everything they have, I have to have everything. So
Yeah, I dropped it off earlier. If you don't have,
this one.
you have it?
No, I have the first
That's
one.
it.
This is Mott McDonald.
Yes.
You're on item.
What's the next?
Three.
You're on three.
The personnel
Yeah,
services.
there's, the item that's for that is actually attached to the agenda. It has the,
Okay.
the
It is,
bid
yeah,
prices
yeah.
there.
Okay, so there's nothing else?
There's nothing else on
Okay,
that one.
that's good.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's on C3, right? Okay, Michael.
Okay, ready to go to the next one?
We are, and the next one is going to be RFQ 3209-22, Nueces County, Robstown Area Neighborhood Development Project.
Okay, so on this project, this is we had no bids were received. The county's recommending to reject all bids. That's per the law, to close this out. I have to recommend, when we don't get bids, I have to recommend the court to recommend rejecting all bids.
Motion to recommend to reject all bids. I was going to say recommend all bids.
Second, Commissioner.
Reject.
Okay, and there's a motion. Is there a second?
A second.
All right, second was Chesney. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then also you've got another one on IFB 3205-22. It's a sale of Amber Flower Bluff Gardens. I'm sorry, it's a location, 1702 Amber Flower
Yeah,
Bluff
this is a
Gardens.
residential plot of land that a constituent had requested the ability to bid on this project. So we put out a bid. We got an appraisal done. The appraisal came in at $35,000. We conducted the bid opening. We received only one bidder. That bidder bid below the acceptable bid amount, and so that's considered a non-responsive bid. And so, again, our recommendation is to reject all bids.
Can we go back to them and say, if you give us $35,000, which is the appraisal, we'll take it? Is that allowed? Because we've only got one bidder.
Right. We can hold here if you like, and I can come back and I can visit with the person that bid and see if that's something they're interested in
Is that
doing.
allowed to do?
I'll check with Jenny and make sure that I'm not violating anything there, but.
I would think, right, before we reject, I mean.
Yeah, because the only other option you would have is to reject all bids and authorize me to rebid at a later date, and then I could do that. We did that with Alistair a few times, but.
Right, but that's a lot of work for that small piece of property. I mean,
Yeah,
if there's a way to just
I would
do it to
prefer
where you
not to
can.
do that. I'll visit with Jenny, see if we can find a solution on that, and then, so I'd ask them that we table this for now and let me come back on the 7th.
Motion to table till December 7th?
Okay, there's a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then the selection of IFB 3217 is for rentals, floor mat, shop towels, linens, and scrubs.
Okay, so on this one, we received only one bid. It's our current provider, which is UniFirst. The expenses paid by the user department budgeted funds, and the current contract's going to expire on 12/12, and so we're trying to get this done before then. So we recommend conditional selection of UniFirst being the only bidder and the low bidder.
So moved.
Second.
And so we'll try our best to come back by 12/7 and bring y'all the contract.
Okay, thank you.
Ahead of the expiration.
So all those, any other questions? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And then now you also have another one, sadly, to reject all bids for water pumps with trailers, tractor mowers, and hydrovac truck. That's number 7.
Right. Okay, so on this one, this is the third time, y'all, that we tried to get this equipment for Juan on the ARPA funding. And the remaining items, we only received one bid for one of the items. The one bidder was non-responsive. I gave it to Juan's office. They reviewed what they were trying to propose, and it didn't meet the specifications that he was asking for. So that bid's considered non-responsive. Since I have no responsive bids, and this is the third time, I would like to do what I've listed in the discussion, which is to recommend to reject all bids and authorize the purchasing agent to obtain competitive quotes pursuant to Texas Local Government Code 262.0245 and the adopted procedures for the purchase of an item for which the county receives no responsive bid. This occurred once before when we did the park project, park building project in Mako. We had to create another competition. So I'll be following those same processes that are in the policy. I'll be working with Juan's office to obtain individual price quotes for these items, and then we'll be bringing that back to court, provided that he's able to find quotes for these items. I believe that he probably had those quotes from day one, but we had to go through the bidding process. Can't find anybody that wants to participate in this, so now we're to that point back again to utilize those quotes.
So
but we will have met the requirements of ARPA by offering it out to all the small women, minority-owned businesses, and things of that nature.
So you need two motions then, one for this and then one to go with the approval, or what?
Yeah,
So we need to reject I need a motion to reject the bids first. So I'll make that motion to reject the bids.
Second. Sorry.
Okay, and any other further discussion on the rejection of the bids? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. And then,
The second will be to authorize the purchasing agent to seek competitive quotes pursuant to Texas Local Government Code 262.0245.
Second.
okay, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, and you're done, Michael.
Yes, and I just want to give a special thanks to my assistant purchasing agent for bids and contracts, and I don't know if the court has met her yet, but Lulu Rivera is here in the courtroom. She's worked very hard on all our agenda items. I had training last week, and so she has a heavy lift.
Great.
I think we had about 25 items.
Okay,
so
thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think yours is fairly quick, too.
Quick list.
You've got a budget change order number 2.
Yes, Your Honor, the first one is budget change order number 2 for our current fiscal year 22-23. There are a couple of large ones on the very front page, those being when we received the billing statements from the appraisal district, it was a little bit higher than what we originally planned in the budget, so we just need to do a small adjustment to cover that cost. And for the jail, they've got almost 70 to 80 vacancies, so they're trying to bring in some outside personal services balances, so they'll be able to reduce their salary regular to cover the cost. So those are why those are so large. The remaining are very small issues. The ones on page 2 are showing you your fairgrounds and your sale of assets, just moving some money around to cover some costs at the fairgrounds that are needed. The funds are there for these transfers. We've reviewed the request, and we submit budget change order number 2 for your approval.
Okay. All right. Motion and a second. Was Commissioner Modis Cara that moved. And is there a second?
Second.
Second by Gonzalez. And any other further discussion? So just tell me again on the sheriff's.
They're bringing, like Michael just said, they're bringing outside firm, like temporary services to bring in because we don't want to do any violations of the collective bargaining agreement to try to get some temporaries in here at a higher value than we're paying the regular employees to try to relieve some of the vacancies that they have, where they're bringing this some outside people in to cover the vacancies until they get some people hired.
Okay. But the vacancies are deputies.
Yes.
So how are they hiring? Sheriff Hooper, you're on the line. Who are you hiring? Like, how does that work? How do you hire a temporary to be a deputy?
A temporary deputy, huh?
In other words, I understand the concept. It seems like a sound one, but the vacancies are in the deputies, in the jail correctional
Yes, that's correct.
facility. So how are we bringing in people from an outside source?
But the reserve deputies that they might have coming out, as well as some retired people that are able to, that are already certified.
Okay, well,
so.
that makes more sense. Why don't you get me some more information for next time on that?
Yes,
Just ask the sheriff to provide it.
we will.
That wasn't, I don't think there was any information about that.
We just told the people covering the SecOps that we have for courthouse security that they're aiding in this additional cost.
Yeah, probably twice the amount.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't feel like that was clearly identified in my packet. I'm gonna go back and look. But, I mean, I suppose there's no choice, but, would have been nice to have had them here to relieve, that's happening to relieve the
Vacation times.
the law enforcement deputies from working too many, hours.
Is that you saying hire?
Teresa has her hand up. Commissioner.
The backup to this budget change order states that it's to cover the cost of security posted at the main jail entrance. So I'm not real sure what that's about, but that's what the backup notes.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. I didn't see anything about the jail, so maybe we just had it wrong, that it's just security at the, well, I'll call the sheriff, ask him again. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm going to take it for face value. That's exactly what is listed in the agenda and not what we said earlier.
What I can mention to the court about this is we'll be coming back to court probably on the 7th or the 14th. We've been working with the sheriff's office to do an amendment to the SecOps agreement, which would be adding the additional location into the contract. And we've worked with Jenny's office on that.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much. The next one's the federal equitable sharing agreement with Constable 3, Constable 5, the district attorney, and the sheriff's office.
We are required by the agreements with the federal government that anytime there is a forfeiture agreement with the federal government, we are required to submit a form every year to notify them of the amount that we receive from them, and as well as to continue our equitable sharing agreement with the federal government. The only ones we have is Constable 3, Constable 5, the district attorney, and the sheriff's office. No other constables currently receive any additional funds. We've gone through the reports that they provide to us. They meet the information that we have. The balances are correct, and we submit those for your approval, and these will need to be signed by the court.
Okay, so moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, how about the forfeiture, the asset forfeiture report? This is basically the approval for FY22 for Constable Precincts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, the DA and the Sheriff's Office.
Yes, this is the balances for the Chapter 59 funds that we receive from the state, from the Attorney General's office that we have, that we're also required to reply and report the funds that we received as well as spent. We've gone through all the constables as well as the Sheriff's Office and the District Attorney's Office. We reviewed the balance they submitted to us. They are in compliance with the report we have. They've been approved by the Sheriff's Office and my office, and they're waiting for approval to the report to be submitted to the Attorney General's office with your approval.
All right. Given that you have reviewed, I will ask for a motion to approve such forfeiture reports.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, great. We've got human resources left, and then we'll go into executive session. But the first one is the creation of attorney and staff positions of the Public Defender's Office. This is pursuant to the TIDC grant, and we have our Chief Public Defender here, Ms. Obregon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So as you know, the statement of grant award actually specified the type of employees that would be covered. And all I had to do was plug those into the pay scales that the county has identified. So I believe that you were given a printout that the auditor's office did for me that shows you we've identified the 5 felony defenders recommended by TIDC, and then 3 misdemeanor defenders, 1 investigator, 1 caseworker that works with the social worker, and an office manager, and 2 support staffs, which we're calling, it's under the legal secretary 2 category. And those salaries plus benefits add up to just under the budget given to me by TIDC. It's a cushion of about $16,000, which I understand I need in case there's some longevity or step pays with people that are hired.
Okay, great. Well, at this point, the action for us commissioners is to approve the creation as mentioned and as brought forth by the Chief Public Defender. I would remind the public and all of you that these positions are paid for by the American Rescue Plan Act through the state of Texas. We, of course, won that grant competitively, and now we're seeing the fruits of that grant being acted upon first by hiring the chief public defender, and now by creating the positions that she deems needed and appropriate.
And these are all within the budget, within the grant, nothing out of
There's-
the ordinary, just what we expected to see, right?
That's right, Commissioner. All I had to do was separate them out because they basically averaged out the cost of felony defenders based on what felony prosecutors are paid. And so they said hire 5 people at this average. So I separated it to give me some people with more experience versus less experience. So I have an assistant chief, 2 felony 5s is what the DA's office calls them. These are people with about 3 years of experience, 1 felony 6, 1 felony 3, and then the misdemeanor prosecutors are going to be your less experienced, not prosecutors, defenders, less experienced attorneys. And I did that to try to stretch the budget so that I could fit within the number that TIDC had given me.
Okay, and how do these match up with the lawyers and all our other offices in the county? Obviously, we want to be, equal, I guess, or not have disparity to where the other offices come in and go, oh, you guys did this, and now we need you to do this. Have we checked all that out? Is all good?
Yes, I started last week, and I have learned a lot about HR and the auditor's office. So I was trained to basically stick within the same levels. So at the prosecutor's office, their misdemeanor 1 is going to be an attorney with less than a year's experience. So my misdemeanor 1 public defender is the same pay scale as that person and has the same level of experience. I didn't change any education or experience. The only things I changed were the descriptions of the work and sort of the knowledge, skills, and abilities that would be looked for.
Perfect. And just remind the public in the court, we've got the 2 years of this is covered 100%, and then we have to start pitching in. It goes 80, 60, 40, right? And then
And 20.
and 20. Okay, I forgot. So it's 5 years, 80, 60, 40, 6 years, 5 years.
Total of 6 years with help, so it's year 7 that the county would be fully responsible.
Okay, just take a look at these numbers, guys, because we're going to be dealing with this in a few years, cost-wise. Okay, but thank you very much.
Well, I'd like to respond to
Great
that.
stuff.
You're going to be dealing with a better court system. You're going to be dealing with saving lives. You're going to be dealing with the opportunities to decompress a jail in a way that's never been done before. You're going to be saving money.
That's why we all voted for it. I appreciate
And that 80, 60, 40 is a good sliding scale. And also, look for new grants immediately. Don't wait for somebody to announce it. You have, for example, opioid settlement dollars that are coming down, and if it's not happening today, it's happening tomorrow. There'll probably be a new announcement of new settlements with regards to the big pharma companies. I don't know if that happened today, but I heard that when I was traveling yesterday. What I'm saying to you is that, this county needs to, instead of, complaining about the 80, 60, 40, right now, start working on that opioid grant to the bucket of opioid dollars that come to our region. That can be your 80, 60, 40 dollars immediately. That's what I would do. And the second thing is that this next opioid, the trickle down, you should dedicate it, to public defender's office. You've got the dollars. It's worth about 1.6. Go ahead and make that dedication. What better use of dollars could you have? I'm sure there's a percentage that you could start collecting of data of how many of these mentally ill patients also have opioid or substance abuse issues. I bet that's astronomical. So there are pathways forward. You're just going to actually have to think about them now so that you're prepared when you get into that 80, 60, 40 regimen. Well, thank you. I think it's a good hierarchy that you've created. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
I don't know if you saw this, but we've tabled to the next, okay, you did, on the
I
other
did see
item.
that. I'm still learning a lot on that too,
Okay.
but I'll be
But you'll
visiting
be
with all
back.
of you before then.
Okay, great. It'd be wonderful to be back.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am? Go ahead. Did we miss? Okay, that's fine. I think,
I don't know. I don't remember,
I
sorry.
think I actually made the motion, but I don't remember who
I
seconded
may have
it.
seconded it, I don't know. We'll just make.
Let's
that's
just
fine.
take that.
I don't know.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
And then the next two items are for our medical examiner. And so I'm going to take it a little bit out of order, Dr. Fagan. I'm going to take 3 before 2, because 3 is, as they say, should be something that the court has awareness on already. But I'll read it out. It's to consider the continuance of temporary supplemental pay for the interim office administrator and the office administrative duties. And Forrest, last time you were here, we kind of addressed this. This had to do with the grievance being pushed till February.
Yes, ma'am.
And so, did we not satisfy everything the last time?
It was actually for a certain specific time frame until.
Got it. And so we're at that time frame now.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for the clarification. So, again, the issue is that we have somebody that's out until February, and we need to actually do that supplemental pay for that interim. That's why I mentioned earlier with the interim HR, we'll have to do the same kind of thing to conform with our policies and Department of Labor.
I think last time we extended to December, if I remember correctly, and you want to, I don't have a problem extending it to the end of January. You know, but that's what you need on this one here. Because if you do the end of January, then you probably should have somebody coming in February.
Well, her court case isn't done until February.
No, I mean, I don't think that they want that. I think all they're asking is for an extension to, what are you asking on that, administrator?
I'm asking for an extension till the conclusion of the civil service proceedings, but I believe that there's also an action item on the agenda for this week as well.
Correct. So, I mean, I would rather it be like that. I thought it was February, but let's just say it correctly, until the conclusion of the civil service proceedings. I think that's a better way to say it rather than take a guess on the date. So I'll make that motion because.
Okay, I'll second it, but again, I'm discussion.
Yes.
So this money, you have monies to do this too, right?
Yes, sir. This position has remained vacant, and so this is within the, there'd be no excess budget required for this.
Yeah, now, yeah, so I guess we're going to do it till civil service.
Till the civil service proceedings are concluded.
Are concluded.
Yeah.
You know, then I guess at that time we.
And then you can give us updates along the way. You know, if there's something happens where it concludes a lot sooner than you've anticipated, you know, you can, I'm sure the court will be fully informed. Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Any other questions? Okay. They're already there right now. They're already in it right now. It's just a continuation until proceedings have been concluded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, now we're going to go back to 2, which really gives us an update. And Dr. Fagan, welcome on. Sometimes you do, as it say, it's possible to do too good of a job, and so you've done too good of a job on recruitment, and so you bring to us an opportunity, which you didn't get to hear earlier, but you would have been pleased the district attorney read this and came in and provided public comment. And to paraphrase, he believes that this will aid his office in accreditation, in the fact that it would allow for accreditation and therefore bolster and strengthen his ability to prosecute cases and see that justice is served. Tell us a little bit about the background, like how did we get to this moment, and you're asking the court for a particular action.
Okay, so bottom line up front, I have identified a candidate for the third medical examiner position, which is what I need to regain National Association of Medical Examiner accreditation. Just based on the case volume that we have, 3 doctors is the minimum required to do that. I have a candidate who is already Texas licensed and has just passed her forensic pathology boards, who is available as early as the beginning of next year. So, backing up a bit, my original contract had $300,000 that was allocated for the Dr. Fernandez Fund, and another $249,000, which was allocated for the temporary doctors fund, budgeted at $4,800 for one day per week for 1 year. So there was a subsequent Commissioner's Court decision where Dr. Fernandez's contract was only extended until the end of this calendar year. So in other words, there were 6 months that I would still need coverage. This is an opportunity for me to replace the coverage that Dr. Fernandez will no longer be providing.
Okay, I don't really follow you. I think back then, a while back, you talked about July, hiring a doctor, then we said, well, maybe January, if it could be sooner, if you could go out there and recruit, maybe in January. You know, I'm here today, I thought I would table this until January because, and I'm telling you why, because it's all the accreditation. You know, we had 2 doctors and we had the accreditation. You know, so and I don't know. You know, we lost it back because we lost everything else too. But anyway, I just think that if Dr. Fernandez, and I understand now that he's not going to. You want him to stay longer than the end of the year. You know, and so it's going to.
No, sir. I'm not asking for that.
So Fernandez is gone on December 31st?
December 31st. So the end of December is Dr. Fernandez's last day of doing cases at the office. So, so in other words, he was covering in 2 days. My original contract had him covering 2 days per week, and then he was allocated it for 2 half days per week for paper days. So what I'm trying to cover is the original contract, which was 2 days per week. So because he will no longer be doing new cases at the end of this year, sir. I'm not asking for a further extension from him.
Okay.
So if I could go back and try to summarize.
It does say he'll be working through March 23rd in the backup information to follow up reports. So it does say he will be there through March 20th, 23.
He will.
Just so you know.
Yes,
right.
he will only be closed.
I think that.
But that's to close the cases,
But right. But
not
that's what
to
the backup
actually work
reports.
on actual
Autopsies.
autopsies.
My question was, we're still paying him, right?
He's paid by the hour, but to close the cases that he has already done. He's not going to be doing any new cases after that point.
Well, maybe you start closing cases now. You know.
He is working on closing cases, but the National Association of Medical Examiners standards are that we have up to 90 days to close the case out after the autopsy is complete. For a number of cases, we do need toxicology, histology, or further studies. So we don't have absolutely everything at the day of autopsy.
So when do you see this new doctor being actually ready for recruitment?
So she is available as early as the beginning of next year. I would have to give her, to be fair, assuming the court were to approve that, I would have to give her, at least 60 days so that she can close cases at her current office out, and then also have the opportunity to move down to start at this office.
So it would be fair enough to say that we're going to, March the 1st would be a starting date?
It would likely be at the middle of January to 1st of February is likely when she would start doing cases.
So if we did.
I'm not finished, Judge. Let me ask a couple more questions. That's not, you said 60 days now, so.
Well, if I were to, in other words, if the court were to approve this, then 60 days from when I'm able to offer her the job. So in other words, if the court approved it.
It'll be December and January.
Yes, sir.
So it'll be February.
So late January to early February. So from when approved.
60 days from today.
Yes.
It could be 60 days from December the 1st. You know, I'm just saying, I just want to make sure that, talking about $300,000 here, $300,000 plus whatever. I think the difference is going to be 80,000?
I'm sorry, sir. Can you repeat?
The difference is going to be $60,000 for the new doctor?
So the new doctor, her annual salary is $335,000. We do have it currently ARPA funded from the 1st of July through the remainder of the fiscal year.
So what's going to happen if you do it before the 1st of July?
So what I'm willing to use, and obviously this is up for our discussion as well, is that we can either use the remainder of the Fernandez Fund plus the temporary doctor coverage, to make up the difference, versus, I mean, since a portion is covered by ARPA, I don't know if the rules require that the whole period have to be covered by ARPA, because sorry, I don't work.
So that's what I'm saying, we set a date for March,
Yes.
April, May, June, so you were talking about maybe 5 months less, every 5 months that we can, you don't have to worry about finances, right? I'm just trying to make sure that we don't.
I think he's talking about February, not March. He's really saying late January or early February.
I know what he's saying, but I know, what I'm saying, that I would say March, where we can start with a new doctor if she's ready, maybe she won't be ready, I don't know.
Okay.
But, or he or she, whatever it is.
This doctor is a she. So you're stating that just so I understand it, you're stating that you would prefer that the earliest start date is the 1st of March or the 1st of February, sir?
No, March.
March. Okay, just so I understand.
I'm just saying because it leaves us how many months between March, where you're going to start her in June or July, right? So, and if you got money to say we're going to start her, we're going to pay for it. Who's going to pay for it?
So my contract had the $300,000 allocated for Dr. Fernandez, and then also $249,000 for the temporary doctors. For the temporary doctors, I've only used $7,400 of that fund to date.
Okay. So the $300,000, you can probably utilize that for the early months.
I could use a portion of it. A portion I have to use to pay Dr. Fernandez, but it's a portion of it, yes, I could use for her.
So, and what's the portion you're looking at?
So,
Yeah, I see.
if you look at the material that we posted, so for Dr. Fernandez, for what we would be obligated to pay him through the end of the calendar year is $117,000. What he's told us that for what he's anticipating in for the next calendar year is 3.5 days per month, so approximately $58,500.
I'm sorry?
So adding those two together and then subtracting in from $300,000, and then, as I said, for the temporary doctor fund, which is at $249,000, I have only spent $7,400 of that to date.
I think what he's asking is the delta, and I mean, you can work it out, but I know it's a guesstimate because we don't know exactly, but you can get close. I think what we need to do is summarize, which is that you have recruited a great candidate who is eligible to start in February, at least, okay? Whether it's last week of January, let's just call it Feb 1, okay? And that would leave us February, March, April, May, June, okay? 5 months that we have not accounted for because we were waiting to see if we could, the original plan was get that person to start in July, right? But you had excellent recruitment and you found somebody, and it looks like it will cost us somewhere in the neighborhood of, I don't know, maybe somewhere between $250,000 and $300,000 if you deduct the temporaries, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you deduct some of Fernandez's.
Yes. And
that's being super conservative. That's basically playing around with 25% of the overall budget being attributed to the temporary and to Dr. Fernandez. And what you get in return is in February, a fully accredited, you need, with the amount of decedents that we see, you need 3.
Yes.
Period. End of discussion. That's not up for discussion. That's name.
Not really, Judge. We don't need 3.
Okay,
We never had 3.
So in order to be accredited, it has to do with how many bodies we autopsy every year. Dr. Fagan, can you reconfirm that we need 3 in order to do the amount to get the accreditation that we need for 750 plus bodies?
So last year, we did a total of 844 postmortem exams. Now, not all of those were full autopsies. My predecessors did not autopsy the majority of cases, including ones that the name standards do state that should get a full autopsy. So since my arrival, we have been following the name standards for autopsying cases, which includes autopsying in drug overdose cases which are not done previously by my predecessors. So it also includes that for cases, of burn victims, those decomposed, those who are unidentified, that those also need full autopsies. So, based on we have changed our practices based on what the name standards, what the name recommendations are for accreditation, which does require more autopsies. So with 844 cases, divided it by 3, we would still be under the 325 maximum for autopsies or equivalents per doctor.
So you need 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that was the question. Okay, so Commissioner Chesney has a comment or a question, and then I'm going to finish up with, I just want to make sure that I go back to the dollars and cents, because it all boils down to just, I'm trying to get the court to just, have a question that they can answer. And it sounds like you're needing, your recommendation is to the court that you've got somebody great, and that will help us get accredited, and that the cost to getting them here earlier rather than later is approximately $300,000, more or less. And my comment is that I'll let Commissioner Chesney go ahead. I'll hold the comments. I'll stick to the questions right now, because the comments might be changing. Go ahead.
So, are you telling me that you can't get accredited with 2 doctors? Because we've been accredited in the past with 2 doctors.
So, as I said, sir, my predecessors did an autopsy cases that the name standards, which have been updated over the years, have stated that they need full autopsies. So,
right, but if you have 2 doctors, if a medical facility has 2 doctors, a medical examiner's office has 2 doctors, then can they get accredited with 2 doctors? You're saying, because
no.
what the representation to me here today is, we have to have 3 doctors or we can't get accredited. That's not my understanding, but so I'm going to make sure I'm clear. Are you saying there's no way to get accredited with 2 doctors?
You can get accredited with 2 doctors, but only if your case volume is under that which the name standards require.
Okay.
So,
which is 325 per doctor.
That's the absolute maximum.
Okay.
So it's still, so there are what's called phase 1 and phase 2 deficiencies. Mm-hmm. You can have so many, phase 2 is an automatic, you fail accreditation. A phase 1, you have so many phase 1s until you fail. But more than 250 cases per doctor is a phase 1 deficiency per doctor.
Okay. So the answer is you can get accredited with 2 doctors, depending on how it works, as long as you don't go over the maximum number of per doctor. My next question relates to how many of the 800, what was the number?
844.
How many of those were out of county examinations?
Our out-of-county examinations, do average, they average about 150 per year. Last year was higher because we were also doing Hidalgo cases, so it was a higher than average for last year.
So
this year, I believe to date, we have 130 cases because we have had a drop due to events earlier this year. But we have had counties start returning. So we're currently around 130 out-of-county cases.
So of the 844 number for 2021, 150 of those were out of county, roughly, or more?
For 2021, I would say, okay, pardon me. For 2021, out-of-county cases, total out of county was 225.
225 out of 844?
Correct.
Okay, so if I'm doing my math, let me do that real quick. So 225, 14 months, 5 is 9, 3, 1. So 619. So with 2 doctors, if we didn't do any out of counties, which we don't have to, we do, but we don't have to, we could get accredited if we didn't do any out of counties with 2 doctors. I'm not suggesting that for the long term, but I'm saying that's something that can be done based on your numbers. I know you don't probably like to answer that one, but we don't have to do out of counties. I get that we make money, and I'm not saying we shouldn't, and I get the doctors make a ton of money by doing the out of counties. I'm not saying we shouldn't, but we could get accredited with the current statistics with 2 doctors if we didn't take out of counties.
Yes.
Is that, if that's incorrect, please tell me.
No, that's correct, sir.
Okay. So when you come in here and this analysis, and part of the reason I want to table this until January is because we have asked for, and we haven't gotten, and I don't think it's due yet, but we have asked for a list to be provided to this court of all these ARPA-funded positions that we've done and the amazing financial impact of epic proportions that it's going to put a super big onus on this committee, on this court, and on this county. I think it's going to be, I don't want to say it because I think it's going to be an enormous number that people are going to be staggered by when we bring back all of it. And a lot of it, respectfully, is yours because of the high price of what we allocated for the doctors. You're right. We said June or July.
July 1st.
July 1st, we would start with a new one and we'd figure it out, and we have an obligation to do that. So I'm struggling with the fact that as we sit here, we just say, just going to be another $300,000. No big deal, right? And that's bothersome to me because that's another $300,000 of ARPA money on top of the other hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands that we're going to be in line for. So it's just not. It's a struggle for me to say, to do this, because when we talked originally, you said, you know what, I'll not do out of counties if I have to, if that's what we have to do. That was one of the things you said. One of the things I think I came back and said, man, I really appreciate you saying that because that's going to cost you money out of your pocket. And so to me, with the millions of dollars that we've spent upgrading that office, millions meaning we've committed $7 million additional money to the new facility because we need it. We've committed, I got to think, well over $1 million over the next couple of years per year, maybe more than that, with increasing your salaries and adding doctors and upgrading that. So we as a court have committed $8 to $10 million to the medical examiner's office. And I think that is an enormous number. And I think we have lived up to what we said we would do. And so I'm not comfortable today doing this because I get the argument. You will need it eventually. You may need it now, but there are so many, there's only so far these dollars can go, and every time it seems we turn around, we're getting another financial ask from the medical examiner's office. I've shared this with you. I've shared with you in emails. It gets frustrating, right? And so as we sit here today, I appreciate the heck that you're here. We went out of our way to get you here. We spent a lot of extra money because we think you're the right guy. But at the same time, I just don't. The asks are repeated and often and always, and that's tough, right? And there are certain things we have to do with the contract, and we're going to do those things. July 1st is what we said we'd do in the contract. I'm not saying I'm a hard no on early. I'm saying right now I am because I haven't had the analysis, and I think this court deserves it. I think the public deserves to see what's fixing to come. It's going to be a tsunami of dollars when these ARPA funds go away. It is going to be unbelievable. And, Judge made a good point a while ago on the grant thing. We ought to be looking for grants. We ought to be looking for things on that, too. We ought to be looking on – I don't disagree with that. I think the Public Defender Office is great. I think what we're doing at your office is great. I think she's right. We need to be looking for grants because it's going to be staggering when this hits. So, and your part of it is the biggest part because it just is. I mean, it's not your fault. You're a highly compensated individual. You deserve to be. But the reality is what's fixing to come out of your office that we're going to have to pay for is staggering. So I am a little uncomfortable with doing this right now, and I would like to table this till January so that we have the opportunity to get all of these things that we need to get to look at and see and really take a hard look at this because, I mean, the money, like if you're coming in here, if you come back in January and you're saying, hey, I'll give you all that money back, but this is all more ARPA money. I mean, this isn't like, this is getting tough. I mean, so so I think it needs to be noted that we can get accredited with 2 doctors. And I think that needs to be understood and respected. And if we have to cut back on out-of-counties, then we have to cut back on out-of-counties. Because at some point, and John made a great point when we had this discussion on the investigators, and he really felt that he was compelled by, hey, we want to give you everything we have. And I didn't agree with him on that vote that day, but I agreed with his sentiment. But I really think we have given you everything we can give you to make that office go. And to ask for more now is just not something I'm comfortable with. Doesn't mean that later, but I just can't sit here and listen to any more of the argument about, because we've done more for this department times 3. I mean, there's departments in this county that would love the attention the medical examiner's gotten, and I think we need to just take a pause on this and say, bring it back in January. Let's talk about it. Let's look at it. But let's look at this not just in a vacuum, and look at what this is going to do to the impact of this county financially. So I appreciate you being honest on the answers, and I can't support the request today. I'd prefer to table it and come back and really look at it in January. But I'm happy to vote if someone makes a motion.
So I've got a motion here for March, but let me throw back here a little bit, because I want to make certain that we understand there's a lot in those comments. The bottom line here is that when we decided that July 1st was going to be the date, it was already contemplated that in the future we would have 3, period.
Yes, ma'am.
So what we're really talking about is not the future to have 3. That's already been decided. What we're talking about is something that we didn't think could happen, which is that in a national shortage of pathologists, you've been able to build a team, and you've done that by, it's a tribute to you, to the standards that you've set forth for building a new forensic institute for South Texas. Part of the model for South Texas is that there is no other place to go. They can order you, and they will, to take these bodies, period. So that's something else. It's part of our financial model to take the bodies and to be a part of a regional system. That's why, for me, the legislative agenda that includes lobbying for a allocation to our region for being the Forensic Institute for South Texas was critical. But of course, we're going to wait on that, so you can forget it. But the bottom line is that for $300,000 extra, you can not lose out on finding somebody who obviously wants to leave their position and look for another position. You can capture a coveted pathologist, and you can do so with additional ARPA dollars, which we have. This community has millions of dollars that we've held in contingencies, and for the unexpected twists and turns. You have to ask yourself, commissioners, if $300,000 is worth justice. For me, it is, and it is definitely for the district attorney as well. If you say that it's not about how much money we've already done, you certainly get a pat on your back for all the investment. But if it's not all the way there, then all you've done is cut yourself short. You can have a fully accredited office so that they can try these cases, which is what we need to do, is we're getting back to trying all these cases, and you can help your community and your DA's office do so for $300,000 when you're sitting on $5 million. It doesn't change the future. And quite frankly, the out-of-county, I can create a variety of scenarios, which you did, that says 2 is enough, but none of them are real world. What you did with your math is not real world, because what's real world is 844 cases and growing. And 844 requires 3 people, period. And what he's telling you is that you have a chance to do that. You didn't even advocate to get the damn dollars, but they're here, right? And they're here, and they're available to your community so that your district attorney can go prosecute cases, and somebody can bolster that we have all these great accredited medical examiners. I think it's worth the money. I think justice is worth it. I think a victim's family would think it's worth it. And I think that it allows us to be way more, you talk about those grants, there's only one way we're going to get those grants, and that's if you autopsy people who have had overdoses. The only reason was we were getting away with 2 is because we were down to no staff during COVID, and because we weren't autopsying people that name recommends to do so. So that's why we didn't have the data gathering on drug overdoses. This court has the money. It has a compelling interest to see justice be done. You could potentially lose this person. And I think March is a really good compromise. I personally believe February is the right, but maybe with some good salesmanship, Dr. Fagan, if this court would see fit to do March, what you're really talking about is, I mean, if I put pencil to it, sharpen my pencil, probably get it down to probably 150,000 when you do all of the wash. And it's just a no-brainer. It's not about how many times you come. I'm not going to be here, but I hope you come each and every time that justice is served and that you need something. And if you don't, then we're selling ourselves short here. I think that we should do this because we've made a commitment to doing it right, and it just happens to be that the circumstances got you somebody great. And I wish this court would not lose that somebody. And March is my motion to compromise, and the extra money is sitting on our coffers, and it doesn't change the future. The future was established when we made the decision to go for a July 1 start. And I think it's worth it, and I think the DA would appreciate it, and I know the families would as well. I wish somebody else might chime in and second my motion.
Second, I think, it's legitimate policy discussion to really decide how much of a workload should our county ME take on, him and his office, when it's other areas. I lean on the fact that I think more staff, a stronger staff that you can work with, that you have formed, you're not having to have really deal with any kind of carryover. You've brought in a new administrator, you've brought in a new deputy, and to bring in a third, I think would benefit us and benefit our area. And I don't see you as someone that's going to ask. Now, I think it may be contrary to maybe some opinion on the court, but that you're going to ask just for the moon. I think you're asking for what you see, what you realize, why we hired you, which is your experience in dealing with healthy, truly healthy medical examiner offices in other parts of our state. With that said, I trust in you also as an administrator, not only as a physician, but as an administrator, to bring these recommendations to the court. I agree. What we have committed overall with ARPA money is going to run out eventually. But I see it as, thankfully, we have that money now to do something now. And every year is a budget decision. Every year we are weighing whether to keep the same size of staff, to reduce it, to reduce services, to try to trim down a budget. But reality is, if we want good medical services, we want, I shared the last time you were here, it was very raw for me, having lost someone from our church, our congregation, a high school senior, to what ended up being heat stroke, heart attack on the football field during football season. There's families that want and need that closure, and they need it as soon as possible. Mm-hmm. So I get that the dollar amounts are important. They are. And the general public, they may just see it as, wow, more money being thrown towards the medical examiners. But we have to wade through all of that. It's difficult. I mean, I've had those questions from family members directly, and I explained to them the reason why this is an investment that we need to preserve. And it's not only to protect us in the future, because, we have a tendency here, I think, to draw up some great talent, and then they get pulled off to another entity or some other part of the state or the country. I want to give you all that you can and all that you need to be successful and feel fulfilled here. that you have the support that you need, because we bought into a vision, and it wasn't, I just want or need one particular assistant helping me on medical examinations. I want name accreditation. I want to be able to build a facility with less money. This court was very frugal in saying, not the 30 million or whatever was proposed, but less, and you're still taking it and you're working with it, and I do believe it's going to be a good facility. But I don't want to handcuff you with what you're requesting. And yes, it is a lot. But, you know, this court took dramatic steps in the early days of ARPA to say that we wanted to show how grateful we were to our law enforcement officers and to others who had worked through the COVID pandemic, and to reward them for that. And what we found was the money that we were putting forward was really trying just to catch us up to where we have historically been as a county overall, which is near the bottom of the top 30 counties pay-wise in almost any position. We deal that with the county attorney's office. We've had the district attorney's office here before us and numerous other offices. So this is one and the same. Now, we deal with high dollars because of the salary, the amount of work. I can't imagine what you have to see every day and deal with. But if it means giving you a team that you trust, that you will rely on, that will bring these families closure in a quick manner so that they can try to rebuild. I can't even imagine, but try to rebuild their lives. And one of the ways is to know with finality what would happen to my loved one. Mm-hmm. And so to put a dollar amount on that, I'm willing to put any dollar amount on that. Let me tell you right now. Any dollar amount. Yes, money is scarce, is a precious resource, but we've already taken the precedent of providing salaries at a better level, and I don't even say competitive level, but at a better level for law enforcement and other departments before. We've already set that precedent, and it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt because it's not going to be easy to say, I'm not going to support that budget because it's too much. It is. It's going to be a lot. The cost of public health costs us a lot of money. The cost of justice costs us a lot of money. It's about time Nueces County realizes that, because we complain and lament so much that we lose staff, and it's because we're not paying them what they deserve. We're not paying what those equitable positions at City Hall or somewhere else get. And yours is unique. It's just for the county. But I want to give you what you need, and I trust in what you're asking for. Like I said before, you're not asking for a Lamborghini or anything like that. You're asking for personnel that actually happen to equal probably some Lamborghinis. I love cars, so I kind of equated to that. But you need what you need. And if someone comes recruiting you one day, which I hope they don't, but I know that you're a rising star, and I know that the work you've done here is already grabbing attention statewide or nationwide. We already know that this is a competitive job. And to line up a number 2 and a number 3 behind you, it's insurance that we're guaranteeing that we're not going to have to go through all that we have over all this time. We want to avoid lawsuits of people who are being hired quickly because we need some sort of assistance, and then backgrounds are not necessarily what they were presented. All of that has come as about because of the dollar amounts we have not invested in the facility that you inherited and in the staff that you received. And today, the step is to be able to move forward and say, we trust in you. Yes, it's a harsh amount of money. But you know what? Then that's what our job is to explain to the public, yes, it's a lot, but this is why. Because God forbid, if you have to lose someone through circumstance, your staff and the work that you provide.
If I can just say one quick thing. So just to put, for a comparable sized office, for just case volume per year. So El Paso last year, they did 810 postmortem exams. We did 844. If you look at both of our respective budgets for this year, mine is at 2.634 million. Theirs is at 3.3 million. So just for other Texas offices for comparable case volume.
Thank you. Well, Is there any other comment? We've had a lot of discussion. I've got a motion and a second. And again, for Kara, who just stepped out, can you take the note, Emma? Okay. It was for March 1st, and the funding would be ARPA. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
No.
Opposed, same sign.
No.
No.
Okay. Is there another motion that might be considered? I was going to suggest that that this person is available, and I don't know if there is a compromise on another amount, but it means if you wait till July, this person may or may not be available. But is there April? I'm trying to figure out what the will of the court here is, because again, you're not going to get accredited overnight. You're going to have to apply for it, which means that if you wait till July, you're looking at the end of the year to get accreditation. So you're going to go through this whole year of cases. And I don't know, I was going to suggest to you that if you don't like ARPA, is there another funding source? Because I know we have other funding sources that could be utilized.
Judge, I would make a motion to table this till January 4th and come back with the financial impact that this and all other ARPA-related funds has on the county before we make a decision in a vacuum. That would be my motion to table.
Second.
I was going to say April.
Okay.
I was going to say April.
Well, if you could say April, then you can vote against this motion, and then we could hear your motion. So all those in favor of this table, please signify, or in favor of this table, please signify by saying aye.
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 No? No. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
You now want a table? You don't want to do April?
No on table. No on table.
Okay. Well, if you might let this individual know that it's a possibility that when a new judge comes in, they'll change their minds. You can hear it in January. I don't know if she would, but my sense is that the minute a new judge comes in, you might appeal to her and her good sense, common sense, to not lose this applicant. Maybe you could have this person, do your best to just allow it to see if that would work. And I'm very, very sorry, because you've done a very, very good job, and I'm sorry for the county. But I've been saying that all week.
Doctor, let me just.
Doctor?
No, I'm just so you'll know, and I don't feel sorry for the county, because we think we've done a lot. But I think that, for in the long run, I think you and I talked about this, and I don't know, Mr. Forrest, I think he also was there. And, as we go forward, I know there's going to be more money that we're going to have come up with. But I'm also, and I think I mentioned it to you that I didn't really believe on the 40/60. Remember I told you that there was, most of the counties now don't go to 40/60. They just, everything goes to the county, and that's how they pay for a lot of the things that they have. So there's something that I'm going to think about for next year, to see how can we work on this 40/60, or maybe 20/60, 20/80, whatever, or nothing. But if we're going to continue to grow in the medical examiners, at one point we're going to also look at where we're going to get those funds from. Not just from the general fund, but some other funds that maybe when it comes in, puts into the general fund, that's where you get some of your funds back. So I'm just saying, this is my thought, right? So I think I shared this with you, Mr. Forrest, a while back.
He's talking about the compensation split.
He knows what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm just saying
Excuse
the
me,
audience
Doctor?
didn't.
Doctor, when you came last time asking for an investigator,
Yes, sir.
I agreed, and I was a yes. and giving you that investigator, but it also came out of ARPA funds. And I'm just kind of worried that we keep going back to the same water well, and it's going to run out, and then
dollars in litigation settlement, somebody needs to look at that. It also assumes that like there's no growth when we know growth is happening exponentially across Texas. And this idea that how ARPA is negatively impacting. So ARPA is dollars that come to us for free, and it's free dollars. So if you don't want to extend, you don't have to. So when we say we want an agenda item talking about the negative impact or the fiscal impact, this is not for you, Dr. Fagan, just in general, Commissioner Chesney's request, the impact is zero. It's zero. It's dollars that we got from the feds to make transformational change. And there ought to be, I'll have to remember this when I'm testifying, which I get to do next year, is there ought to be a rule about governments that actually don't do transformational change. You shouldn't get dollars if you're not going to use them for transformational change, when that was the spirit of it. But I think that the bottom line is that there might be some new ways to go about it, and I'd like to visit with you about that. Opioid settlement money is one of them. If they're worried about ARPA dollars, then maybe it's just a new thing, a new twist. But ARPA, there is no fiscal impact for ARPA because ARPA is free federal dollars, period. And whether this court, chooses to extend them is up to the court. But again, nobody's going into any of these understanding that it lasts forever. It lasts till 2026 if you choose to use them in that way, or sooner if the court chooses. But just a little bit of a distinction. But I think I already got an email saying that maybe you sent it to me, Ade, that this ledger already exists, the one that Commissioner Chesney wants. So I would suggest just grab it and send it. And it shows the fiscal impact, but it shows it across the board. And we've already made decisions for many of them that they don't extend past the ARPA year of whichever year we chose, right? So just, again, it's a
coming off. The other doctor we're paying for is not coming off. The investigators we're paying for, they're not coming off. So you're not stating that accurately at all. There is fiscal impact because we've made representations that yes, some of them would not be extended, but I guarantee you the constable that we've done, Scott Cross's office that we've done,
I don't remember if you voted yes or no, but conversation about the months that you can't see your way through.
We're still talking about it.
Or
Done.
That was.
Who's here for that, Chief Cook? For that, Chief Cook?
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Judge. Ide, do they have a copy of the job description?
Okay, I have here.
Judge, I have a quick question or request. After this, and I think it may be germane, can y'all
That way, Ms. Sands has asked that her office
50 or 60 or 70, it's not just related to the administration. It's not just related to the administration of the game rooms. But initially, what I would like you to just take note is that first paragraph is to provide, my primary concern initially was to provide oversight of the game room permitting process. Once permitted, ensure that the permitted game rooms remain in compliance with the Nueces County Game Room Ordinance and are in compliance with all state and local laws related to illegal gambling. I mean, we have many, many people out there that seem to still have the perception, and we're attempting to educate them, and as we move forward with this ordinance and putting it in place, to educate them, let them know just because you're permitted doesn't mean it's okay to make illegal payouts. And there's many people out there that seem to be under the impression that once they have a permit, they can pretty much run their game room as they choose, and that's just not going to be the case. Everybody I interact with, I tell them that, if you are not in compliance with the gambling laws of the state of Texas, you're going to end up facing prosecution, and they just need to understand that. But there are a great deal of other issues in regard to here. As you can see, it says game room administrator and coordinator / grant specialist, so that if the game room doesn't take a significant amount of time, there are other duties that this individual will be able to perform. So I would ask that you review the description as written, and if you have any concerns or you feel like that we need to add any additional duties, or you don't think we've done a job, we've been complete enough in our description that you address it and let us know so that we can make any changes. I know I just realized that you just received it. I thought you were going to have an opportunity to review it.
Chief, I just question I want to make sure. My understanding on this is that basically to create this position, y'all froze a couple of other positions. So
we haven't determined what positions we're going to freeze yet. That will have to be a discussion with the sheriff and the commissioner's court. But his intent was to freeze the positions in order to the appropriate number of positions in order to be able to fund the position as required by the commissioner's court.
And I appreciate
But
that
those
y'all.
would be the vacant positions, right?
Right.
There would be vacant positions.
And I was just going to say, I appreciate you working with IDA and working with the court on this. Really means a lot. I know Kara's thrilled not to have to do it anymore. And really, I think it would have been kind of logistically difficult to coordinate between your office and her office. I think this streamlines it. This makes sense. Sometimes you get lucky, and this was one of those situations where, I think we got a little lucky, but appreciate y'all working hard on this, and I would move to pass this if it's appropriate.
Well, we just got it, so, I mean, the answer is that, it doesn't comport with everything that you said today. We just got it, haven't had a chance to look or edit it, or even discuss it with court administrator or you guys. And so,
Have you seen it, Jenny? Have you seen it?
Job description? No?
and then you don't even know what you're trading for. I would imagine you're going to put some funds towards this position that you gain from the collection of fee for the permit.
Well, I don't know. It depends on what the commissioner's court decides to do with those funds. And of course, we don't know how much in funds we're going to take in. It's $1,000 per permit, and if we had 20.
Or you don't know what the legislator's going to do, right?
Yeah, and if we had 20 people apply, 25, 30, we'd be looking $25, $30, $35, $40,000 maybe, if it's less,
Yeah.
So I honestly can't say.
Yeah.
I know, I have read the ordinance. We made some, working with the county attorney's office, there's a couple of amendments I think we were going to make to modify it just slightly. Nothing that the court would be concerned about, but to deal with it more effectively. And the reality situation is I just don't know how people are going to respond once it's posted on the website and they see it and see that it can be very, very demanding what we require of these what we're going to require of these operators.
And Jenny, I'd still like to take a look at that, because I still get, and it's second, third hand, I don't have any validity. I'd still like to look and see that people keep telling me there are ways to charge more than just a one. Since you mentioned all that, I definitely would like to revisit that issue at some point down the road too, because
we can charge 25% of the cost of what the state charges for their sticker. And so whatever the state can charge for their sticker that they're required to have, we can have a county sticker on every machine, and I believe that was 25% is the max we can charge. So if we can charge 25% of what the state's charging for our county sticker.
It's like $15 or $25 a machine.
I think it was $15 a machine we could get. So it would be the $1,000 plus, and then the $1,000 is once you give us your $1,000, whether you get permitted or not, whether you receive a permit or not, you're not getting your $1,000 back. It's a non-refundable fee.
Is the 15 or 20 or whatever the number is that like every year?
Per machine, every year. Yeah,
So
just because they have to pay that for the sticker.
That's a change from what we were told before. So now we can. I thought we were.
No, we always knew that it's per machine.
It's per year,
Per machine.
And then they're going to pay another $1,000 the next year for re-upping, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
And then per machine each year. So that's going to generate more revenue that's going to generate, it's not.
And it depends on how many machines.
It depends how many people apply.
And then how many people apply. And I don't think that's what I would call a significant decides to do with that money. If you roll it back into the sheriff's budget, we can, of course, always use money. I would be glad to take that off your hands. But, it's ultimately up to the Commissioners Court where those funds go, where they go to the general fund or how those funds are spent.
Well, and I think actually that already came up. We may have to go back to the minutes. I believe that we said that the funds would go to this office to defer costs. But I have to double check it, but I think that was the case. But nevertheless, the statute is very clear about the $1,000. There's nothing more than you can do than the $1,000, and we've looked at that. But having said that, we just got this moments ago, so how about till December 7th? It looks like December 7th is not going to be a noon meeting unless y'all can do time turning.
Can I ask a question on that? What I'd like to do is just make a motion to approve the job, and then we can bring the job description back.
That's fine.
So that was all I was going to say. So if
You
we could
can
we could approve the job.
Approve the job.
So that she can get over
Title.
there and then bring back the job
And then
description.
remove Kara Sands from the organizational
Sorry.
structure.
Sorry. Yes.
I'm sorry, county clerk's office.
It says my name. Does it say my
If it's
May.
county clerk, I don't know.
name? Remove both.
Right.
So I guess the motion would be then to.
Remember, it was Commissioner Chesney that offered you up.
No, it was not. It was them who offered themselves up. And I appreciated that. They worked together. No, that was awesome. That's what I'm saying. They jumped in and helped. I wish I had come up with it. So my
Take her
motion
off,
would be
she
to
says.
create the job and bring back the job description for further
That's
review
fine.
on December 7th and remove the county clerk / Kara Sands from the
Organizational.
the organizational chart on the gambling ordinance.
All right, and is there a second?
Hey, now this job will be open to everybody or to the public or anything?
No.
No.
No. Who is it gonna?
This is the one we already voted on that you didn't vote on, but
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
That's all I want to know. Thank you.
I mean, you didn't vote for.
Yeah.
All right, is there a second? You have the motion. Gonzalez has a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, so you'll bring back that job description. Okay, the next one we have today is on the next page, and we've already talked, bring it back. And then I actually got a note that Daryl Earwood is ill today, couldn't be with us, and he asked if F1, unless you think it can be handled without his presence, but I know he's not here today to represent.
He's online.
He's online. Okay, great. Well, Daryl, would you like to present the approval of the agreement with Tyler Technologies for credit card services and terminals to be used by defendants?
Yes, can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay, yeah, this should be quick. It's a no-cost item. What we're doing is we're kind of upgrading the online and credit card machine payments for defendants. We're going to expand the number of credit card machines so that we'll have the district clerk, county clerk, and JP offices covered. With this system, a defendant can make a payment through this process, and the associated case will be affected by this to update it with the fee payment. Tyler will configure all of this for us. As I said, there's no cost to the county, and the county collects no fees, so there'll be no financial management on our end with this either. And Kent Brown in the county attorney's office and I tore through the agreement pretty well and actually met with the rep from Tyler on this, and we're comfortable with what we ended up with, and I think it'll be a good approach to take to help these people give us their money.
Super.
Move passage.
Okay. Motion, and I'll second. And any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Post same sign. Okay, that concludes everything. We've got executive session next, and I'm going to give notice that the Commissioners Court may go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda. And I'll just make note for the record that we always do list the items that we are going to place and on the agenda, and it's also authorized well, excuse me, let me say that again. During the meeting to discuss master listed anywhere on the agenda. So we could list it or we don't have to list it. As long as I have it anywhere on the agenda, it's whether or not it's authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act and whether or not, and that's Chapter 551, the Texas Government Code, and also that it's in accordance with the authority of sections 551, 071, 072, 073, 551, 074, 0745, 076, 86, and 87. And the Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with our attorney, including matters relating to litigation, real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, termination, county advisory body, security devices, economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in executive session. Upon completion of executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in open session, take such action as items that are appropriate and were discussed in executive session. The court does reserve the right to discuss any listed agenda item in executive session, again, when authorized by law to do so. And you'll notice that, and I incorporate this into my verbiage, that items A through J, each and every one have listed the government code section that is appropriate. And in each and every case, except for give me 1 second, except for item B and J, all are being pursued pursuant to 551-071, whereas item B is pursuant to 551-0725, and item J is pursuant to 551-074. So with that, I'm going to call it at 3:50 p.m. and ask everybody to please wait in the waiting room. Connie will put you there, and then we will call you back in at the right time. It's 3:50 p.m.
And for clarification, Judge, you are pulling 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28 from
Correct.
Section
And
3A, which have corresponding items in there?
And to which, during such time as the item was called, I announced that they would be handled in executive session. And Dr. Fagan will bring you in first. Okay, and, go ahead. Okay, thank you. We're coming back on the record, and I need to let the clerk know that we lost Commissioner Matas. We still have a quorum. Just wanted you to know he's not online. Okay, just for the minutes for these items. And we were in executive session, and we have a few actions to take up. And the first one will be go ahead. The time? Sure. It's 5:10 p.m. And first, I think we probably just need like 10 more minutes. And so can I get a motion real quick, like just to have a maximum of 10 minutes?
So moved.
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And that maximum is to go past 5 o'clock. So 10 more minutes. Item 23 is
Motion to
Commissioner
approve.
Gonzalez. Okay.
Sorry.
Motion for Dr. Shaker to perform the autopsy on Juanita Zaldivar.
Okay, thank
As
you.
recommendations by the county attorney.
Second.
Okay. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Okay. And then the next one is item number 24, and it's regarding the employment grievance case by Ms. Medina. And Commissioner Chesney, I think you might have a motion here.
Motion to approve the settlement agreement and release of the county's liability.
And to authorize the
And
county judge.
authorize the county judge to sign and authorize the auditor to pay without bringing it back to the court.
Okay. And in this case, I don't think there's
There
anything to
isn't,
pay.
but I'm just making a point.
Thank you. And I'll second that. And all those in favor, if there's no discussion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Okay, item number E is also listed as item 25. It's a matter relating to the claim of Crystal Pena. And I'll make that motion that we authorized in a previous court to approve this settlement for this claim, and that we're asking the county auditor to please process this check of
$1,000.
$1,000.
Second.
Second.
Okay,
And have the county auditor pay.
promptly, yes, as provided by the legal settlement. All right, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Item number 26 is the matter relating to Brenda Carreño. And again, the matter is a claim that had already been addressed by the Commissioners Court, and we are asking the county auditor to please pay this claim as previously directed.
Second.
Okay, and any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye,
Number F is no action, right?
that's correct.
You didn't
And then
say- you
item,
didn't mention that one, so.
I didn't because I'm going in order of 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. It was not noticed as an item for action. So item number 27 is regarding Alejandro Rodriguez and the hiring of an outside counsel. And Commissioner Chesney, I think you have a motion.
Judge, make a motion to hire Jason Wolf as outside counsel in the matter of Alejandro Rodriguez, as recommended by the county attorney.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, and any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay. And Marta Ruiz is the item number 28. It's a mediated settlement, and it in the amount of $4,000. And is there a motion to direct the county auditor with regards to Marta Ruiz?
To pay the amount as approved by the court and authorized and signed by the county judge. That's a motion.
Okay, and is there a second?
Second.
There's multiple seconds. I'll take Hernandez, I heard it first. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, and that takes care of all the items that I believe were noticed that we said we were going to, in the agenda, go into executive session with. But I will ask for a double check. Are there any adjournments in memory while we are preparing to conclude our court today? Commissioner Hernandez, do you have any? Commissioner Gonzalez?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So I don't believe that there's any more, but I'm going to look once more so that we can adjourn promptly. We dealt with 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. I believe that is it. I believe that concludes today's court. And so the time for the adjournment, therefore, since there's no adjournments in memory, other than if you lost somebody here in the last few weeks since we've last met, either through the courthouse or you're watching this, just know that somebody is thinking of you right now. With that, 5:15, we stand adjourned. You have a